The record books in Texas were altered last night. The Rangers won their first World Series title. And now as the sun rises, we keep the files open as it's time to set some new records in the world of pickleball. Welcome to Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. With an unprecedented amount of pickleball played in Dallas through the month of November, everything truly is bigger in Texas. Welcome to Championship Court. I'm Cameron Irwin, hanging out with Adam Stone. We cannot wait to get this event started. Season 2 and Event 2 in Season 2. We start our day with the challenger level, but man, so much pickleball throughout 2023. What are you looking forward to in this event?
Oh my goodness, you know MLP is my favorite, and every point matters. We are starting off with an incredible match. First one today, and I believe these are the top 2 teams in their group, so you get no time to relax. You are thrown right into the fire, and we're seeing that right here in this first match, Cam.
Well, you mentioned a couple of the teams just in terms of what we have at stake. Let's take a look at the entire groups, because right now we'll have 12 teams starting off from the challenger level as well as the premier level starting off tomorrow. But here's a look at our challenger groups. We start our day with Group A. Florida Smash, Frisco Pandas, the New Jersey Fives, and the St. Louis Shock. You said this matchup is one you're looking for. The New Jersey Fives and the St. Louis Shock is the team, or are the 2 teams on Championship Court to get us started. So we'll give you a little breakdown as to those 2 teams and how they might shape up. You can see the current records, just the first game of the day. And of course, this is one of the most exhilarating formats in all of pickleball. It's a team format, 4 players on each team, 2 women, 2 men. And man, you've got to get through the group play to be able to head off to the playoff rounds. Here's a look now at the win probability. This one in favor of the St. Louis Shock. You think that's accurate?
Oh, I think so. I said the top 2 teams in the group, and I'm standing pat there for sure. And we see 51-49. Makes a lot of sense to me with those figures.
Well, I'll give you a couple names. For the New Jersey Fives, it's Shelby Bates playing alongside Allie Phillips and Stefana Verne, as well as John Cirkul. That will round out the New Jersey Fives. For the St. Louis Shock, it's Martin Emmerich, Rob Nunnery, Jeannie Irokina, and Judith Castillo. Now, the St. Louis Shock, they do have the #1 draft pick for the challenger level on their side, and that's Mr. Rob Nunnery.
That's right, my main man, Rob Nunnery, and he was the first overall challenger pick, and they were unable to make it through pool play in the first event in Atlanta. Can Rob play big like we all know he can, and of course get a little help from his friends along the way?
We'll give you a little bit of a glimpse back as to what happened in Atlanta. The SoCal Hard Eights picked up the Atlanta title at the challenger level. They took the win over the Las Vegas Night Owls. So 2 other teams to keep your eyes locked on here in Dallas, Texas. There's a good look at Lee Waters as she is coaching up the New Jersey Fives.
That's right, and her daughter Anna Lee was on the Fives for Season 1, so she hung out. She liked the ownership groups and the GM, so she stayed on to be the coach for this Season 2, and that is a huge pick to click for me for her team, the New Jersey Fives, is can she impart some wisdom, especially on the ladies, Shelby Bates and Allie Phillips, who are a little bit more of a less-known commodity than the fellas, John Cirkul and Stefana Verne.
Well, we get started. The 4 gentlemen out on the court now. Each game is worth a point. You must win 3 of the 5 total to pick up the match victory. We will play all 4 of the first games through this group phase. 2 gender doubles competitions as well as 2 mixed doubles competitions. Find out who will be working through Group A.
Yeah. Every age can play this game at a high level. We have 3 fellas in their mid-30s and 1 player in his 40s, John Cirkul. So it's not just the kids out here playing big. The older gentlemen can as well.
And if it's any tell from Stefana Verne, still rocking the sweatshirt. It's a bit chilly out here.
Mm-hmm.
Conditions are going to be kind of talked about throughout the entirety of this, at least first match, just considering the shade on one side, the sun on the other, as well as the cool temps.
Stefan Avern. Nice looking combination there with the backhand roll, the forehand put away. Don't expect him to miss that much. But yes, Cam, players so close to each other. Sight lines, shadows, those things are such a big factor for shot selection and a lot of these fast-paced rallies that we get into in pickleball. Okay, fellas, we're playing a little bit early on, and you said it. Phenomenal speed up the middle and about the mid-pace, too. I think he had Rob Nunnery out in front of that counterattack. Really nice play from all four fellas with some consistent dinking and then a nice little exchange from Sincola and Emmerich in the middle of that was able to be reset.
I mean, the number of resets we saw in through the transition zone from Sincola was just phenomenal, and especially considering the cool temps. That's even more impressive. Requires so much touch. As we are heading, of course, to 21 total points in this first game.
And I was going to label that one a little ambitious, but you proved me wrong as the combination on point for Stefan Avern. Big drive from Stefan, catching Rob Nunnery a little late getting to the kitchen. Always tough to make that first volley when transitioning.
New Jersey 5's up, 4-2. There's also something to be said about the good side, bad side right now. Sun completely in the eyes of Nunnery and Emmerich.
Yeah, definitely going to have to monitor often. We have a good side and bad side, and I expect that to be the case at least early today.
That's a good way to win a point. At least one of the easier ways.
Yeah.
And rare ways.
Gifts will always be accepted, Cam. and I do expect this to be the most common pattern when they get to the kitchen is cross-court dinking between Martin Emmerich and Stefan Avern.
I was just about to ask you, too, because it's very clear that that is the pattern to start off, forcing Avern to try and find that backhand speed up like we saw him be successful so far once. Sincola also on the board with a nice little speed up through the middle.
Take 4.
Blunt tape, got another crack at it, put it right in the net. Tough break for Stefan. But yeah, that's a missed serve and a missed return now early for the Fives. Still clinging to a 1-point lead though.
Just unreal defense on both sides. Sticking the paddle out and finding the ball going back over the top of the net.
Yeah, that's 3 full send shots from shoulder level for Martin Emmerich that came right back to him.
Nice shot from Rob Nunnery, kind of got Avern twisted up.
Yeah, nice sustained pressure, 4 or 5 rolls from the kitchen line, and then getting one high enough that he could hit down on. Nice job by Rob putting that pressure on.
Backhand rolls kind of from the transition zone from both teams.
That's right, backhand rolls and then big forehands in the middle. That is a recipe for success.
Second time we've seen Sincola jump the corner.
Yeah, that's right. And he's not really making that move knowing it's going to be there. He sees that ball floating up just high enough, and then he's able to wait a moment and then go for the Ernie. Nice job from John. Yeah, so that's 2 now from Emmerich that I would label ambitious on that backhand side, and both fellas on the right side going for a couple lower backhand attacks early in this match.
That's one way to find a point. You gotta love the lefty of Emmerich, finding the forehand, quick feet.
Easy way to not worry about the backhand is just hit a forehand, and that's always much easier to do when you are paired with a right-hander who can cover the middle for you.
Are you surprised to see Emmerich taking as many middle balls as he is right now?
Maybe not surprised, but I would expect it. It's always tough in that righty-lefty matchup because there's not like a standard 60-40 or a known commodity of how much court you should take. But I would definitely expect Rob to be taking a little bit more, and I think it's been pretty close to 50-50 or maybe slightly more middle taken by Martin Emmerich.
Tying this thing up, it's 10 apiece. Who's going to get to the change of ends first?
That's right, that cross-court grind again from the 2 left-handers. Who is going to make better decisions in that pattern?
Just snuck one away. A little bit of an off-tempo change for Avern.
Yeah, I think 10 times, 7 or 8 are going to go in the favor of Stefan, but not that time, as he just puts that lefty forehand into the tape.
And you got to know that the competitive clown shows up in the stands for the New Jersey Fives as they now trail by 1 at the change of ends. Again, we played a 21 rally scoring as you've seen it take place. There is a freeze, but only on game point now. So once we get to that 20-point marker, if you're new to the Major League Pickleball format, it's one of the most fun and most exciting. It really puts a strain on a team format. And it always begs the question, with the #1 draft pick on your side, how does that change kind of the complexity and the makeup of your team?
Oh, definitely. So when you're drafting early, obviously your later picks are going to be later in the draft. But just having that alpha, whether it's a male or a female, and that player that all the other players know is going to play big and has the pedigree and the results in their back pocket, it just heightens the confidence of the entire team when you know you have that big-time player on your squad.
And of course, that big-time player for the St. Louis Shock is Rob Nunnery. You mentioned it, just obviously with having a righty and a lefty, a little different in the middle. You have double the forehand. Watch for him to maybe get inserted into this competition a little bit better. But also, if you're the St. Louis Shock, you should feel pretty good. You have the 1-point advantage now on the good side. And a change-up, all of a sudden it's Nunnery with the backhand.
Yeah, and of course, Rob Nunnery plays a very aggressive left-sided mix, but a lot of his recent men's doubles has been on the right side with Andre Daescu, so we'll have to monitor if that is a factor why he has maybe not been able to get totally involved in this match. Nice job by Emmerich getting skinny, letting that John Sincola ball fly a couple inches long.
Nice getting skinny. We're that easy all the time.
It's easier a couple years ago.
Now I have to avoid carbs. That's an insane save. Nunnery takes that one off his shoelaces.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, you always want to try to drop the ball to get forward, give yourself time to get to the kitchen. But sometimes when the situation's dire, you just kind of slap it and hope for the best. And sure worked out for Rob Nunnery on that last ball.
We've been talking about Rob Nunnery, #1 pick, 38 years old. Played tennis at the University of North Carolina, Asheville. And so far, he's done some damage all the way from the baseline.
Good side.
Good side. And that is an impressive lead.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, 3 quick ones. Miscommunication in the middle, missed first volley, and now a miss for Stefan Laverne, and the tides have turned. Just tuck that shoulder in, Steph. So casual. Just tuck that left shoulder in. Very nice job by Stefan.
12-15.
Trying to look for the day's first ATP, but about 6 inches wide of the sideline.
Yeah, it's a tough break as he's one of the best at curling on the outside of the ball on the backhand side.
Away with one right there. You could see the crossover step, of course, coming from the tennis world, as Martin Emmerich does. Not surprising on that footwork there, but did give him a little bit of a pop-up.
Yeah, man's got quick hands, that's for sure. High-level doubles tennis background.
Played professional tennis. Represented Germany. Davis Cup.
17-13.
Nice hands there from the fives after a two-handed backhand speed up from Rob Nunnery. Way to weather the storm for the fives.
New Jersey Fives trailing by 3, 14-17.
Wow, the lefty spin just curled it in. Stefan Laverne, very nice shot. And Martin Emmerich just sadly puts the hand flat, letting them know that ball was good. Incredible kind of hybrid drop drive from Johnson Kola. Ball just tumbling down at the feet of his opponents. Incredibly well struck from John.
14-17 turns into 16-17. The Fives looking to make a move. And tying it up, 17 apiece. You got to watch out for these New Jersey Fives. They live and die by the energy on their side.
That's right, and a great drop by Stefan, and then Johnson Kola squeezing the middle, kind of straddling the middle line and putting maximum pressure with his court positioning. Very nice job from him, and 3-point deficit turns into a tie game.
Yeah, and the New Jersey Five chants are already happening. You can guarantee that's going to start, and hopefully we'll see potentially propel them to a first game win. But right now, if you're on the other side, you've got to figure out, it just seems like some loose errors on the side of Emmerich and Nunnery.
Yeah, that's all it was.
Yeah.
I mean, they came out hot after the end change, and then just a little dip in level and a couple of good shots from your opponents. These are the ebbs and flows of Major League Pickleball. This is no big deal at all. This is not panic time. We're not switching sides. We're not doing anything crazy. We're just going to execute, play a little cleaner in these big moments right here.
17-17.
Back out of the timeout, 17-all.
John knew it.
Right as it came off the paddle, so a much needed
18-17.
side out and point. I mean, Vern looking real athletic.
Yeah, he's an explosive guy, and he loves stepping to his right, whether that's for a forehand counter or, as we see right there, a forehand Ernie.
And a skip. A return straight into the net that hurts.
I know it always. Not like this.
19-18. Watch it.
Ooh, that ball is real close to the sideline, but a beautiful shot from Rob Nunnery. Look at this.
Yeah, one of the best inside-out backhand putaways on tour. Not many players have that shot. Rob does.
Embrick comes crashing down to the kitchen line, and the St. Louis Shock have found themselves at a game point.
Yeah, 2 high balls from the 5s.
20-19.
And just like that, wow. St. Louis Shock survived 21-19 as the score was tied up at 17 apiece.
Yeah,
Talk about some ice water in their veins.
Yep, not a lot of extended rallies there at the end. A couple pop-ups, couple nice shots, and there you have it. Men's doubles.
St. Louis Shock on the board first. Coming up next, the ladies take the court. See if the New Jersey Fives can tie up the score.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. ProXR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
What's your DUPR? Introducing Skechers.
Judith Castillo taking the court next for the St. Louis Shock. One of the up-and-comers in the game, and I think it's maybe safe to say, I don't think she's an up-and-comer. I think she's arrived. Is that not true?
Absolutely. She's kind of in that grouping of players that I used to call singles players. You know, like Federico and Ignatowicz when he first came on board. They solid singles results, not a lot of doubles results, but we are approaching a well-rounded player, and she plays a little bit of everything, and she plays it well.
Well, on the other side of Judith Castillo, Shelby Bates will be rocking the New Jersey Fives jersey. And Shelby Bates, of course, has been a part of Major League Pickleball from season 1 all the way to season 2. She was a third-round pick, number 25 in season 1, and moved up to 21 in the second round.
So, Cameron, I would say that Allie Phillips, Jeannie Irakina, and Shelby Bates are all offensive-minded players. Decision-making is going to be absolutely huge in these matches. All the ladies looking for their offense early. Can they just find that balance to set themselves up, or do they pull triggers frivolously and create some errors for themselves and their team?
We're looking at Jeannie Irakina right now. teammate of Vida Castillo. Just enough of a reset. That ball just shallow enough to create some trouble for Shelby Bates.
Yeah, nice control of the kitchen line from Shelby Bates, but I would have liked to see her pull that paddle back and let her partner hit that floating forehand in the middle to put the ball away. Well, maybe I'm wrong. As that two-handed backhand had a lot of life on it on that last one. Scratch that comment. Sorry, Shelby.
Phillips, the last name we have yet to mention, was really impressed with her and what she did in Atlanta.
Forehand right there, and yes, she was not involved in MLP for season 1. So to step up in Atlanta, as you mentioned, and then nice forehand there. Let's see if she can continue to play big throughout this second event.
Tough serve, and I think we've seen that about twice now, or maybe 3 times on that exact same side. Maybe a little bit of a funky spot.
You never know. Sometimes you get some soft spots. Sometimes the ball just doesn't bounce right. And, you know, when the conditions are a little breezy and a little cool, those funky bounces tend to be a little more frequent.
Nice little roll through the middle for Vida Castillo. It looked like Ali Phillips was expecting more pace and wanted to snag that one.
Yeah, she made a move looking to be offensive. Vida able to get it down at her feet. Nice shot.
Oh man, that's a bummer. That was a beautiful drop. I would have loved to see Jeannie take that ball out of the air.
Yeah, I'm not sure she could have got there quick enough. That would have been ideal for sure, but that drop was about as good as it gets.
And that is the 3rd missed return we've seen.
Yeah, we have not switched ends yet. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 returns, first half of a game, a huge deal.
8-3 for the New Jersey Fives.
Vida Castillo with the hands of gold. And 2 points ago, that's exactly what Ali Phillips was trying to do. She got what she wanted to this time, but the defensive chops of Vida Castillo, too much. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
She's talking about the come on call.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's just too bad that she stopped play. It's just so unfortunate.
Explain, Adam.
So, Ali thought the ball was going to hit the tape and stay on her opponent's. Let's let it flow for a second here. See if we can hear anything. She basically celebrated too early, and Judith was saying that distracted her. But the new rules between the distraction and the hindrance in these things have made it a little bit dicey, and I don't think Judith quite knew the situation that she was in. She has to continue to play that ball.
So what took place was Ali Phillips thought that ball as it came off the top of the net. She didn't think it was coming over, so she gave a nice little come-on call, trying to get herself into a form of celebration, we'll call it. But then Judith stopped her play,
right,
thinking there was a distraction there.
But the thing is when Ali made that statement, she hadn't even hit the ball yet. So it wasn't that like Judith was about to hit the ball and she exclaimed. It was the fact that she hadn't hit it yet, and then Judith just stopped. And like I said, just an unfortunate situation. Yeah, I feel like I could have. Here we go. He can explain it better than me, I'm sure, if he's going to. Oh.
The fact that the distraction is not called. We're challenging the distraction. So it's under video review.
So they're going to have a video challenge here, whether there was in fact a distraction.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're correct. I mean, Ali Phillips said, "Come on," before she ever even contacted that ball. It was a contact before
Yeah.
Udit would have even seen that.
And it just all happened so quickly, and that's why I went, oh no, about 3 times, because it was just such a tough situation. I get what Udit was doing, and the fact that it was very obvious that she exclaimed, you know, before that ball came over. But the way the rule is stated, I do not expect this to get overturned.
We're going to take a look at this video challenge again, looking for a distraction call. Our crew, first of the day. Everyone's getting it warmed up, right?
Yeah, right. But really, the difference right now, it's very even, except for 3 returned errors. That's the difference.
That's a fair point.
In this game, there hasn't been too many extended rallies up at the kitchen, but yeah, I mean, 3. I mean, we're looking at 5-4 or a much closer situation than where we're at right now if those 3 loose errors on the returns don't happen.
So even if this doesn't go the direction of the shock, here's a look at it. There's the come on call, then the contact. Udit puts up her finger. So it was before this, because that's the shot from Allie Phillips.
I mean, she basically said, come on, like right when it hit the tape.
Yeah.
She had definitely not
right there,
hit the
you
ball.
can see, actually, watch, she has a fist pump right here. She goes to celebrate. See her left hand?
Oh, yeah, I see. There's the fist pump.
So the come on came at that point. Then she contacts the ball, and Udit then.
Maybe it's the sun. Like, maybe she's tracking that ball and like thinks it's going to be halfway up the net and then ends up coming over. Yeah. So either way.
That's a good point. We mentioned Allie Phillips, one of the younger on tour, just in her early 20s. She was somebody that came through too, which is really fun. The college side of pickleball, and the growing space there.
Yeah, and I know she's out of Utah. Yes, sir. Important to note, that was a distraction, not a hindrance. I got scolded for that by a referee a couple times. So
yeah, that was the we'll call it the hindrance, heard around the world.
Yes, right.
Thank you, James.
Yeah, the split step heard around the world.
Somebody recently just sent me that video on social media that has no context to pickleball, and they were like, "Is this your voice?" And I'm like, "No."
No.
Yes.
That's one of the, I wouldn't say few times, but, you know, all 4 players having a little trouble getting all the way to the kitchen. That was a very nice job of Shelby Bates getting all the way in. There's been a lot of points just like that. So the 3rd shots and the 5th shots, I do believe, are a little bit high, but the 4th and the 6th shots from their opponents are so good right now. I believe it's a combination of the 2, and a missed serve from Shelby Bates, as some of the early loose errors are continuing in this match.
Right here. 6-10.
Yeah, and you can see Shelby Bates kind of rapidly blinking after that high ball up above her right shoulder.
That's another one, but for the New Jersey Fives, you should still be feeling pretty good. It's 10-8. They just need 1 to get the egg change.
But first volleys on the sunny side have been an issue in the men's match and in this women's match.
Hooks it, paddle a little too close to her hip instead of her shoulder.
Yeah, slightly big swing as well. Nice hands from Udit Castillo again after the initial shot from Shelby Bates. Not bad at all.
Whoa, and another point to the St. Louis Shock. It was 6-10, now tied up 10-all.
Let's go, Shock. 10-10.
preparation from Arokina, and even better for the Shock, 11-10. 5 straight points to get the change of ends.
Yeah, nice slide to her left from Arokina, and the best part of all of it for me was a wonderful third shot from Judith Castillo, allowing her team to get to the kitchen. So nice job from the Shock there on that last point to earn the end change.
It definitely seems as if the St. Louis Shock, in terms of their thirds, have gotten really solid in the midpoint of this game. You can see the head-to-head in terms of win probability for these two teams. It actually resides on the side of Arokina and Castillo. We mentioned Allie Phillips. Well, she recently was drafted in to the challenger level just before Atlanta, like you mentioned. She came in at round 4, pick number 45. She might be one of the big surprises at the challenger level, and I know those surprises really are a big plus. You think of Rachel Rohrbacher up at the premier level. It almost seems like to have great success, you've got to get that undervalued player on your team.
Find that diamond in the rough. It's not easy to do so. Maybe even more easy to do that at the challenger level than the premier, but you must. It's a recurring theme of all the championship teams. You have a player that significantly out-earns their draft stock.
11-10.
Layup.
The ATP that went long of the court in the middle.
Yep, that
Never
was
seen that.
the layup. Tough break. She had it. Oh, interesting. Arokina, I don't know if she thought she was going to miss the return or not, but she returned and stayed back, but was able to dig out of the midcourt a couple shots later.
12-11.
Oh my goodness. Oh my God, that was out.
The mutterings of Adam Stone tell the story.
Well, I mean, I am Eagle Eye Adam from MLP Atlanta. I don't know if I saw that one properly, but I could have sworn it was 2 or 3 inches out. We'll never know.
The stream will.
Yeah, the stream will. Someone will go back through. There you go. Nice pressure from Allie Phillips. And the quality drop from her partner, Shelby Bates. The drops and the fifth shots are the key for both teams right now. Who is going to step up and get their team to the kitchen? I believe that's Brandon Hubschman, the GM of the St. Louis Shock, and I believe you're only allowed to have one GM or coach on court, so he was asked to move.
She gets really good action in terms of the amount of spin on some of her strokes.
Yeah, she's a power player. Great offense, no doubt about it.
14-13.
Oh, the perfect setup. Looking to be athletic right there.
Yeah, I love every bit of it. Slightly awkward, not sure if that was a footing issue or just mistiming the swing, but she was where she needed to be after a great third from her partner. Keep using that pattern. There's that action you were talking about. That ball, I mean, certainly had a reasonable amount of pace, but that had a lot of tumble down at the feet of Judith Castillo, who was very good at digging those shots. Couldn't come up with that one, though.
Wow, that was an incredibly tough serve, but an even better return, just hitting the baseline.
Yeah, right on it. Stefan Avern making that in call, letting his team know no reason to challenge that one.
We really haven't seen much of the shake and bake. Only a handful of times, maybe 2 or 3 through the entirety of this game. A lot more about that third shot drop. Like you mentioned, we've seen some doozies out there. And of course, right as I mentioned it, they look for it.
Yeah, and the thing is some of the setups have been so good. The poaches have been more of the issue when they have been looking to be offensive off of their partner's third.
There's a hole in the middle, and it's all the way through.
And it's all the way through. And you know, that's what happens. We talk about that flamingo to really lean in and get on one foot, but sometimes you lose a bit of balance is kind of the pitfall of that. And I think that's what we saw there from Allie. She got up on 1 foot too quickly, lost her balance, and couldn't make quality contact.
So the St. Louis Shock up 17-16. Again, the New Jersey Fives had a substantial lead in this second game for gender doubles. And of course, after the conclusion of this gender doubles, we'll head off to mixed doubles. That's one of the fun elements of Major League Pickleball, is that there's so much strategy just in terms of how you set your lineups, what happens after that coin flip, and who are you going to play alongside for those mixed doubles competitions.
And it's there has to be a flow to it. You can't just pick. What happens in gender affects the mixed, and are you up 2-0, are you tied, are you down 0-2? So you have to be flexible, and you have to kind of know what you want to do in those situations as a coach, GM, and team captain as well.
Well, we haven't said the magical word yet either. Dream Breaker, of course. The Dream Breaker, one of the prized elements to this Major League Pickleball format. Is getting a little more pace on that ball. She started off with some sweatpants on. Those came off. Then she had the sweatshirt on. That has now come off.
She's building.
She's building. She's warming up, quite literally. And the third shot drive, and a good one, creates another error.
That's right. First volley on the sunny side. Still an issue for these players.
The Fives just flipped, and they're looking for the up-tempo play from the baseline.
That's right. I was like, you're going to drive those other ones. You better drive that one too, Allie, and she did.
1917.
Arikina has done a really steady job of her returns, utilizing depth. We've seen a couple good ones that have created some problems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and she is not seeing a lot of balls, to be honest with you.
The first drop a little high. The second one was outstanding.
Yeah, forcing Shelby Bates to overextend a little bit and lose her balance. But yes, a lot of these balls from the back of the court and at the kitchen going to Judith Castillo.
Pressing in, Allie Phillips misses long. St. Louis Shock have a game point, 2019.
2019.
St. Louis Shock are off to a dream start over the New Jersey Fives, now up 2-0. The New Jersey Fives made it all the way to the semifinals in Atlanta. This would be a huge victory for the St. Louis Shock if they could get it done. They just need one more mixed doubles, even though we will play both of them. So it could be very intriguing to see how this one shapes up.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Match point. It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville! You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
We head to mixed doubles between the St. Louis Shock and the New Jersey Fives. Welcome back to Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Adam Stone. And the big question is, what are the names that are going to be out there for the first mixed doubles competition? The St. Louis Shock are reacting to the mixed doubles lineup that is set out first by the New Jersey Fives. And from what we can see to this point, it looks like it might be Avern playing alongside Bates. But on the other side, who could it be?
Yes, so we have, so that's exactly right. We have the Fives sending out their 1A team, Stefan Avern and Shelby Bates, and that is counterattacked by the St. Louis Shock, which what I would believe on paper would be their 1B team in Irakina and Emmerich. So they have their anchor, Rob Nunnery and Judith Castillo, coming in for that second match against the quote-unquote 1B team of Johnson Cola and Allie Phillips. So I do think this makes sense from a strategic perspective from the St. Louis Shock, who do have that commanding 2-0 lead.
And again, this is a dream start for the St. Louis Shock. They are now up 2-0 after gender doubles. The New Jersey Fives, like I mentioned, they made it all the way to the semifinals, losing 2-3 versus Las Vegas Night Owls in our last event in Atlanta. But on the other side, a little crazy, the St. Louis Shock, they didn't make it to the playoffs. They did have a win 3-2 over the Mad Drops in Atlanta. However, they lost to the SoCal Hard Eights as well as the Seattle Pioneers. So this would be a big-time win for them to get this entire event started.
Yeah, looks like we have a slight spill on the court, so we're getting that water wiped up. Apologize for this brief delay.
Here's a look at the head-to-head for win probability. It is in favor of Emmerich and Arokina. Do you feel like that's accurate?
That's what I mean. If you're going to put out your 1B team and they have a 53% edge, that's pretty dang good right there. If Avern and Bates are just sitting there waiting, so yeah, that is definitely. I wouldn't say it's an interesting percentage, but I probably would have expected it to be something similar except flipped. So a very slight edge to Bates and Avern, who also played a lot of pickleball together in 2022 on the DC pickleball team as well. So they are very comfortable with each other, and let's see if they can get off to a quick start. They're going to need to.
Another unique element to this matchup, the ladies are on the left. So we've got two lefty gentlemen out there.
Yep, so it's almost kind of just a standard match, just flip-flopped.
Standard, but not so standard?
Yeah, exactly right. Exactly right.
It's still different, especially with the ladies on the left. That means their go-to is going to be that backhand on the dinks.
A little high from that mid-court play from Bates. Martin Emmerich knows what to do with it. Yeah, that's exactly right. So their cross-court is just backhands instead of forehands.
Unless you can free them up enough to actually find that forehand and get aggressive.
Yeah.
Another forehand protecting in the middle. We'll
That's
watch,
true.
see how much court coverage is taking place on both the side of Avern and Emmerich.
Yeah, always tough to find that inside foot when you're playing mixed doubles, but those fellas can really reach in and create some havoc with the forehands in the middle, righty or lefty.
Shelby Bates with a missed serve. That's her second. Definitely a little breezy too.
Yeah, Stefan not thrilled with himself, tapping his chest, letting his partner know that's my bad. Should have put a better offensive shot on that ball. Found the net instead.
This is a must-win situation for the New Jersey Fives. They need this game.
A couple loose shots from Stefan. He'll get it cleaned up as they have a little chat between the two after that point. He does not lack for put-away power, though. That is for sure. And, you know, he really plays an alpha middle in these mixed matches. So can the Shock find some good spots to go back behind Stefan Avern and find his backhand dink? Because when he's playing men's doubles, he can kind of post up over there. In mix, he needs to be that presence in the middle so you can catch him on that back right foot and hopefully create a few errors on the backhand dink side.
That's a really nice dink from Arokina.
Yeah, and I don't really blame Bates because I think it was high enough to where Bates thought she might attack the middle, and then Arokina takes a little pace off and goes with the roll. That is a great decision from her.
Heck of a drive from Emmerich all the way from the baseline.
Yeah, and I'm not exactly sure on that one. I know Stefan needs to protect her, but I'm not sure if he overextended a little bit there. Either way, great drive from Martin.
The right read for Emmerich. Recognized some trouble on the other side and pounced.
Yeah, that's right. He was just kind of squeezing the middle, maybe taking a half step over to his left on each shot. Finally got the ball he wanted.
And another one back to back. Emmerich is flying around the court.
Yeah, he's got a great first step, really explodes to the ball. And just like Stefan Avern, a very big lefty forehand for the put away.
Is going all cylinders right now, finding a few extra for the Shock, up 9-5.
Oh yeah, he is with his court positioning and his shot selection really creating havoc right now.
When you need another point, it's Arokina, 10-5.
That's right, she's got some great offense, great wingspan from her, and very tough to put her in a bad spot, as we saw in that last ball.
Off the Battle of Avern.
Yes, and I had a nice talk with Travis Rettenmeyer. He knows Martin Emmerich from his tennis days, and Travis was always very impressed with Martin Emmerich's work ethic and how hard he works in between the lines and off the court as well. So we're getting to that point where you better put in the work. So having these real professionals coming over from other sports and really taking this sport seriously is just great to see.
In the middle of it.
Stefan showing a little frustration there as he's late getting over to his left for the third shot drive.
16 all. Again, the New Jersey Fives need this game to stay alive. And that lands the slow kill for Shelby Bates.
Oh, it's always great when you pop a ball up like Stefan did and your partner bails you out. Great job, Shelby. Nice hands.
Trying to find a little bit of lift. The other two teams in Group A are also battling it out. It went the direction of the Frisco Pandas, who won 3-0. They're in that second mixed doubles competition, though. Martin
Emmerich, big left lefty drive. Shelby Bates did not have her feet underneath her for that first volley. It cost her.
Of Shelby Bates.
Through the wickets. That's exactly right. And Gina Irakina with a phenomenal get, moving back on the ball in the heart of that point to set up her partner, Martin Emmerich. Nice complimentary pickleball from those two, that point.
If the Shock take this game 3, they will walk away with a match win. However, again, we will play that 4th game for the second mixed doubles competition regardless. And right now, the Shock look like they have put themselves into a fantastic position, 19-17 here in game number 3. I mentioned the other 2 teams in Group A. Again, the Frisco Pandas have picked up the win. They are in that 4th game, however. The Frisco Pandas, it's Bobby Oshiro, Martina Fratinova, Ryler DeHart, and Andre Mick. And for the Florida Smash, Humberg, Esquivel, Colin Schick, and Long. That's Brendan Long. Here's a look through the groups. You got the Night Owls, Mad Drops, Smashers, and Hustlers in Group B. Pickleballers, Black Bears, also in Group C. It was a slow combination, but it was a good one. The location, high backhand of Emmerich, and then closing through the middle.
Yeah, I think that how that ball is traveling at Irakina, I think it's intuitive to think that that ball is not going to drop in, but Shelby Bates finds the inside of the baseline nicely.
Of Stefan Verne as he looks for the poach. Watch this. Nobody home.
Yeah, just a half step too early on the slide from Stefan, giving Emmerich too much time to adjust his spot and go behind.
Game point for the St. Louis Shock. Missed third. Always seems to happen.
Yeah, it does. Those 3rds and 5ths are always difficult, but certainly as that score creeps higher and higher, it becomes a little tougher to get it over.
Little room to work. The crowd cheers a little early. Again, it is now side out scoring on the side of the St. Louis Shock. They had to earn the serve back.
There's been a couple times on balls up the middle where Irakina has had some issues visually or possibly thinking that Martin Emmerich is going to come over and take those, but they got to get that middle situated.
The Fives score one more, now tied up 20 apiece. Rally scoring both sides.
It was just anticipated so nicely from Shelby, but you know I love this line, Cam. You just can't Ernie Downey soft, and that's what we saw right there as Martin Emmerich's dink just not high enough for Bates to do anything with it, even though she was in great position.
Oh man, that would have made the highlight reel. There's no doubt about it. So the St. Louis Shock right now up 21-20. They scored that point as they were both in rally scoring. So now back to side out scoring. They have the serve. All they need is 1 point. So the St. Louis Shock just 1 point away. New Jersey Fives, they need a few again to stay alive. Our crew doing such a nice job. Boxcar Productions making sure you're getting every view possible here on our championship court coverage.
20, 120.
Looked out to me.
Ball called out of bounds, which would be the win for the St. Louis Shock. However, they're going to challenge this immediately. Stefan Avern, maybe not. He's already given the high fives.
No, I think they're still going to challenge, but Stefan thinks the writing's on the wall. The only thing I could say is that they didn't quite call it right away. There was a little hesitancy, but I think the ball definitely was into the gray, not on the white line for sure. Let's see if we can get a look.
So if this call does in fact stand, the St. Louis Shock would pick up the win 3-0. We will play that second. Ooh. What do you see?
That is closer than I expected, but I am sticking with my call of out. I do not see them overturning this, even though that is much closer than I saw in real time.
Yeah, draw a line right through the middle of that ball, and that is the midpoint, the contact point, which is what you must go off of. So that ball does in fact look out of bounds. However, we'll get the official word here shortly. But what a start for the St. Louis Shock.
Yeah, absolutely.
To not make the playoffs in our last event and to be now up potentially 3-0.
On a semifinalist.
After you, the call stands, the ball is out.
Incredible turnaround for the Shock from one event to the next to start off. It's a dream start for them. And don't forget, though, every point matters. So this second mixed doubles, there's still something at stake for the St. Louis Shock, even though they picked up the match win.
Absolutely. We have seen so many teams moving through into the elimination bracket from point differential percentage and game difference. So this is a huge deal as a fourth match. Definitely huge. Every point matters, like they like to say in MLP, and it's just the absolute truth.
Well, and there's also something to be said about these two teams getting warmed up right now as Rob Nunnery takes the court, as does Judith Castillo, Johnson Cola, and Allie Phillips. Your second mixed doubles matchup coming up on the other side of this break.
My name is Itzmar, and this is the story of how I got my life back. In college, I injured my back swimming, and pain became so bad that I couldn't function. Treatment was solely focused on my lower back. I was worried that I was never going to get better. When I found HSS, it felt like I had found the cure to my pain. My doctor asked about my hips, as opposed to every other doctor that only asked about my back. HSS changed and saved my life.
The all-new Prius. Toyota. Let's go places.
And I said, Saturday, no one's here. Right? Are you getting this? So if he wants the invoice...
Water doesn't have to be boring. Turn it up with Cirkul. With over 40 delicious flavors and a dial that controls your intensity, Cirkul starts a party for your taste buds. No sugar, no calories, and no artificial flavors. Just good times. Cirkul. It's your water, your way. Try Cirkul at drinkcirkul.com.
Just a few hours ago, big news hit the pickleball scene as the 2024 schedule has been released between the PPA Tour as well as Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. You can check out their 2024 schedule. Looks like we've got a really fun year in store. course, you can find that whether it's on the Carvana PPA Tour or Major League Pickleball, or you can head to Instagram and find it from either one of them.
Yeah, and as I mentioned at the top of this match, Cam, I do believe these are the two, on paper, highest seeds in their group. So this match definitely matters as we get into the rest of pool play today.
Continuing to attack the Sincola backhand. Rob Nunnery is looking a little incognito right now in the all blue. Looks like he's part of the Blue Man group.
1-0.
Job controlling the kitchen from the 5. St. Louis eventually works their way forward, but some great hands from John Sincola.
1-1.
Rob Nunnery finds the forehand through the middle.
Yeah, nice job by Rob. Stepping over to his right, getting some spin down at the feet of Ali Phillips.
Pressure from the New Jersey Fives was consistent, just overhead after overhead.
Yeah, complete scramble point. St. Louis unable to get forward, but very nice job by the 5 staying with it.
Ali Phillips got herself going a little bit more in that gender doubles competition with that third shot drive, missing that long. Been hard for Sincola to kind of put the ball away on that side. You've seen just a few contacts that maybe just off the sweet spot. So hard to see over there.
3-3.
That could have gone wrong for Judith Castillo, but a really aggressive dink from her.
Yes, I think Ali Phillips needed one more step. She had a little more time than she thought. Either way, a very difficult ATP attempt.
Coming up next here on our championship court, the SoCal Hard Eights will take on the California Black Bears. In the grandstand, it will be Austin and Seattle, the ATX Pickleballers and the Seattle Pioneers.
5-4.
Bad luck, but right after John Sincola struck that return, he said watch it, as he knew it was floating short and Rob Nunnery was going to have a good opportunity to be aggressive, and that's exactly what we saw. Really, throughout, this is the 4th match now, really that's been the issue for both teams, is percentage of points making it to the kitchen. Lots of scramble points and lots of 2 up, 2 back throughout this match.
Do you think that's a product of the conditions or new location or more just the level?
Oh, I think it's quality controlling of the kitchen line from opponents, and I think it's the colder early morning conditions that are making it difficult for these players to find their best touch and feel. John Sincola exclaiming to himself to stay down. The man does not break form too frequently. Very efficient with his movement and some of the best technique of any player.
Played Division I tennis at the University of Illinois.
Yeah, that's a phenomenal cover from John Sincola, as all 4 players on the court knew Rob was going to speed that up, and his partner Allie Phillips was straddling the sideline, so John had a lot of court to cover.
They've been looking for that third shot drive. They finally found it, but couldn't convert.
Yeah, pretty reasonable first forehand from John, just couldn't get back to his backside to cover. Wow, incredible eye from Allie Phillips. Those are so difficult when you're trying to defend the ATP, to let that ball just go a couple inches wide. Nice job by her pulling the paddle back.
I think one of the interesting elements is, once you get to the professional level of the sport, is just understanding how good your thirds have to be. And some of the contacts we've seen have just been outrageous. The amount of touch that it requires is just stunning to me.
Yeah, harder and harder to make the ball bounce in front of your opponents. Everyone is, you know, taking all their edges, really reaching in and putting maximum pressure. Just different in so many ways than it was a couple years ago.
I also think there's something about, even if the ball bounces, it's the ability to keep it low and unattackable even off the bounce. I mean, like, you can bounce it within the kitchen, but if that thing's coming up and still attackable,
correct,
you're still giving plenty of room for your opponent to be the aggressor.
So they can't hit it out of the air, and it can't bounce up too high when it does bounce.
Exactly. That's a good example right there. A really nice cut from the back line, the baseline, and her ability to still find plenty of topspin. Allie Phillips, the aggressor, off the bounce.
Yeah, that's
fourth.
Exactly right. The technology with the paddles just allows, it'll never be strings, Cam, but it allows a little extra grip, and it completely changes some of the shots and some of the offense that you can create. So you gotta adapt, and you gotta move with the times and stay up with where the game is.
You're taking a look now out to the grandstand. Frisco, out to court number 4. And one of the most outrageous venues that you will see on the year. Just take a look from court 4 all the way over. Everyone in action now here at Major League Pickleball. I love this shot as we're going all the way across the venue. There's so much to be seen, whether you're heading down sponsorship row. Dallas, for about the next 12 days, is going to be the scene of pickleball's finest, and some of the finest fans as well.
Quality dink from Judith Castillo, forcing the air from Allie Phillips. All knotted up. Great drive from Rob Nunnery after that return floated. A little too much for Sincola. Couldn't come up with the first volley.
It was a really nice counter from Judith Castillo, about head level, to be able to get that ball down at the feet.
Yeah, you know John Sincola is going to put a lot of pressure on her way to weather that storm for Judith.
The rolling forehand winner from Nunnery.
Yeah, it's just great point construction from the shock. John Sincola out wide to his left. Nothing Allie Phillips can do, as she has to fill the gap up the middle. Rob just hit the perfect shot at the perfect time.
Tough to see, but I believe that ball was in bounds from Sincola. It was such a flat trajectory.
So Brandon Hubschman, the coach GM for St. Louis, said challenge, and Rob decided against it, I believe. I do think in real time it caught the line, but once again, awkward bounce in the midcourt on the return. Judith kind of muttering to herself a little bit. Got to keep those feet happy.
How different is the footwork from tennis to pickleball? I obviously know with the volley and whatnot, but I'm more curious from even the transition and baseline.
Yeah, tennis, you can hit the ball harder, but you have a little more time. You're much further away. So really intensifying incredibly small steps. You'll see just a lot more intense small step preparation for tennis. And I think if you do that too much in pickleball, you don't have the time and it causes problems. So being more efficient with your footwork in pickleball and maybe taking less steps but making more of an impact with those steps is the difference in my eyes between that and tennis.
Yeah, it makes you think of Ben Johns. Efficiency of footwork, never taking too many steps.
That is some high risk, high reward dinking from Allie Phillips. She is barely clearing the net and putting a lot of roll and pace on those angles.
I mean, she's playing aggressive from even the dink contact. Played from Rob Nunnery. I even like kind of the off-tempo ball from Sincola to try to get back into position, but Nunnery makes him pay.
Yeah, I think John was really hoping that was just going to go wide on that ball that was sitting up there, unable to get all the way back over to his left to cover that Nunnery drive.
What's interesting, too, is we only just saw one of the first lobs on this near side for Sincola. And Phillips, I anticipate with that much sun, you might have seen a handful more.
And the aggressive drop attempt does not.
Sincola just tosses his paddle. I wasn't sure if there was going to be a replay if it hit the bottom bar or not, but I don't believe it did.
Yeah, great scramble either way. But I'll tell you what, Judith Castillo, she might leave an occasional third and fifth high, but her scramble ability, her court coverage, and her movement is very high end, and she digs herself out of a lot of holes.
Saw the outstretch there from Judith Castillo.
That's nice angle power from John Sincola to finally put a ball away on the shock. Not an easy task, as we can see.
Taking some of the pace off, creating a lack of a bounce as Rob Nunnery now game point for the St. Louis Shock, looking to take this one home 4-0. Earn one more point. They're at rally scoring. Another side out for the St. Louis Shock. The second look now to game point.
And showing some real intensity there after that last ball. Rob Nunnery and Judith Castillo exchanging fist pumps and having some kind words for each other. Good team chemistry. Easy to do so when you have this lead.
out of bounds in the St. Louis Shock. We said it multiple times, the dream start, but the dream just continues on. Pick up the win 4-0 over the New Jersey Fives. That is a big win for the Shock.
Cam, this was not a cellar-dwelling team that they just beat 4-0. This was a semifinalist from MLP Atlanta. Very well done for the St. Louis Shock. A great start to their day.
Coming up next here on Championship Court, the California Black Bears will take on the SoCal Hard Eights. We cannot wait to see the rest of this challenger level through the first day of Season 2, event number 2 here in Dallas, Texas.
We will have a match here.
Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville is brought to you by Michelob ULTRA. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Cirkul, your water, your way. Knockaround Sunglasses, quality shades that won't break the bank. And by Margaritaville, escape to your personal paradise. Stay, play, live, and dine in Margaritaville.
Into it.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob ULTRA.
Dulce Vida. You are what you drink.
Dawn, you can give it a little.
I got one of them. I think there's another one more now, so I got that. So I'll bring this right back. Thanks, man.
Why are they playing?
They're playing.
Get them off the court. They're playing right now. It's not. They need to stick to the schedule.
Who's playing right now? For real? They started the match?
Get them off the court.
Can't get them off the court.
Huh?
Can't get them off the court.
The schedule says 12.
Brooks is saying that they want it out.
That's too bad. They set the schedule at 12. MSG goes on at 12. How do you mess up that bad? That's insane.
How fast can we get going, guys? Because they're not stopping us.
We're on their time, not ours. That's a big time mistake by Brooks. I don't know why you let that happen.
He just told them.
Okay.
So, like, at the conclusion of the match, then it's followed by 10 minutes.
Okay, all right.
I didn't know that.
Okay, well, I can try to see if I can talk to MSG.
That's right. Let's try to get the scorekeeper. Let's get something They changed something. I don't understand why. As soon as I can get a hold of my girlfriend, that'd be nice.
We're just going to start running it as soon as our commentators are ready to go.
2.
Welcome back to Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. Starting off, we got a little bit of a recap for you for this next matchup between the SoCal Hard Eights and the California Black Bears. I'm Cameron Irwin alongside Adam Stone. We have already had a handful of points played, actually the change of ends here in the first game, which starts with women's gender doubles. 11-7 is the score for the Black Bears, now on the far side of your screen. So Adam, give us a little recap as to what's taken place here in game one.
Exactly right. So the BLQK California Black Bears got off to a quick 5-0 start. The Hard Eights have come back, but that is really the difference, is that quick start from BLQK in this first match.
Radzikowska comes crashing down. She has been one of the stars at the challenger level for Major League Pickleball through both Season 1 and Season 2.
Yeah, 3 out of 4. On the winning team 3 out of 4 times. Yeah, pretty reasonable there from Eva.
That's Eva Radzikowska now with the serve, playing alongside Jana Newell to her right. Radzikowska, beautiful two-hand speed up off the bounce.
Yeah, last handful of points, too, have been very patient. All the ladies getting to the kitchen, several soft dinks. All about that decision-making and when to pull the trigger, because neither team from the kitchen line is giving too much. Not as many, maybe some obvious pop-ups that we saw in the first match. A little more in between whether to attack or play soft back to your opponents.
Well, if you're just joining us, we've been talking about Eva Radzikowska. She is one of the stars of this team for the SoCal Hard Eights. She's 43 years of age. She's won 54% of her points, and we mentioned it. She's playing alongside Jana Newell, who is somebody that comes from a great tennis background in her own right. The far side, we've got to introduce you. This is Alex Trong playing alongside Tina Pisnik. Tina Pisnik comes from the tennis space. As you now see Trong on screen, just 18 years old, but has a lot of force in her game. She was a part of the Miami Pickleball Club in season 1. Was picked up in the second round, 13th in season 2. That was a backhand overhead reset. You ever seen that?
Yeah, that was a very, very interesting point. As her partner was trying to call her off of the ball, I'm sure a lot of things going through Eva's mind on that shot. And you've seen Pisnik a couple times now from the left side, creating some offense with that backhand roll. She's a very consistent dinker. If she can combine that with some offense, watch out.
Man, a lot of pace right now from the kitchen line to kitchen line.
Yeah, all good. One of the easier balls of that rally. Unfortunately, the last ball for Jana Newell. Couldn't come up with it with the forehand into the net. A really nice drop from Tina Pisnik, forcing Eva Radzikowska to lose her balance just a bit.
That was the right time for Trong.
Yeah, I don't hate that decision from Trong at all to be offensive with that two-handed backhand. Can't make them all, but a quality point nonetheless. And Tina Pisnik not clearing her body in time, meaning that shot was right at her midsection. She didn't step hard enough to her left to get a good clean swing at that ball.
It's interesting. I would have thought with just how cold the conditions are this morning that there'd be a lot of up-tempo play, but it seems as if there's only been a little bit from our first match to our second, just in terms of the kind of drive and crash method.
That's one way to get it done. Leave it head high and then bail yourself out with some nice hands, Jana Newell.
I always love the accidental defensive lob winner.
Yeah, some of the best shots for sure. The ones that come off weird. Tough break there on the topspin roll drop. It's a good look for Jana Newell, though. She has to keep looking for that shot, one of her better ones.
Jana Newell out of Kansas City, Missouri.
It helps to be short at some points, the same thing for me. Sometimes those balls sail right over your head. Nice job, Jana Newell.
Yeah, she stands at just 5'2".
I think it's great that early in this match, the two right side smaller players are the ones looking for more offense, and the left side ladies are being more solid. Pretty funny, interesting dynamic out there.
Small package, but packs a punch.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. They can really hit it, both of them, with big one-handed forehands and two-handed backhands. plenty of pace.
Really nice job. Jana Newell getting into the kitchen. It all started with a beautiful drop from her.
That's right. I know she had missed that one, and I'm so glad that she stuck with it a point or two later. Nice job from her. Loose air from Alex Strong, and the hard eights creeping back into this match.
Also wild is just watching Strong. She's really not allowing for that ball to hit the ground, even at the kitchen. Look, watch how low she gets on some of these.
Yeah, she doesn't have the wingspan, so it's incredible balance and use of her lower body to get those shots. Yeah, Jana Newell, she is known for coming in hot, and she does not get cheated on those forehand swings.
We haven't said her name for a minute just because Jana's been kind of pinching middle, starting to get a bit more aggressive.
Jana Newell sticking with it. So good. Coming in hot, forehand or backhand. Wow, unbelievable finish there from the hard eights, who, to be honest with you, Cam, were basically down the entire match. Found a way those last minute or two to come up with some clutch points.
That is an outstanding comeback by the SoCal Hard Eights. You mentioned it, down 0-5 to start gender doubles and came storming back. Newell and Radzikowska put the SoCal Hard Eights on the board first. Coming up on the other side of this break, it's going to be men's gender doubles.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob ULTRA, superior light beer.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil signature paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. ProXR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Dulce Vida Tequila. Tequila, pure and simple.
The SoCal Hard Eights, the first to strike in their first match of the day versus the California Black Bears. You can see their current records because this is just their first match. Some big news on the side of the California Black Bears. A new name about to make his debut for Major League Pickleball. You can see how these two teams shape up in terms of their total team format. That's a good look at their team DUPRs 24-4-2 and 24-18. But Eric Palet making his Major League Pickleball debut. You can see him on the left side of your screen, and CJ Klinger, also one of the bright shining stars of the SoCal Hard Eights as they picked up the title in Atlanta.
Great hands from Todd Fote early on. And yes, I was able to get on court with Scarpa and Palet. And Scarpa a little more solid from the left, and Palet was pulling some triggers, and he's got some slippery offense game.
Anderson Scarpa, that is the partner to Eric Palet on the far side of your screen. Todd Fote playing alongside CJ Klinger.
That's right, the luscious lefty CJ Klinger capturing challenger MVP in MLP Atlanta.
I also got the GM of the SoCal Hard Eights as my broadcast partner. Plenty of insight here.
Both of these teams female heavy in the draft with their 1 and 2 selections, and then the fellas with the 3rd and 4th round. Always interesting to note team construction. Sometimes you go with that alpha man, sometimes you go with the strong ladies and fill out your roster with male players. Always interesting to see how these GMs construct the team, like I said.
So why did you do it that way?
Well, you have to look at the whole player pool, and I thought it was a little bit thinner on ladies on the back end. So if you can capture 2 quality women early, you're at a big advantage.
Palet sending up lob after lob after lob, showing he's got some defense.
Yeah, sometimes that's all you can do. Nice control of the kitchen line from the Hard Eights.
Patrolling with a nice one-hand backhand right through the middle.
Yeah, CJ Klinger a little ambitious, attacking up the line from the midcourt. For being so young, really good decision maker out there. Oh my goodness, I don't.
You talked about the decision making, but also you can see just how long his arms are as well. Really good at making sure he's reaching into that kitchen, dictating terms.
He's an inch taller every time I see him. And Eric Palet really coming in hot. His forward movement is quality and a lot of life in his paddle too. A lot of pop on his speed ups and counterattacks. And I said it right there, a little overcooked on that 3rd shot drive, but I like what I'm seeing from him early.
5-6.
I think it's also important to note what we saw from Todd Fote from Atlanta, which was just really steady play for him. He needed to come up with some big-time, consistent play, and it was a big part of that win for the SoCal Hard Eights.
Tough break off the tape there. Absolutely right about Todd Fote. His decision-making just seems to get better and better, and a couple of those loose, soft errors that happened a few months ago, you don't see near as many of those now, Cam. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Gosh darn it. That always happens. We shouldn't have talked about it. He set him up for failure. Sorry, Todd.
That's a great pull there from CJ Klinger. He tried the same thing up the line a few points ago. That time he puts the ball to the middle and catching his opponents off guard.
I have him at just 17 years old. Went from the 4th round to the 3rd. Only increased his value by about 3 spots, but I don't think that's indicative of where he could be in the future.
No question. I think both fellas, Fote and Klinger, definitely out-earned where they were drafted, and of course, a big part of the Hard Eight's success in Atlanta.
8-9.
A little fire in the afternoon in Dallas.
That's tough when you get in that exchange 4 or 5 shots and then you get a ball reset. You just want to fire it again, and that's what we saw from CJ Klinger.
It's a little bit of a crosswind at the back of Todd Fote right now going cross court as he misses this backhand dink.
Yeah, real similar situation to the ladies in the first gender match where the BLQK Bears in a pretty comfortable couple points ahead the whole time. We got Jimmy over there working with the BLQK Bears as their coach and GM. Of course, we have Richie Twazin as well, one of the more active owners in MLP. So they got a meeting of the minds over there on the side. They got some pickleball chops for sure.
Look out to the grandstand as well. There's Sam Query. Seattle and Austin facing off. Sam on that right side.
Yeah, the BLQK Bears right now, I think, handling some offense of the Hard Eights. See if the Eights can clean up a couple errors and have that offense work for them more so in the second half of this match. Gift is always welcomed, so maybe that can springboard them to a couple points here.
Curious if that ball's
out. Yeah.
I was going to say Todd looked to his partner CJ Klinger, the one to make the call.
Yeah, that's right. Todd looking straight down on it. Very tough call for him. That's very important that CJ Klinger make that call for him, and he does.
So the out of bounds call is going to be challenged by the Black Bears. I'm always intrigued by the way Anderson Scarpa kind of holds his paddle. It's really like point down paddle position, even on some of those backhand dinks versus cutting. The ball comes off the tip of his paddle more often than the edge of his paddle.
Yeah, and I normally have answers for you. And I was on court with him for 3 games, and I'm just watching him hit his drops and his dinks, and kind of has a, as we see the replay right here, clearly wide. He doesn't have much of a roll. It's kind of a poke with the backhand, but it comes at you from an awkward position. I was trying to figure it out myself. I could not do so.
Yeah, it's just hard visually to kind of pick up the read on it. You're so used to seeing something one direction, so at times if you start to see a different type of technique, it can definitely throw off some of your counters and even trying to figure out where they're sending those dinks.
Right, and we have an answer.
Call in the court stands, ball out of bounds.
Yeah, and let's see here. Paylett not making many errors and playing a strong game right now. Let's see where these shots go from the Eights to the BLQK Bears.
Just a 1-point game. Paylett reaching in. He's got some fast feet right now. He's working even back to the baseline quickly, ready to serve.
Yeah, great lean in from him, using that forehand, kind of jamming up to the left hip of CJ Klinger. Great spot.
There's that little poke you were talking about.
That's right, and I think that if you put that with a little more pace, CJ Klinger would have been on it. Nice job by him, taking a little off that speed up.
I think that's one of the hardest parts of like high-level pickleball is how counterintuitive it is to actually speed up but slow down your speed ups.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how hard or well you hit it. If it's the same every time, these guys will be on it.
Another good ball from Eric Paylett.
Yeah, tough break for Fote. He got kind of caught in the mid-court. Instead of dropping that ball, goes with more of a power shot and pays the price. But yeah, I would have initially I'd put more balls on Paylett, but right now maybe Scarpa's their guy. Let's see if they can find him, maybe get a few errors or pop-ups. And right on cue, backhand dink into the net.
Just like that, the SoCal Hard Eights just within one. I mean, he just got handcuffed. A little chicken wing action from Palet.
Oh yeah, I think Scarpa's the guy right now. Palet is up to the task so far in this match.
That just hung up enough, kind of feet off the ground for Folk.
Yeah, he was in the slightly defensive position and couldn't get back all the way to line to be offensive. Nice play from CJ Klinger, keeping the pressure on Anderson Scarpa, able to force the error on the last ball. Go time for the eights. Oh, tough break as that ball was going to sail long. Fote trying to communicate that to Klinger. Unfortunately was right in his swing. Yeah, it's a good eye and a nice talk there from the eights as Scarpa definitely had a decent look at that forehand, just couldn't get it down.
Scarpa continues to try and utilize that poke backhand. Klinger was on it, but
that's right. It's the second ball that's been really impressive on some of these exchanges from Scarpa the last couple of minutes on that next ball after the initial speed up nicely.
Good ball from Scarpa. He keeps changing his location. He found one through the middle, then through the line. And it's funny, I feel like we need to come up with a term for the counter to the counter, because in reality, when you think about where pickleball has gone, it used to be that the counter was just so destructive, but now it's the speed up is the setup shot, preparing for that next ball coming back off the counter. That's so important.
That's right, all about the combinations, and a lot of these combinations aren't even necessarily two-shot. It could extend to 3-4 shot combinations, and that's what it takes these days. So I think it's a smart timeout, but I think the key there, as you mentioned, Cam, it's not the earth-shattering spin or pace from the Scarpa backhand. It's the fact that he's going to different spots. He has found the left hip of CJ Klinger. He has pushed that ball up the line a handful of times, forcing Klinger into some tough counterattacks. So a nice job from Scarpa creating some offense after a couple loose dink errors. Good adjustment from him.
You just don't want to dink, just attack.
Pretty reasonable.
It might be my form of pickleball, to be quite honest with you. I don't want to dink. That was a look at game point for the California Black Bears. The SoCal Hard Eights are going to have some room to work, though, as the Black Bears are now at side-out scoring. Tough, just couldn't get off the baseline.
That's exactly right. I believe that return caught the baseline. Eights just never had a good opportunity to get forward. That's a great ball from Todd Fote, catching Scarpa in the transition zone at his left foot and creeping back into it.
17-20. And one more for the SoCal Hard Eights. Make it 18. We've seen wilder things in Major League Pickleball.
Tough break. Todd Fote making a read, looking to be offensive the middle. And I don't hate the decision, just a fantastic forehand from Anderson Scarpa to not allow him to do so.
From Todd Fote.
Yeah, great job from Todd Fote, showing some real energy to his partner. Todd missed one or two of those two-handers earlier. He knew exactly what to do with that one.
They continue to inch their way. 19-20.
Nice job by Scarpa, who kind of was a mini scorpion. Mini scorpion, but
mini Tommy.
Yeah, it was a good shot from CJ, so well done. He went for that one, Cam.
That was for a body bag.
Yeah, that's right. He said, well, let's go.
I told you, we don't dink.
Oh, CJ. Yeah, the look on his face. He doesn't show a lot of emotion out there, but he wanted that one badly. And a spin from Fote. Scarpa just not able to get forward these last couple points.
And because we're tied up 21-all, it still remains rally scoring. If you're just joining us for the first time, and look at this. The SoCal Hard Eights.
Oh my goodness, this is literally a carbon copy of the women's match.
Oh man, CJ Klinger just showed why it was the MVP of Atlanta.
Well, you got to give CJ Klinger a ton of credit, and you have to give Scarpa credit for just sticking with it and firing that ball to a great spot on Todd Fote to win the point. My goodness.
Wilder, we're going to have a reserve here. The wrong score called. 22-all.
Oh, I thought he had him. That would have been a tough one. But sail's about a foot long. What a match.
So another chance for the SoCal Hard Eights to go up 2-0. Oh, trying to climb the ladder.
And I think that CJ thought Scarpa was going to attack that ball. He does not. Puts it soft at the feet of CJ.
Going the distance right now, 24-23. Both teams have had multiple chances to take this second game. And it's Palet in his Major League Pickleball debut that gets the Black Bears knotted up at 1 apiece with the SoCal Hard Eights.
Yeah, that's the difference in the match for me. Palet, I think he missed one return, might have been his only unforced error, and had some very quality hands throughout as well. So kudos to him. 1-1, Cam.
Man, that was a fun one. Men's gender doubles ties the score between these two teams in their first match of the day. Eric Palet might be one of the shining stars right now for the Black Bears, as we will head off to mixed doubles on the other side of this break.
through DUPR.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Islay botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
But one apiece here on Championship Court. The SoCal Hard Eights are facing off against the California Black Bears. Jana Newell getting warmed up right now, as is Todd Fote. We'll find out who our mixed doubles teams are and who might find themselves with a 2-1 advantage. Again, we will play all 4 of these games regardless.
Yeah, and actually haven't had a chance to see him play a lot, but Pellet has had some of his better results on the PPA Tour in mixed doubles, actually. Played great in gender right there. Let's see what he has in store for us for mixed. Had a couple quality results with Rihanna Valdez early in his career.
Well, Pellet now switches from the right to the left side of the court. I should have asked the question, why Fote on the left in gender doubles with CJ Klinger? Klinger just likes the right?
Oh, well, the lefty. The lefty-righty.
Oh, that makes sense.
The
Sorry,
lefty-righty
thank you.
combination.
That's
yeah.
right.
Jana Newell plugging the gap in the middle nicely as Todd Fote was confused by that Alex Strong speed up.
Yeah, Strong off the bounce through the middle. A little body bag on Pellet.
Yeah, big hands from Todd Fote, and Alex Strong is going to have to find that balance of patience and aggression. If she gets too frivolous with her speed ups, she's going to pay the price against this team. Almost got that sentence out clean, but couldn't quite do it.
Nice little scorpion from Alex Strong, dropping down, paddle coming over the top of her head.
Yeah, she knows it's coming when Todd Fote gets a ball that sits up. It's going to be offensive, and she was up to the task on that one.
You know, it's funny, we always talk about Vivian David and her hip mobility and just how low she can get at the kitchen line. Alex Strong has done a really nice job of the same thing. Nice little combination.
I mean, that's mixed doubles right there. That is lots of movement at the kitchen line. Guys looking to be offensive and make a presence, and the girls weathering the storm with good dinks and blocks. Nice first volley from Jana Newell, which, as we've seen throughout the day, a good first volley on that far side with the sun in your face is a quality shot, because we've seen a lot of errors.
I always think it's funny too, because that fourth shot, sometimes it's not about necessarily adding the pace. Sometimes it's even more a friend to you, which we just saw to Alex Strong, just taking some of that pace off, making that reset through the transition zone. Having to add pace is extremely challenging on some of those resets.
Definitely. Yeah, absolutely true. You really just want to be in that position where you can pick your spot and do both when the situation calls for it. Just not easy to do. Todd Foth there was thinking maybe he would find some offense as that ball stood up. He went with the dink, left it high, and Alex Strong, nice job by her, making him pay. Good eye. I think the hard eights, that was a little closer than they were hoping. That ball only sailed an inch or two long. Either way, nice lead from Jana Newell.
5-6.
Bad luck. I like what happened there as Jana Newell goes for the Ernie. Todd Foth comes over to the middle with the forehand, but clips the tape, sits up, and Palet drops the hammer.
Maybe some indecision there for Jana Newell.
Yeah, I think so.
Sometimes you can just see it. You know what I mean?
You can physically see it. You're absolutely right. I think we watch enough pickleball that we can pick up on those things. There's a nice spot from Foth. Can't blame Palet for leaning to the middle with the forehand after the high dink from Trong. Nice job, Todd Foth finding that back hip. Nice serve from Jana Newell wide.
9-6.
They've gone to the drive twice, and it has yet to work. They've had errors on both of them on the California Black Bears.
That's right. High risk, high reward. That's for sure.
You still have to have it in there.
Yeah, you gotta strike a little fear. It's the same thing with those mid-court shots. You gotta have a little bit of both. Take the pace off, add the pace when the situation calls for it. Nice put away power from Todd Foth.
Having a hard time trying to find Jana Newell right now. She hasn't seen as many balls come in her direction. Foth's done a nice job patrolling through the middle, just in the last handful of points. There's Jana Newell.
There she goes. That's exactly right. It was kind of a half-hearted shot up the middle from Alex Strong, and as we saw in gender doubles, Jana Newell loves coming forward with aggression.
It's about the third or so speed up too we've seen from Trong off the bounce on the forehand side where she sent it through the middle.
That's right, yeah. And it's, I get that, that's a spot trying to force that ball to Newell, but she's got to be careful because that forehand does damage. So if he gets that paw over there and intercepts that ball, they're going to be in big trouble. But also, tough for her to go behind Todd Foth and attack him on that backhand side as well. Let's see if she can figure it out.
Trong has had quite the story. I mentioned her youthful age. She was a high school tennis player, was actually the district player of the year for 3 years in high school in Virginia before she decided to go homeschooled so that she could travel around and play pickleball professionally. Said she's made so many great friends in pickleball. She doesn't feel like she's missing out on too much having gone to high school and now on the homeschool path. She was the #1 female and overall player in Virginia. #1 17-year-old as well at that point. Top 5 in northern mid-Atlantic region.
That's
bad luck there off of the tape. But either way, the BLQK Bears now 3-point lead and quality momentum heading into the second half of this match. That's a big drive from Eric Palet. Alex Strong just a little too late going for the poach, but I like the decision for her to be offensive with that ball.
Paylett replaces Marshall Brown for the California Black Bears after the shuffle draft occurred in October.
Nice job by Todd Fote digging that ball from Paylett, forcing the BLQK Bears to hit one more.
And this time it's Yana Newell. Instead of getting pushed out wide off the bounce, she's a bit more in the middle of her side. Look at this. Speeds up. Beautiful.
Yeah, not a lot of deception. Just hard, strong, power pace ball, cross court. Just too much.
Ducking out of the way, and I thought that may have hit corner pocket. It's called out of bounds.
Yeah, they're going to challenge. Okay, I think it's a good time. Either way, it's always tough on those balls because it was a slight mishit from Todd Fote. So I always talk about that when the ball, these players are so locked in and so good, it comes at them at a certain eye level, they are going to let that ball go. But when it is not struck cleanly, that's when the awkwardness comes in, and sometimes those balls drop in, and we'll just have to see with the replay if that one caught or not.
So they're going to challenge this call again, whether the ball in or out of bounds. See if we can get it queued up for you.
See Scarpa talking to Paylett, and Fote and Newell have been chatting throughout this entire break. So good to see the communication and the open lines of strategy between these players.
It's always fun, too, when these two ownership groups face off between Richie and Tim. These two.
Yeah, Richie Twas and Tim Parks. It's kind of friendly, not friendly competitiveness. Oh,
they're on the same side chatting right now.
Yeah, just a little chirping. I'll have to say, Tim and myself, we had a couple pints with Richie Twazen last night, and there was some light banter going on for sure.
Oh, man. Good friends, both coming from the world of investment banking, Tim Parks and Richie Twazen. Over, get this, 22 years of investment experience. That's pretty impressive from Richie.
I'd say so.
Justin Watson, also a part of the Black Bears ownership group.
I mean, this is a big call.
After video review, the call on the court is overturned. The ball was in.
You said it, corner pocket, Cam. You were right.
I thought it looked like it. I don't know. So ball in bounds. That's our first overturned call of the day.
Time in. 13-12.
And the clipping the tape seals the deal, but he had him beat either way on the backside of Eric Paylett. And man, Yana Newell tried to call Todd off that ball in the middle of the point. Unsuccessful. That's the blueprint for the eights. Consistent, aggressive dinking from Yana Newell, and then Todd Fote cleaning up. Just great mixed doubles pickle from the eights.
I mean, they haven't really moved Todd off of his spot yet. They haven't done a whole lot of dinking behind him in the last handful of points.
Well, I would say at all. And we've seen Yana Newell misdirect those cross-court dinks from Alex Strong straight ahead quite a few times to Paylett.
just is making it tough for Alex Trong to really get to Yana Newell dinking cross court.
Yeah, and we've seen that a couple of times now too, that Trong not necessarily wanting to stay in that pattern too long, firing away, and Yana Newell up to the task with the counterattacks.
This time it's Palet.
Yeah, that was a very quality ball from Palet. Low with spin. A pretty good swing from Yana Newell, but the ball just too low. She couldn't get down on it.
That is a big point for the Black Bears. They finally got Yana Newell off that kitchen line and slightly uncomfortable, but it was Palet that got involved somehow.
Yeah, huge point. All four players slowly walking back to their positions after that one. And also twice that point, Alex Strong going behind Todd Fote with her dink. So just a little bit of everything on that point, and you know I like those.
You're just a big buffet guy.
Yeah.
Big buffet
well,
guy.
I don't want, yeah, I mean, come on.
You want a little pizza, a little pasta, a little salad.
Get it all.
You get froyo at the end, soft serve.
Gummy bears.
That was the perfect shot.
Yes, I mean, I absolutely thought he was going to go with an inside-out soft dink to the left side of Palet, and he whips through the ball up the middle. Neither opponent really moving a muscle, just so well disguised from Todd Fote.
The SoCal Hard Eights up 18-15. The three-point advantage. Again, these two teams tied at one apiece. So you can imagine this first mixed doubles competition can definitely help in terms of some momentum. We have yet to see a dream breaker, but who knows as you take a look now at Todd Fote.
Yeah, and I think really the difference in the second half of this match is Todd is just slightly more involved offensively than Palet. So Yana Newell is doing a little bit better job than Alex Strong, being consistent, moving the ball around and allowing Todd to get his paw on the ball and put that thing away.
Fote came from tennis as well as so many of these athletes. Played at Weber State University.
Palet showing some frustration there as that slice return from Newell just floated up there, forcing Palet to create all of his own pace. A tough break. 2 loose drops there from Todd Fote. He's shaking his head. He knows he needs to clean that up.
A massive play from Trong and Palet. Some incredible defense from the baseline as then she snakes up to the kitchen, finds a little shot up the line at Fote.
That's right. He went for the Ernie, but she was up to the task to defend it. Great point, all 4 players. That's really bad luck there from Palet as that ball clips the tape. But I'll tell you what, on that previous point, Cam, when your opponents are back for like 15 shots and then they get forward and get back to neutral, it is such a spirit-breaking situation. It's really tough mentally to get back into that point.
The SoCal Hard Eights with the game point, 21-18. They are now up 2-1 over the California Black Bears. Uh-oh. The Black Bears are in a bit of a position right now. They've got to find the second mixed doubles competition. We'll have more coming to you from Dallas on the other side of this break. Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville is brought to you by the Botanist Islay Dry Gin, the gin that speaks to a place. Skechers, experience comfort on the court with Skechers Pickleball. Nobilo, New Zealand's finest Sauvignon Blanc. And by Margaritaville, escape to your personal paradise. Stay, play, live, and dine in Margaritaville.
And I said, Saturday, no one's here. Right? Are you getting this? So if he wants the invoice.
Water doesn't have to be boring. Turn it up with Cirkul. With over 40 delicious flavors and a dial that controls your intensity, Cirkul starts a party for your taste buds. No sugar, no calories, and no artificial flavors. Just good times. Cirkul. It's your water, your way. Try Cirkul at drinkcirkul.com.
What's your DUPR?
My name is Itzmar, and this is the story of how I got my life back. In college, I injured my back swimming, and pain became so bad that I couldn't function. Treatment was solely focused on my lower back. I was worried that I was never going to get better. When I found HSS, it felt like I had found the cure to my pain. My doctor asked about my hips, as opposed to every other doctor that only asked about my back. HSS changed and saved my life.
Tina Pisnik is taking the court, playing alongside Anderson Scarpa, the California Black Bears, in a must-have situation against the SoCal Hard Eights. Eva Radzikowska and CJ Klinger are their opponents. Cameron Irwin in the booth alongside Adam Stone. Just the second match of the day here on Championship Court for the challenger level for Major League Pickleball. We've already seen just really impressive play, and it's fun to watch the growth of this sport, not just in numbers, but also in skill set. The challenger level from the beginning of this year to this point looks very different.
Oh, yes. The points, the construction, the cleanness, and the lack of unforced errors just makes it so much more enjoyable to watch. I love it. And for me in this match, Cam, it's all about the fellas. I think even though Pisnik relatively new to the sport, the ladies are pretty rock solid. Which guy is going to be able to create havoc and impose their will more? That is going to be the factor for me.
Mr. Turin, one of the other hard elements of Major League Pickleball is the fact that you get on and off the court. Not a whole lot of warm-up time to get back out there. Changes and challenges these athletes in a different way. Jeez, Anderson Scarpa looked like he was yielding a shovel, scooping up just about everything.
Yeah, nice pressure from the eights. Quality defense, though, like you said, forcing them to hit 4 or 5 shots, but they're able to come up with all of them. Tough break there, right off the tape from the Pisnik backhand. No chance for Eva to get up there and get that ball.
Nice job from Scarpa, recognizing the fill from Eva Radzikowska towards the middle, opening up the cross court.
Yeah, there's the poke again. We saw him have some real success with that backhand in men's doubles, and he's carrying it over early in mixed.
Anderson Scarpa, you can see he's already kind of starting at each point well between that center line.
Just wide on the drop, but that's going to be a factor for Radzikowska. How great topspin backhand roll dink, but also a great speed up. Can she find the right balance of being consistent and putting pressure on? And Scarpa tapping his chest, letting his partner know he did overextend in the middle. That will happen to time in mixed, but I like to see him being aggressive early.
Wow, that's a rarity, trying to short hop that ball as Anderson Scarpa, and it actually just gets caught between his paddle and the ground.
Yeah.
That's an extreme short hop. So if you're having to deal with Anderson Scarpa poking that ball and doing a really nice job kind of moving it, whether it's going up the line or more towards the middle, how might you prepare in terms of your paddle position if you're getting ready to counter him?
Sure, you just have to know that you're not expecting him to do that, because his technique looks the same on the dink. A lot of times when they're going to roll the ball, they drop that paddle head. So you have to be very, very ready, knowing that his dink and that little no backswing poke can come at you at any moment. So preparing, maybe it's not necessarily the paddle position, but it's just being very aware and knowing that he can dink or attack from the same position.
Ooh-wee, Anderson Scarpa with an ATP that was about maybe an inch off the ground for the entirety of it.
And really, Anderson Scarpa is playing big early in this match. Most of his results in standard tournaments have been on the gender double side, so it's really nice to see him playing big and mixed.
The ball off the top of the net goes in favor of Eva Radzikowska. I'm impressed with that Pisnik backhand, though.
Yes, she just flipped it with the wrist right down at the feet. Nice lob from CJ. Really just quality shots from all the players there. Yeah, that's a great dipping drive from CJ Klinger. You know, maybe not as elite power as some of these other athletes, but his combination of power and spin is very good. Oh, great dig from Eva Radzikowska as she was in about as bad of a spot as you can be in.
8-9 for the SoCal Hard Eights.
Yeah, you think she played a little tennis in her day with that first volley right there?
Yeah, but I'm curious, with the ladies playing straight up, where should you look for that third shot drive? That's tough. Usually you go through the middle, but
Yeah, and you're right, because we had 2 lefties in the first match playing each other men.
Yeah.
So it was flip-flopped, but standard. This is the opposite situation where you have the fellas heads up from each other and the ladies. So it is definitely a different dynamic, and you have to adjust your spots on your drops, like you said, and definitely your speed-ups at the kitchen line. So we have Jana Newell chatting with Eva. And Jana Newell is a very sharp mind for the game. It's been fun to talk through some of these matches with her, and she has some really good strategic chops and a nice game plan going into these matches. So I'm sure she has some great words for Klinger and Radzikowska. But yeah, for the BLQK Bears, just Tina continued to be her solid self, and Scarpa find that balance of putting that offense in play. He has overextended a couple times. Let's see if he can make those good decisions out there and keep it going. Nice speed up there from Radzikowska, as Pisnik a little early on that last backhand counter, sailing it wide.
Pisnik on some of those counters right now, covering about 30% of the court, just really sitting backhand heavy.
A really nice quick 2 points for the 8s out of the end change, and they are definitely have some pep in their step.
SoCal Hard 8's not looking like Icarus right now, doing a nice job on the sunny side. CJ Klinger.
Way to get in there, CJ. Some really nice offense 2 points ago, and then a great step to his left. And like I said, every time I see the kid, he's an inch taller, and you saw the wingspan right there.
So how long do you think that wingspan or arm span is?
I mean, so I got to put him at about 6'2", and I'm saying I'm going 6'5" on the wingspan. I'll tell you what, because I know it's supposed to be about the exact same, but that's just not the case for some of these guys and gals. It just seems like they're all arms and legs, and they can just reach in and create offense from so many different spots.
You know, it's so funny because it reminds me. Hayden Patrick-Quinn, right? We always talked about just how swaggy he is and his own style. He's got his very, we'll just say, he puts it out there. It is very clear. He's got a lot of swagger. I think CJ Klinger, he has the most like under the radar swagger after Atlanta.
Yeah, closet swag. He's got he gets the sunnies, you know, he gets the shades going, and he's in his element out here. Let's go, young buck. Yeah, I think that is probably not the speed up from Scarpa, who was a foot or two off of the kitchen line and speeding up off the bounce. Nice Eva Radzikowska. Some pretty quality spin from Scarpa, but Eva getting on top of every single one of those counters and putting them down. That's a nice step over to his right to protect Pisnik, transitioning forward from Scarpa. Very quality first volley. Nothing Eva can do.
Pisnik, again, we haven't mentioned enough, but tennis professional. Really impressive career. It's been fun to watch just her ascent. She played tennis from 1990 to 2005. Her highest singles ranking got as high as number 29 in January of 2004.
Wow, great drive. Yeah, 29. Very, very good.
She was introduced to pickleball just in November of 2022. So just been a year. She's already up here playing professionally. CJ with a little no good. See, that's what I'm talking about. Hayden Patriquin had the no good finger. He's got the no good noggin.
Yeah, you're just kind of like, what are you doing, man? That's not there. All good there from the 8. That offense has just paid big dividends after the end change. So doesn't work one time. You do not let your foot off the gas. Keep going.
SoCal Hard Eights again up 2-1. So if they pick up this this fourth game, they would pick up the match. The California Black Bears had a big comeback. We might find ourselves in a dream breaker.
Yeah, it's gonna take a lot at this point, as the 8s have been on fire the last 5 minutes.
Extended rally the direction of the California Black Bears. They need a couple more of those.
Yeah, great initial counter from Tina Pisnik.
Taking a look now at the Margaritaville kitchen cam.
Yeah, CJ Klinger really talking to himself there. Don't see that too frequently. Frustrated he couldn't come up with that last forehand. Once again, Radzikowska getting her counterattacks down on the backhand and the forehand side. Great job from her. Yeah, once again, I like the play with the drive there with Pisnik transitioning. CJ Klinger has caught the tape a couple times, but I expect him to continue.
(18-20). Again, the California Black Bears looking to find a few more.
Down again. That drop from Scarpa floating, and Radzikowska. I know I sound like a broken record, but just so impressive to get on top of these shots and put them at her opponent's feet.
And there it is, the SoCal Hard Eights picking up the win, 3-1.
Just really competitive matches. The Black Bears had leads in almost every match. It came down to a couple points in each one of the two genders in mixed matches. So second match of the day and a very quality one. Congrats to the Hard Eights, and still a lot of work to be done for the BLQK Bears. A lot of tournament left.
Lots of matches still to come. We'll hopefully get a chance to talk with our winners.
The all-new Prius. Toyota. Let's go places.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going...
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Welcome back to MLP by Margaritaville. My partner in crime, Cameron Irwin, down with two members of the SoCal Hard Eights. Take it away, Cam.
Turn on the microphone. Microphone needs to be turned on.
It's coming back to me.
No, microphone needs to be turned on. God. Turn the microphone.
It's coming back to me.
Yeah, go ahead, Adam. Sorry. Turn the microphone. Take over,
And for you, Todd, on the other side, what was so off against this team that was very dangerous? When you look at the roster, a couple unknowns, including Eric Palett, just in terms of what he brings to the table and having to face off against that duo.
Yeah, I think they finished third or fourth in the last MLP. They're an awesome team. It was a really tough first match, and we were all super nervous. It's going to be a lot better, a lot cleaner in the next one. Yeah, excited to keep going.
Now, it's so fun having won in Atlanta, now back in another Major League Pickleball event. What was the conversation like for this team coming into this tournament? Was it going, hey, we're going back-to-back, or is it just about playing clean pickleball?
No, right from the draft, we wanted to win all three, so winning one is nothing. So we're just, even if we win this one, we're not done.
I was going to say, Emma, do you agree with that sentiment? You're going for all three?
Oh, I couldn't agree more. This is why we are here, right? This is just the beginning.
All right, well, congratulations to both of you picking up the first win for the SoCal Hard Eights. We'll have more Major League Pickleball coming on the other side of this break.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob ULTRA, superior light beer.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals in back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil signature paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. ProXR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Dulce Vida Tequila. Tequila, pure and simple.
where they're coming back, because we can't just be like, oh, all of a sudden them starting. Like, they just keep going.
Hey, are you holding the rest? You didn't put him in there?
Okay. That's fine. Well, as long as there's a time.
There's one right on the trailer.
I know. I'm asking if I can move it.
So if we can get like a 2 minutes.
What? Well, I thought we told them when you. That's what
That's
I've
how
always
it was
done.
supposed to be. But they completed it. Well, they completely.
Today?
Yeah. Brooks completely. I don't
We
know.
started late. The one.
Yeah, and Zach lost his phone. He's like, this is so stupid. Why would I do this? And I'm like, yeah, I agree. I was just, Zach's like, this, I guess, just far for the course for this week. And I'm like, yeah. So, I just want a time limit, like at least 2 minutes, so I can get them back in the room.
Hey, Randy, if you can have the refs give us 2 minutes. Or switch it up when they're going to start. Switch it. Switch it.
Alright, we're trying to build better communication with the court. We're going to try to give you at least a 2-minute warning before we're coming back.
Congratulations, Royce. You did it, Royce.
What happened?
I hit all runs.
Oh.
Vegas Sphere hit a baseball.
Dude, I was there. That sphere.
That thing's cool, isn't it?
It's so cool. It is actually.
Yeah, I want to go there.
Well, like,
Make
no,
that
I mean,
work
have you
for
guys seen inside it?
Well, I've seen videos.
So beautiful. And like the immersion, like we went and watched a thing called Postcard from Earth, and like you feel like you're just in a pod with a bunch of people like exploring a planet. It's pretty insane.
Yeah, this internet is trash.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. So we're gonna try to get you guys a 2-minute warning before they come back. I guess that's gonna be the best we can offer right now for today. Tomorrow we'll make sure for sure they're gonna be back on their time block schedule. Just a massive miscommunication on the tournament side. So, all right. Thank you. I'll let you guys know.
We didn't have the live music before.
Oh yeah, no, it's I kicked it in the full gear on the live views, and the live views doing all right.
was hot before they opened that door. Here also, see, I'm sitting on the metal chairs.
Still, it's colder. 5 matches today.
That helps a lot right there.
Is he back on court? Is he back on court?
Randy?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's on court. Yeah. Can you ask him how much? Hey, can you ask him how much I get? 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Yep.
All right, we got 2 minutes until we're back.
2 minutes, Gabriel.
Maybe you can go for 6.
I'm seriously setting 2 minutes, Royce.
How we looking, crew?
Or MLP Dallas. Under 2 minutes. Under 2 minutes.
I'll catch you guys in.
AB, you're going to have to put your password in. This is timing out so fast.
It's Boxcar 44, capital B, capital C.
Royce, I'm going to count you back in.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right.
Hey, Sam.
90 seconds.
What's up? Thanks for not putting the battery back on the carry fitter.
Hey, what? Oh, sorry.
No, I don't know.
My bad.
That's what I have up just
You
in
ask
case.
Randy once he knows who's doing what. Like, is it men's?
Hey, Randy, so you know who's playing.
Sorry, Matt.
My bad.
Looks like they might be sighting that right now.
All right, 1 minute.
1 minute away.
1 minute?
I want you to bring.
Hands first.
I just want you to lead this shot, Bryce, and then I want you to bring that down and bring the match.
45.
45.
Tell 5. Stay wide.
Okay, 5, go wide for me.
Stay wide on the court. Just hold that lock
Lock
there.
it right there.
For now. We'll let you know. Hold it there.
30 seconds.
So we're into the match title.
Yes. Bring that down. Match title. Hey, Royce, and then as soon as the match title goes down, the big one go to 5.
15 seconds.
Probability.
Okay.
No.
15.
15.
10. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're back.
Welcome back to Dallas, Texas for Season 2 of Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. We get set for our third match of the day on Championship Court. It's the Las Vegas Night Owls facing off against the Milwaukee Masters. Both of these teams have seen action today and both have taken a loss. So looking to get on the winner's side of the record. That is the goal for both of these teams right now. Cameron Irwin alongside Adam Stone and some new faces out on Championship Court. Can't wait to get you introduced to all 4 of our parties. But take a look at this. The win probability, a perfect 50-50. But Milwaukee Masters, a little bit of a mashup of their roster and lineup as we head into Dallas. Callan Dawson back in the mix, now playing alongside one of the most creative in the game. Tell us a little more about Callan Dawson.
Oh, Callan Dawson, one of the bigger snubs in Season 1, just an absolute rock of the game for over half a decade. And his buddy, DJ Young, they used to live in the same place down in Encinitas, California. They used to play a lot of tournaments together, very comfortable with each other's games. And DJ Young is a much different player than he was 2 or 3 years ago. So I expect this to be a dynamic duo.
There's a good look at DJ Young, and you're very, very right. DJ Young is a very different player than he once was. Also, congratulations to him, newly engaged. So, fun times for DJ Young.
Oh, I did not know that. How did I not know that? And you did, Cam. You sneaky snake. You sneaky snake.
I got all the skills. I got all the insight. Come on now. Just felt right, Adam. It just felt right. Callan Dawson out of San Diego, California. You know, I don't think there's anyone that is more willing to drill for more than 3 hours at a given time than Callan Dawson.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I mean, well, he doesn't miss a lot of soft stuff, that's for sure. And he does not, even though his parents are legends of the game, Jen and Steve Dawson, he does not have a tennis background. He has a baseball background, and he has a very unique style, and I expect to see some great things from him today.
Now, for the Milwaukee Mashers, we've mentioned two of the names. There's Callan Dawson as well as DJ Young. For the ladies to round out this team, it's Rihanna Valdez and Riley Bonhart. What do we know?
Well, she is moving in as well, so we have two new faces for the Milwaukee Mashers, and it makes a good bit of sense as they were unable to get into past pool play in the previous event. And the Las Vegas Night Owls, no changes in their roster, which is not shocking at all because they were the runner-ups in that previous event in Atlanta.
So as you see Riley Bonhart on screen, you mentioned being runners-up in Atlanta for the Las Vegas Night Owls. That is a stacked team, and you also see Rihanna Valdez warming up, a part of the Milwaukee Mashers.
Yeah, she's one of those, kind of like Pisnik, where she hasn't been playing too long, but she just settles in with the blocking, the soft stuff, the dinking, and she seems like a veteran out there with her game style.
So on the opposition, Susanna Barr, Emily Ackerman, Spencer Smith, and Yates Johnson. This is a very rowdy team in terms of showcasing their emotion, getting out there, letting them really utilize that as one of maybe their greatest strengths, along with some spectacular play. Even on the women's side, you think of Susanna Barr and Emily Ackerman, like that's a dangerous duo.
Yeah, and a recurring theme with a lot of these challenger teams is taking two ladies first. That's exactly what the Las Vegas Night Owls did, and they have a very, very well-rounded team. There is not a lot of holes or weaknesses to pick on with this squad, and that makes a lot of sense that they were able to make the final match in MLP Atlanta.
Well, we mentioned both of these teams looking for their first win of the day. The Las Vegas Night Owls faced off against the New York Hustlers in their first match, and it was an 0-4 loss to the New York Hustlers. For their opponents, the Milwaukee Mashers, they played the LA Mad Drops and took a loss. With some of the names on the Mad Drops, it's interesting. Gabe Tardio, Andrea Silstrom, Sierra Gayton-Leach returns after having her first little one. Congratulations her, as well as Allison Harris, one of the bright shining stars of Atlanta, who played at the premier level. Picked up, she wasn't even in the challenger level, goes and plays for the premier level and was lights out.
Yeah, that's right. The Mad Drops with 3 people new on their team, and you will see that much more in challenger than premier, as challenger is kind of the less known commodities, lots of switch ups in the shuffle draft, whereas premier play is pretty much set, and much less frequently do we have adjustments in the team roster.
Major League Pickleball is made up of 12 teams in the challenger level, 12 teams in the premier level. That's 48 total players in each level, making a beautiful total at 96.
Mm-hmm. Math on point, Cam.
Thanks, Adam. I've been working on it, you know. So far side of your screen, getting those body weight squats in, DJ Young.
Oh, yeah. I was talking to him yesterday. I still can't believe that man didn't tell me he was engaged. We were talking about how he's...
It was on social media. Where are you?
Oh, you know, I only get on there occasionally. Yeah, that's social media.
You also have a newborn, so it's kind of fair.
It's true. It's true. All the excuses.
Quick punch for DJ Young.
Yeah, he sits pretty heavy backhand on his counters, but when he hits it well, watch out. That's tough break there. The Callan Dawson, very similar to Anderson Scarpa. Not a lot of roll on that backhand. He pokes it, well disguised, but not a lot of topspin.
Oh, that is just dirty to get started.
First one of the day, and it could not be more warranted. That is a sexy time for DJ Young. Well played on the inside out, Ernie.
Missed return from Spencer Smith. How would you describe Spencer Smith's game?
Just absolutely rock solid. Now, maybe or definitely lacks some elite weapons, but I'm talking about no weaknesses in his game whatsoever. Yeah, and I would say it's really similar styles. You have DJ Young and Yates Johnson, a little bit more of the trigger pullers, offensive-minded, and then Spencer Smith and Callan Dawson, the more solid, consistent player on their team. Only fair. Let tape to let tape.
I was going to say, there's been a few of those to this point.
Yeah, it is the 5th player on court, and it will wreak havoc with the players for sure. I don't care how good their footwork and their hand speed is. When it clips the tape, everyone looks silly, Cam.
Except for the net itself.
Yeah, that's right. And Yates Johnson missing that drive, but must continue to hit that ball. One of the heavier forehand drives in terms of pace and spin out here on tour.
The unicorn sighting or missed dink from Callan Dawson.
Yeah, that's right.
Callan Dawson with a little counter of his own.
Yeah, that's right. And I say every time I see CJ Klinger, he's an inch taller. Every time I see DJ Young, he's got a little more ink on his body. The man loves the tattoos, and he's looking good over there with them. Let's go, DJ. Didn't help him on that two-handed backhand volley, unfortunately, but he'll get that cleaned up, Mr. Young.
Wonder if we'll get the ring tat.
Who knows? We'll find out next MLP.
Longest rally we've seen to this point goes the direction of the Milwaukee Mashers, 7-4.
Yeah, Callan Dawson, some real nice thunder. That ace of spades paddle really punches that backhand with a ton of pace. Thunder punch.
Thunder punch. I was waiting for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know who said it. Someone in the crowd said good spot, and it absolutely was at the left foot of DJ Young. Very precise shot from Spencer Smith. Yeah, so that's a tough break there for Callan. I saw him mutter something to himself. One dink into the tape, and that one popped up a little bit. Spot from Yates Johnson, and if we get into those long, grindy dink battles up at the kitchen, expect Yates Johnson and DJ Young to be the ones that will break that pattern.
Yates Johnson. It looks like they're maybe looking to dink to the outer edges of the court against Smith and Johnson, to the backhand side of Smith, a little bit to the forehand side of Johnson. Off speed, speed up to the shoulder. Just enough time for Callan to get that down.
That's right, and he usually sits pretty heavy backhand, but he is able to get a lot of pop on that forehand behind his body. Yeah, I think DJ was hoping that ball would sail a little further wide so he can have an ATP attempt. The ball did not do so, and it forced the error from DJ.
Yahtzee, Callan Dawson.
Yeah, Spencer Smith sitting duck there after the high third from his partner Yates Johnson. And a nice job by Callan finishing the point.
Finally.
An extended cross-court dink battle, and Spencer Smith coming out on the short end of the stick on that one.
Missed return from Yates Johnson brings us to 11-9. Time for the change of end.
Okay, all right, Cam.
I'm ready.
The next 2 points where all 4 players get to the kitchen, I will be shocked if Callan Dawson doesn't throw up a lob.
We haven't seen one yet.
He's the lob doctor. He's the lob doctor.
Fair.
So
I would not bet against that if I were anyone at home.
It's time. Once we get 4 to the kitchen, Callan Dawson will lob in the next 2 points. Let's go, Callan. Make me look good, buddy.
Well, and not to mention, they just changed ends. So the end that they're also going to be in, I'm just saying, you're going to be looking straight up into the sun as you're working back to the baseline. This is the side you want to do it from.
Mm-hmm.
Here's a look at the head-to-head between these 2 teams.
Yeah, I like that. I like those numbers for sure. I think that's fair.
Smith and Johnson just slightly outmatched to Young and Dawson. They're still having some words at the baseline right now. We've seen DJ Young play both the right and the left throughout his career. And it's fun to see him play that right side sometimes too, because it allows him to really free up and focus on simply just countering, which is where he's done a lot of damage.
Yay for me, Cam. Yay for me. He did it. Way to go, Callan.
The only person that won that point was Adam Stone. It was the first one, too.
And just so delicate and soft. Just not even that high. Just right over the tip of the paddle of his opponents. That's why he's the lob doctor.
Was a one phenomenal cover, just couldn't come up with the second one. So where do you get a PhD to be the lob doctor? Is that like Bobby Riggs, racket and paddle?
I don't see why not. Seems like the spot to me. Perfect.
I wonder if it's like a 4-year course.
Yeah, I'm not even sure. I haven't been there in a while, but I'm not even sure it's Bobby Riggs racket anymore. It's just paddle all the way. That's right. I love to see that transition from 80% tennis to 80% pickleball. Let's go, Bobby Riggs.
Definitely been one of our longer games of the day, just in terms of total length of time, just tied up at 12 apiece, but a lot more dinking happening in this matchup.
Yes, more all 4 at the kitchen than we saw previously, no doubt. Wow, ridiculous drive from Yates Johnson. Really good mid-pace from Spencer Smith.
There's a good look at Cirkul. Your water, your way. Find it right now. Cirkul, our sponsor, one of our best sponsors here at Major League Pickleball, always providing the hydration we need for all these great pros.
balance there from Spencer Smith, looking to take that dink out of the air.
Oh man, what a drive from the baseline as Yates Johnson finds himself in a defensive posture, but still comes up with a beautiful shot.
Yeah, unreal dig early on. A couple shots later, forcing Dawson into an awkward shot, creating the air. Really good stuff from the Night Owls.
Clinical. Clinical.
That's right. DJ's like, come on, man. Let me in on the action. I want to lob, and he executes it beautifully.
He's your general care practitioner? How do you say it?
Practitioner.
Practitioner.
we got it done. We got it done.
This is why we're a team, Adam. This is why we're a team. Words are hard.
Yeah, nice power from Yates. And definitely the Mashers targeting Spencer Smith more at the kitchen line. Yeah, just a totally different flow from these matches previous today. A lot more soft stuff and controlled, nuanced kitchen play.
And not so much. A little more drop and crash in from the Milwaukee Mashers.
Just letting everyone know we can come in hot as well, just showing their well-rounded skill sets.
Dawson and DJ Young's ability to cover in the middle when that ball is popped up. Both have come away with some incredible saves in that regard.
Seamless.
Yeah.
Hey, they know each other. I mean, they've been on court together, I would say, over 1,000 hours.
Oh, some firepower on the other side.
That's right. They must have heard me. I talked about controlled, nuanced chess game up at the kitchen. The boys are letting it fly these last handful of points.
Why not with the Margaritaville kitchen cam?
Go.
Getting that ball back off the paddle of Yates Johnson. Gets above his head. You can just say bye-bye.
Yeah, elite power from Yates on the forehand drives and the forehand putaways.
Generous call. Or no call, I guess.
Yeah, Yates was, he had a perfect look, so I trust his eyes over ours from very far away. Must have just caught the back of the line. And
a little Tommy.
Just a little Tommy, just a slight angle there from DJ Young, putting it into the video board. This is a very controlled and patient DJ Young. You think having his rock-solid buddy over there to his right is probably leaking over into Young's game. I have not seen him pull too many frivolous triggers that we have seen from him sometimes in matches past. Great patience from DJ.
A look now as the timeout's called on Championship Court to some of our vendors here at Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. Just the second event in Season 2. It's been a wild 2023. So much has happened in the pickleball landscape, and you cannot imagine what 24 will look like, just thinking the PPA Tour and Major League Pickleball all under one umbrella. Just so many opportunities for these pros to level up their game.
That's right. It really is exciting times, Cam. (19-18). That's the second time we've seen DJ Young walk away with a dink winner. That's right. What do you like to call them dinners?
I do call them dinners. I'm not gonna lie. It's not dinner time though, so I didn't feel like I could do it. Callan Dawson getting skinny and finding game number one. The Milwaukee Mashers, the first to put a win on the board. That's just the first game between these two teams. The Milwaukee Mashers, you better watch out. That's a new duo that has been reunited. Coming up next, it's women's gender doubles. You're not going to want to miss a second of the action here in Dallas, Texas.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. ProXR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
Dulce Vida. You are what you drink.
And I said, Saturday, no one's here. Right? Are you getting this? So if he wants the invoice.
Water doesn't have to be boring. Turn it up with Cirkul. With over 40 delicious flavors and a dial that controls your intensity, Cirkul starts a party for your taste buds. No sugar, no calories, and no artificial flavors. Just good times. Cirkul. It's your water, your way. Try Cirkul at drinkcirkul.com.
Championship Court is the place to be, right here at Brookhaven Country Club. You're not going to want to miss a second of the action of Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. A beautiful venue and just the start of our show. Day number one means it's all about the challenger level as these two teams face off in the third match of our day on Championship Court. It's the second match for each of these teams, looking for their first win of the day. Women's gender doubles is up next as you look at the head-to-head powered by DUPR, 53% in favor of Susanna Barr and Emily Ackerman. I think not a whole lot of surprise there as they have become one of the juggernauts at the challenger level for women's pro doubles.
That's right. Season one, the Chicago sliced together, and now here with the Las Vegas Night Owls. And the last time I saw this team on court, they were not missing a ball against the Hard Eights in the finals of MLP Atlanta, so watch out.
And on the other side, a little bit more of unknown quantities in Rihanna Valdez as well as Riley Bonhert. There's a look at these two. Excuse me, Bonhert.
Yeah, she's been putting in the work, playing some APP Next Gen events, and now jumping into the real pro ranks. So good to see her out here, and I would love to see her play well in this big moment.
Susanna Barr sitting on the right side of the court. Emily Ackerman, you're pretty much putting one of the best droppers in the game in Susanna Barr alongside Emily Ackerman, who is a great mover.
Oh, pretty reasonable mid-court dig from Riley Bonhert on the first point. Ball over to the Masters, 1 point lead early. Yeah, that's great offense from Ackerman, and fired up early. Expect that to be a pattern that continues. The one-handed backhand counter of Valdez versus the offense of Ackerman.
Bonhert already pushing towards that middle on that left side.
Yeah, she's got game for sure. I've seen her play a couple matches. Very quality soft stuff. Seems to be a pretty good decision maker out on court as well.
Valdez, we've seen this a lot in the women's games, utilizing that two-hand backhand drive, even when on that right side, kind of shifting over.
Ooh, had a good look at that. And actually, a little unusual, she rarely goes to two hands at the kitchen, but she drives from the back of the court with two and counters with one. You don't see that too frequently. There is the aggressive, high-risk, high-reward, mostly reward drops from Susanna Barr.
She used to use that white and gold paddle too. Now has she switched?
Riley Bonhert with some nice positive talk to herself and her partner early. Like to see that energy.
Valdez actually played tennis at USC.
They tend to be good at sports, right?
Halfway decent.
Okay, all right, just making sure. double checking.
Even in her season, she got as high as a ranking of #1 alongside her women's doubles partner. Fell in the semifinals of the NCAA tournament. I mean, that's incredible. Emily Ackerman just opening up even about 2 feet back behind the kitchen line and still finding a massive forehand counter.
Yeah, nice spot there at the left foot from Bonhert. But yes, Emily Ackerman often 2, 3, 4 feet off the kitchen line, but the pop she gets, it's like she's right on the line.
Little overhead power from Susanna Barr.
Yeah, she has a loose arm, no doubt about it. When that ball goes above the shoulders, lots of whip and power through the hitting zone. Again, the drops of Susanna, just so tight to the tape.
Who wins more points from the baseline than Susanna Barr? Just because of her drop alone.
I don't have answers, and we'll see it here in a little bit. Huge in mixed doubles to set up her male partner as well. So just so many advantages in gender and mixed of having that ability to create from the back of the court.
Her third shot drop is so good. She really hasn't even had to use her third shot drive. She doesn't need it.
Yeah, and Ackerman a couple times now, just from the back of the court when she looks like she's scrambling, choosing to go hard and low as opposed to dropping that ball into the kitchen. I'm not sure I can recommend that for everyone, but it sure is working for her in the first half of this match.
Yeah, Emily Ackerman, you just saw it showcase a little bit. Maybe hits a little bit of a flatter ball from the baseline. It's always interesting to watch some of the ground strokes of so many of these pros. Some create just incredible topspin, and then there are others who maybe have a little bit of a flatter approach, create a lot of power.
Yeah, a lot of different ways to do it. Yeah, myself, I mean, I was a very high risk, high reward flat. I didn't have a lot of topspin on my drive at all. Some days it was on fire. Some days it was not, Cam. So
some days it was 3 courts over.
Yeah, that's right. So and that's really what topspin does. It just gives you margin for error. So you don't have to hit it perfect when you have that extra spin. When you are a higher risk, less spin player, you have to be more precise with your spots. It's just the give and take that you give up and get with those two options.
So at the end change, the Night Owls have a 5-point lead. Again, they're looking for their first win and also currently looking for a tie in terms of their match score against the Mashers.
Slight miss hit from Ackerman. Her backhand slice drop is a great shot for her. I expect her to find that contact point shortly.
Solid first step and volley from Ackerman.
Good pressure from the Mashers, not allowing the Night Owls to get forward.
Oh, Boner coming across with a really nice poach on the forehand side.
1 out of 2. And Rihanna Valdez saying my bad, as I believe her two-handed drive a little higher than she was hoping.
Using the expanse of the court right there, going all the way from Susanna Barr, then finding the ball up the line is Valdez.
That's a tough task against Rihanna Valdez. Like I mentioned, that one-handed backhand counter, the fade-away attack off the bounce from Ackerman. She probably needs to put that one in the back pocket. Hands of Valdez, too good.
Continuing to attack the middle is Emily Ackerman. Everybody hanging out in the sun side. Not surprising, trying to find as much warmth here in Dallas as they can. I'm impressed with Valdez's ability to protect her body. She's got a nice one-hand backhand counter.
Yeah, and that was a much better attack from Emily Ackerman. Still handled by Rihanna Valdez nicely.
Most women utilize that two-hand backhand even on some of the counters, and it makes it harder to clear their body out of the way, and Valdez doing a nice job just utilizing that one.
You have trouble clearing the body, just don't clear it. Punch from the chest. That's much easier than clearing the body and swinging with two hands. Different strategies and different technique for all the players, and they certainly all of those have their merits.
Yeah, it's so interesting. You think of Annalie Waters, top of the pickleball world, counters even with two. actually.
Yes.
I rarely ever see her. I don't think I ever have seen her. Am I crazy to think that just one backhand counter?
I'm talking very, very rare. Maybe when she gets jammed up, ball coming at her in an awkward spot, she might, but any form of on it, it's two hands all the way, and it's world class. Just hanging around.
14-16.
Barr slides to her left and finds the rolling forehand.
Yeah, she's so good. Really manipulates that wrist. Really likes the inside out and the middle putaways. Very difficult to read Susanna Barr's shots.
And again, I mean, that's one of the biggest showcases I've seen from Valdez. I mean, that one was right at her face and able to flip that ball back down.
Protecting the moneymaker, that's for sure. You got to protect the face, and she did so there. Yeah, just a recurring theme throughout the day. Just ball just an inch or two too high on the thirds and fifths, carrying, allowing your opponents to hit it out of the air, and just tough for these players to get all the way into the kitchen line. Just one of those days.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Milwaukee Masters taking a timeout here. It has been impressive to watch what they've been able to put together. You're talking about kind of some new faces playing alongside one another, and also for Riley, this is her first experience with Major League Pickleball, right? And part of the shuffle draft that came back in October. She wasn't in season one, so you can imagine maybe some nerves, maybe some excitement getting out here and playing in this format. Just so many new faces and new names coming into the sport.
Yeah, and that was me and my MLP experience. It was brief early on, and mentally more taxing, emotionally more taxing, a little less so physically. So these players are really feeling the mental squeeze and the pressure, I promise you. Great play from Riley Boner, controlling the kitchen line. 3 or 4 very quality offensive shots, and then forcing the error on the last one. 2-point game.
Emily Ackerman points to her partner. It's so funny. Most have to drive and crash, the little shake and bake. But when you're with Susanna Barr, it's drop and crash. Just like that. Susanna Barr, love that. She's even dropping on the backhand side. She's unafraid. Oh my goodness, Susanna Barr with the winner. The third shot drive, the most unexpected way, but Susanna Barr showing she's got every trick in the bag.
It's the same thing as Callan Dawson. You don't expect them to drive, and then they do it. You end up just watching the ball go past, and to do that on game point, phenomenal play from Susanna Barr, and the Night Owls needed that one for sure.
Everything's tied up at 1 apiece. Susanna Barr and Emily Ackerman, we called them juggernauts for a reason. They showcased their skill set in gender doubles. We'll have our first mixed competition coming up next.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob ULTRA.
What's your DUPR? Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball.
The vibes are flowing right here on Championship Court. Cameron Irwin alongside Adam Stone as we get set for our mixed doubles competition, the first one to take place between the Las Vegas Night Owls and the Milwaukee Mashers. Callan Dawson currently getting warmed up alongside Riley Bonert. Emily Ackerman alongside Yates Johnson. We'll see if that will be the exact combination. It looks like it could be. What do you see in this matchup, Adam?
Oh, I am all about my main man, Callan Dawson. He is a men's doubles specialist, very similar to myself. That was my strongest event as well. I was weaker in mixed doubles, but I think he's just going to prove it all wrong. I think he's going to come out here, play aggressive, be a stud in this mixed doubles match, and let everyone know who passed on him what they missed out on.
You see the head-to-head, and I agree with you. I always think it's fun to get a chance for a little redemption. Show everybody that they chose incorrectly in the first place. So Callan Dawson and Riley Bonert have a 51% advantage over the 49 for Johnson and Ackerman.
And I think Bonert has a pretty quality soft skill set to be a nice supporting player in mixed doubles. So I think this could be a pairing that could do some damage for sure. And Yates Johnson and Emily Ackerman, as we mentioned, second place in event 1 in Atlanta. So they are about as close to a well-oiled machine as you can get. They know exactly where they are going to be, and I expect them to play well, solid complementary pickleball.
Currently sharing some insights as they get ready. I'll be curious to see just how aggressive Yates Johnson's going to be playing that left side alongside Ackerman.
I'm going to go with very.
Very.
and the thing with Yates is I want to see, is the aggression more in his court positioning or his shot selection? I would like to see him really squeeze the middle and make his presence known. Okay, there you go, Yates. Nice job.
Court positioning.
Court positioning. Straddle that center line. Let your forehand fly. 0.1 success. Oh.
I blame you.
Okay, I'll take the blame for that one. No problem.
1-1.
Oh, Emily Ackerman was the first to start the firefight, but it's Bonert that finishes.
And you have to be careful attacking Callan Dawson's line because he is not the type of player to aggressively take too much court. He holds his position a little bit better than most fellas in mixed doubles. He was on that, and he proved me wrong there as she went behind him as he was looking to squeeze the middle early in that point.
Finding Riley's forehand side, but she ultimately used the backhand. It's also one of the hardest parts, I think, of mixed doubles if you're playing that right side roll.
Yep. Easy in that your male partner is going to be taking more court. Hard because they do put you in awkward situations.
Yeah, you sit so backhand heavy. If they find your forehand, you're in a lot of trouble.
Nice job from Bonert getting forward as she was stuck in the back of the court. I think Ackerman would have been better served to drive that ball instead of try with the aggressive drop.
Johnson getting caught on that backhand slice.
Yeah, just throwing his head back. Always frustrating to make those soft errors.
Callan Dawson finds the corner. I always think it's so impressive. We don't talk about it enough, I think, in the game of pickleball, but dinking, as you see the nice Ernie from Callan Dawson, it's not a sedentary motion, right? So it's not like your feet are set. You're actually oftentimes moving through that ball. So there are a lot of moving parts to even a dink.
Yeah, there's a lot going on, and the more that's going on, the more that can go wrong, Cam. So you have to stay within yourself, and as we talked about, move efficiently. That is the key, and let's just be clear, it's not easy to do.
No. I always just think of that backhand slice. Oftentimes you're trying to recover back towards the middle as you're dinking that ball back cross court.
Yeah, recovery, extremely important in pickleball, Cam, but if you do not execute that shot,
you're in even more trouble.
Then recovery means nothing. So execute, number one, execute your shot, and then worry about your recovery. Both are important, though.
Emily Ackerman showing a little emotion. No surprise there.
Yeah, she's vocal out there. That will not change. There's that power from Callan Dawson. Punching from his chest, but just getting so much pace. Handcuffing Yates Johnson.
Very smooth from Riley Bonert.
Yeah, a couple of those two-handed backhands have been great. Really, besides for the incredible drive from Yates Johnson that handcuffed her on the backhand side, her counters have been on point.
Gotta love that. Yates Johnson finding the wide angle, then finds and creates plenty of space through the middle.
Yeah, just, I mean, we talked about it in the men's doubles match. Just tons of life in his paddle.
Heads up.
Yeah, nice put away. And I'm telling you what, a lot of power created from Callan Dawson. He chokes up on his grip, actually puts a finger on the paddle so he has less leverage. But to get that much pop with that grip is pretty impressive for Callan.
Perfect execution on the lob. That just hits the back edge of the baseline.
Yeah, nice job from Riley Bonert, just getting one ball back, finds the edge of the baseline, like you said. A real aggressive dink from Ackerman, and obviously the angle was there, but the degree of difficulty very high on that ATP.
Ackerman had one outrageous save in the middle of that rally, but there's just too much offense coming from Callan Dawson.
Yeah, outrageous is a strong word, and it fits the bill for that one. I can't believe she got that one early in the point, and the Mashers looking pretty solid here with Callan Dawson doing his thing, and I think I'm even more impressed with Riley Bonert, solid with the soft stuff, and when she gets a chance to crack a two-handed backhand, she's absolutely been doing it.
She has, and I think what's been really impressive too about her her game is it seems very controlled right now in this mixed doubles competition. She's not necessarily letting loose with a ton of power on some of those counters, but her placement has been pretty superb.
Yeah, that's right. And when she can put that ball within 6 inches of the sideline, so much pressure on Yates Johnson as he's not able to leak to the middle like he wants to. He has to cover his line, and that just makes him less of a factor.
Exactly. So it's really sticking with the scouting report, staying disciplined by Bonert. That has been a really nice advantage for the Milwaukee Mashers, up by 2.
A lot of game left, though. Let's see if they can come out strong here on the end change.
Like Ackerman looking for the left foot.
Yeah, that's right. She tried to call Yates off. He's kind of chuckling as that ball was going to hit the video screen. Just couldn't pull the paddle back. Yeah, a couple times now on the Yates Johnson slice backhand dink, catching the tape. See if they can maybe find that spot a little bit more.
A little net love for Emily Ackerman.
Yeah, there's lots of ways to stop a little mini run, and that's a good way to do it right there.
They just twisted up Callan Dawson. They spread him out wide and then created some problems.
Yeah, he did a crazy job of switching over from backhand counter to forehand, but just too much offense from the Night Owls. Really good from Boner, getting in tight to the kitchen line on that first volley. I really thought Ackerman had a window to drop that at her feet, and Boner closed it.
Again, the fist pump is flying.
Yeah, nice. I mean, great digs from the back of the court and giving her opponent an opportunity to be offensive. And the Dawson backhand poke is just absolutely lethal.
He just stole that from DJ Young.
God.
Same move. Light touch.
Light touch, feathery cross court. I mean, that ball stays in the kitchen. Incredible angle from Callan Dawson.
Where they found success is on that forehand side of Boner.
Yeah, the Yates Johnson, whether it's speed up off of the bounce or third shot drive, the ball just moves a little differently off his paddle. Nice job. Nice, simple cross-court dink grind. And as I mentioned, all of these players will absolutely take any gifts their opponents want to give them.
That is an incredible play from both Callan Dawson and Riley Boner.
I mean, that's what it's supposed to look like, Cam. Some weathering the offensive storm from Boner, a couple nice soft setup shots, and then her partner to her left with a nice slippery attack to seal the deal. That is mixed doubles in a nutshell right there.
Would you say this is 1A or 1B situation for the Las Vegas Night Owls in terms of mixed doubles?
I would say 1B. So okay. I would put Spencer Smith and Susanna Barr just a hair ahead of them on paper, but it's definitely not A and B. I would say 1A, 1B is the difference for me, yes.
So I'm just curious, because as you look to the other side for Callan Dawson and Riley Boner, I imagine there has not been a whole lot of practice between these two on the same side of the court, but right now they're showing that they've got plenty of skill, up 17-13 with one another.
And huge, and they have their anchor team with Rihanna Valdez and DJ Young afterwards. So to get this W for the Mashers would be absolutely huge for this team.
Again, the match score is 1 apiece. You're looking at some outer court coverage as well.
17-13.
Got the read, just it was too low.
Yeah, you know, he's had a couple nice ones in this match, so a little slight overextension on that one, you know, just part of the deal.
I think the side spin on that ended up doing Callan Dawson a little bit dirty there.
Yeah, you don't like to miss those lobs wide. She was off the court. Oh no. It's tough on the sideline. The court positioning is so awkward. That's a tough break after a great point from all four players.
And again, Riley has been so steady in that cross-court exchange.
Yeah, she's missed 1 or 2 forehand dink volleys out of the air, but the other 50 or so have just been in perfect spots. And I think really that's the key for me with the Mashers, is the ability to keep the Yates-Johnson forehand at bay. We haven't talked about it too much. He's only had a couple opportunities to use it.
Emily Ackerman's having a little bit of a hard time right now. She's missed a few dinks, missed that third from the baseline.
Yeah, sometimes it snowballs. It's really tough. You get 1 or 2, maybe it gets in your head a little bit. She's a player. She'll dig out of it.
Oh my! That counter would have been coming back twice as fast.
Yeah, well, that one was definitely a little ambitious. Yates was right where he needed to be, but either way, she pulled the trigger and she was rewarded. Oh my
Boner
goodness.
on the full dive. That is one of the most effort-filled rallies that you will see in the game of pickleball. The full layout, but whoa, that goes the direction of the Night Owls.
I'm golf clapping, for sure.
That deserves more than a golf clap,
Man,
Adam.
incredible effort from Bonert, and it's not like they hit 3 balls and then that happened. It was a crazy point, and then we saw that effort. Well done.
I don't know how they just won that from the transition zone.
Yeah, he just picked it up off of his hip and just slaps it up the middle. Great shot from Yates.
All they need is 1. They earn the side out back. Score remains 20-19.
Ooh, she went for it. I like that. Emily Ackerman down match point. Ball sits up just a little bit, and she says, I am not dinking this.
Like it fell off a cliff edge,
Yeah.
straight down.
I just love it. Riley Bonet puts her hand out, sorry, and just looks at Callie and goes, let's go right now.
another ball back to the Las Vegas Night Owls.
And Emily Ackerman, I mean, she went for it twice in big spots. She pulls that trigger up the line, not holding anything back.
It was about a 50% drive from Yates Johnson.
Well, I felt like I heard a miss hit.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if he was trying to take pace off or he just mishit it. Either way, it's an error.
And this one goes the direction of the Milwaukee Mashers. Some extended play, 23-21. Boner and Dawson, watch out. That looks like a mixed doubles duo that could really do some damage. They have their team up with a 1-game advantage. And I think she left a little skin in the game, checking a bloody elbow to this point. She left everything out there and walks away with a game win. Mixed doubles, game number 2, coming up after this.
At The Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand forage 22 Isla botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
The all-new Prius. Toyota. Let's go places.
My name is Itzmar, and this is the story of how I got my life back. In college, I injured my back swimming, and pain became so bad that I couldn't function. Treatment was solely focused on my lower back. I was worried that I was never going to get better. When I found HSS, it felt like I had found the cure to my pain. My doctor asked about my hips, as opposed to every other doctor that only asked about my back. HSS changed and saved my life.
Championship court. It's just day number 1. You can imagine these stands will be packed out as we continue through Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville right here in Dallas. The premier level takes place and starts off their competition tomorrow. But right now, all eyes are set on the challenger level. Can't wait to see how this challenger level shapes up, because this is the next crop coming up potentially into the premier level.
Yeah, that's right. I always like to see the crowd build from Thursday to Sunday. Every single day, every match a little bit bigger and better. But yes, you're exactly right. Lots of challenger players from season 1 now in the premier level. Everyone is looking to make their mark, Cam, and there is no better stage to do it than right here at MLP.
There's no doubt about it. The best team format in pickleball. You cannot wait to see just how this could potentially go to a dream breaker. We haven't seen one yet today. That is the decider if the score were at 2-2, and right now the Milwaukee Mashers are up 2-1. All they need is one more game to pick up the win. However, if we saw the Las Vegas Night Owls pick up a win here in the second mixed doubles, we could find ourselves in that infamous dream breaker.
Yeah.
So now it's Rihanna Valdez and DJ Young playing alongside one another. We said it was kind of a 1A, 1B situation on their side. Is that correct?
And I do believe that on paper DUPR. These are the 2 top mixed teams for their team. So like you said, are the Mashers going to take it? We go into a dream breaker. What better situation than to have your best troops fighting for you out there, and that's exactly the situation we're in.
You also talked about Susanna Barr and what she means in a mixed doubles competition, just how effective she is from that third shot drop and how she can set up her male partner. That is Spencer Smith, and that's in this situation. Where do you go? Do you then force the return to Spencer Smith?
It's very reasonable to do so. Keep him back. He is a very nice shake and bake, drive and poach player from his years playing with Tyler Leung, so he's very capable. Returning to him could be a great option for the Mashers.
Nice drive from DJ Young to get us started.
Yeah, nice smooth stroke from DJ, catching Susanna Barr a couple feet off the kitchen line.
It was a very unique series to start off that point. You looked at me a little cross-eyed. DJ Young's drive was unreal, and the fourth was found in the transition zone.
Yeah, I think Susanna maybe thought the return was going out and was retreating to the baseline. No idea, but either way, awkward point. And
it's another awkward one, right?
Yeah, awkward to awkward off of the net tape for Spencer Smith.
Does that make a positive? Like, you know, double negative makes a positive?
Yeah.
Don't like that location.
Well, just the issue. He was going for a very tricky, deceptive shot, obviously, but regardless if he makes it or misses it, hits it how he wants to, lots of court open on his backside. Spencer Smith found it nicely.
That's one way to hit it, Ernie.
Yes, I'll say so. Either way, it's a great move from DJ. I know he clipped the tape, but his anticipation and read of the situation was on point there. Yeah, almost looked a little slow motion there on that point. DJ Young gliding to the middle with the forehand.
Right now, DJ Young has been pretty aggressive, moving even further to the right to find that third shot. Valdez is also kind of just standing at the baseline in that regard.
Yeah, she's just hanging out.
I mean, there's that one-hand backhand, but Spencer Smith well prepared.
That's right, and you can see the ladies not having to recover back to the middle as much as they do in gender. They're just kind of posting up in that kitchen corner with very quality cross-court dinks.
It's also nice because to have that one-hand backhand means she's not having to move her feet as often to get around the ball. It is really nice in terms of court position and advantage in that regard. That's a great drop.
Oh, nice shot and spot from Susanna Barr. Just, DJ Young did not move early. She just put it right where she needed to. Perfect play from her. Yeah, and I don't see why they don't keep going with this pattern where you have Rihanna Valdez, kind of the safer, more consistent dinker, Susanna Barr going for more. Rihanna Valdez's soft game is legit. It's very legit.
So is DJ Young right now from that third shot drive location. I think he's come away with 3 points off of it. Flipped up on the two-hand backhand.
7-6.
tough break. I think it was a good look for DJ Young to go to that back left foot of Spencer Smith. Just clipping the tape and going wide, unfortunately for him.
Valdez, the ATP.
So smooth too. I mean, she just doesn't. Usually, I hate to use the word spazzy, but sometimes early in your career you are, but she's just so smooth. Like she's got all the time in the world.
I think my game would still quantify as spazzy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not knocking anyone. It's tough at first. So I'm always just incredibly impressed with the smoothness of new players.
Right amount of lift. DJ Young looked like he was ready to head to the right side of the court.
Yeah, that's right. 3 out of 4 for Susanna Barr going behind DJ Young.
No way you're getting that ball back.
Yeah, DJ, he hits it hard, no question. I talked about the Susanna Barr loose arm.
Yeah.
When that ball goes above the shoulders, no reason to stroke it with topspin. Just let it fly. And both Susanna and DJ do a great job of that. And you know, when he gave it the fairy hop, he knew he was in trouble trying to coax it over, couldn't do it.
They've returned oftentimes middle to DJ Young, as I believe there might be a challenge call here.
So,
but why would they not return to his backhand side? Stay away from his forehand.
Yeah, that's a reasonable play. Now, one thing I will say is some players prefer to step to their left to hit that forehand.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
But I agree with you in this situation, as I think DJ Young, when he is hitting that forehand from the middle of the court, he's actually a couple feet inside the baseline and can get forward quicker when he steps to his left for that inside-out forehand, more ground to cover to get forward.
Yeah, they just kind of sent that first one to the backhand side, and it seemed like it got him slightly out of position. This is, of course, the video challenge that they're looking at.
Oh,
it's called
baby.
Out of bounds.
Oh, baby. I'm going to say that's in.
That looks in to me. It's literally directly in the middle.
Yeah, so I didn't actually see it land in real time, but I do feel like I saw it skid in real time. So I am going to stick with that, even though, my goodness, that is a close call.
Video review, the call is overturned, the ball is in. Score 10-10. Las Vegas Skydives will lose one challenge. He's got 2 left. He's got 3 challenges at Milwaukee Masters.
So the call is overturned, which turns our score to 10 apiece. A good challenge for the Milwaukee Masters.
Time in, 10-10.
I mean, Susanna Barr just tried to put Valdez through a dinking clinic, middle, left foot, right foot, extended, and she had an answer every single time. That was great dinking.
Yes, and I would say if Susanna is not setting up her partner with those aggressive dinks, that Rihanna Valdez is probably more consistent on the dinking with her. So I kind of like that pattern for the Mashers, even though we talked about how great the dropping and dinking in a setup capacity is for Susanna Barr.
11-10 gets the change of end, and throughout the day we've talked about the sun and the conditions. Well, right now it's not so much about a good side, bad side from one side of the court to the other. It's more like the right versus the left. The ball coming in and out of the shadows now. It's a great view of our championship court. The VIP section just underneath the championship court view.
Yeah, I think it was... Yeah, MLP Atlanta, everyone's on the shade side. Here everyone's on the sun side in Dallas, Texas.
got him moving. I'm also curious, we talked about coming in and out of the shadows. Would you rather have the ball coming out of the shadow and into the sun for you, or would you rather have the ball coming out of the sun and going into the shadow?
My mind is in knots right now.
It won't be when you see the cross-court dink battle between Susanna Barr and Rihanna Valdez. Would you rather be in Barr's position or Valdez's position?
I believe Barr's.
There you go.
From shade to light.
That was a much better description. From shade to light.
Shade to light. DJ, yeah, just trying to stay out of the kitchen. We need a move for that. When the arms get going, I don't know. We need a word for that move. I'll come up with it.
Okay, let's see what you got. I'll come up with one too.
Mm-hmm.
Valdez just kind of stood on the side of the court right there. Did a nice job making sure DJ Young could add a little extra power to that overhead.
She seems happy to do so. Just kind of hang out over there, not miss much at all. Let DJ do his thing. Seems like a recipe for success.
Tough to counter that at knee level.
Yeah, nice job from Spencer Smith getting in there. That forehand in the middle, putting a little pressure on. He needed it.
I think that ball's going out of bounds.
Yeah, it's a big swing. So yeah, we'll never know.
Little windmill action.
Yeah, he crashed hard to the middle on that one. And I mean, I wouldn't say he got what he wanted, but he was in the right spot.
Masher still up with a 2-point advantage, as well as a 2-1 on the game score.
There you go. I mean, she hasn't even really looked to speed up at all. And that's what happens. Almost like the Susanna Barr drive in women's doubles. It just hasn't happened in so long, completely catching your opponents off guard.
We've also seen them go away from the return to the middle. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I was just that was awkward. Rihanna went with the ball was to her forehand, but she dinked it with her backhand. Interesting.
Oftentimes we see that in reverse as a right side player, right?
So say that again?
Yeah, oftentimes you see it in the reverse. Is you usually see the ball go to the forehand side and people are still using their backhand. They're using backhand to reset.
Correct.
You know, just making sure that mind is working.
End of our stretch is coming up, so you know.
I'm getting your brain all twisted. 16-15 here. Make it 17. Valdez ducks out of the way.
Yeah, real smooth lateral movement at the kitchen line from DJ Young. And I don't hate what Spencer Smith did there. Just didn't get enough topspin to bring it back down, and a good eye from Rihanna Valdez.
Spencer Smith, really nice angle. At some point, those overheads become less about power and more about finding an angle that your opponent just can't reach.
Yeah, I mean, if it is in their area, these athletes are just so good at the defense. So you're exactly right. Sometimes pace is not near as effective as placement.
16-18.
Pushing Barr off the line. She's dinking from about 3 feet back.
Yeah, and she showed some real frustration there. Not thrilled with a couple of those dink errors.
That's the second speed up we've seen from Valdez, and it's a good one right at the body of bar, bringing the Milwaukee Masters to 2016.
2 for 2. I mean, high percentage, doesn't do it often, but works almost every time.
And that is the game and the match. The Milwaukee Masters take home both mixed doubles competitions to then pick up their first win of the day.
Yeah, congratulations to the Mashers, and this just shows the talent level of all these players, the defending champions from MLP Atlanta, now 0-2. Everyone's so good out here. It's just hard to have back-to-back great tournaments, Cam.
So tough as the Milwaukee Masters pick up the win. So much still to come on this first day of Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville. We'll get a chance to catch up with our winners in just a few short minutes. Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville is brought to you by Michelob ULTRA. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Fromuth Pickleball, where Major League Pickleball players and fans get their gear. Sunday Swagger, polos with personality, the official polo of Major League Pickleball. And Dulce Vida Tequila. Tequila, pure and simple.
Dulce Vida Tequila. Tequila, pure and simple.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. ProXR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle. Innovation is our specialty.
The Milwaukee Masters just picked up their first win of the day. You can imagine the elation from that crew as they are now standing courtside with Michelle McMahon.
They sure are, Cameron. We turn to you, Riley. A new acquisition for this team coming into MLP. Dallas, what was this win like for you?
Oh, it was so exciting. I mean, the first match we were a little jittery, but we finally calmed down in this one, and it was so fun.
DJ, this match came down to you guys winning mixed doubles. What was the key to success in that match?
Yeah, I think, like Riley said, our first match we didn't play very well, but then coming into this one, we knew that, we kind of got the jitters out, and then just kind of playing our pickleball, playing aggressive, playing steady, and then just, trying to be the better player.
Callan, welcome back to MLP. Some say you got gypped at the draft there. What does it mean for you to be back in the mix and playing for the Milwaukee Masters?
I mean, it feels great, I love pickleball. It's a blast to be out here especially with this team. And, we're just going to come out here and grind and take it to them in the next match.
All right, Rihanna, you guys are in a must-win situation coming up against the New York Hustlers to conclude your group play. What's the key to success for this team and their strong points?
Like DJ said, I think we just started a little bit slow this morning, the first match, but I think we're all playing pretty solid. And, I think we all just got to go out there and compete.
All right, guys, congratulations. The Milwaukee Masters head back into group play later on. And coming up next, the New Jersey Fives and the Frisco Pandas join us on Championship Court. We'll be right back.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob ULTRA.
What's your DUPR?
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball.
Okay.
The Pandas are 1-1. New Jersey Fives are 0-2.
The Fives are 0-2. Wow.
Yes.
And the Pandas are 2-0. The Fives are hard. They're a hard.
The Pandas are 1-1.
1-1. Okay, thank you.
And then you'll see the team win probability right after the match title, and that's like the DUPR, like the percentage who's going to win as a team. Yeah. And then we will do like probably maybe some player little lower thirds bugs. We'll let you know. It's kind of this.
Is anyone letting us know the coin toss situation?
We do not have a microphone on the referee right now, so.
Okay.
But we'll let you know. Like we have like our stage manager down there, so as soon as we get it, we'll let you know.
Anything off the top that you want to talk about? Okay. I'll throw you in random blind. Oh, the blind leading the blind. New Jersey's 0-2. Surprising. Yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Our coverage rolls on from MLP Dallas Season 2. The New Jersey Fives taking on the Frisco Pandas. Michelle McMahon and Cameron Blackwood taking over for Cameron Irwin and Adam Stone. And we have a thrilling matchup coming your way here on Championship Court. What a scene it has been from Dallas. Brookhaven Country Club putting on one heck of a show here. Pickleball is here the next 2 tournaments, and what a venue. We have never seen anything like this, Cameron Blackwood. As we take a look at the matchup between the Pandas and the New Jersey Fives. The Fives, a shocking 0-2 at this point in group play. They still have one more match to go in group play. The Frisco Pandas making a comeback, looking to get on the map. What's your early impression of the current deficit for the New Jersey Fives, Cameron?
It's hard to say exactly what it is. However, when you go from one MLP to the next, nothing's the same. And you can have the same mindset, and you can try and gel, but the venue's different. The weather's different. There's 4 people on a team. It's not just you and one other partner. So if one person's off, even though they may not say that, it can really throw off the entire team dynamic. And I think that's something that's happening with the New Jersey Fives right now. It's, oh, we got it. We did so well. And maybe we're missing that key communication right here into Dallas. But look for them, and maybe they find it here in this matchup.
They made it all the way to the semis in Atlanta, the New Jersey Fives. They also have a 51% win percentage chance against the Frisco Pandas, according to the numbers. So close margins there. Looks like the first matchup will be women's doubles. The New Jersey Fives won the toss and opted to react, and so the Pandas opted to put their women's team out first. And Cameron, this is your specialty as a pro player. So Shelby Bates and her partner Allie Phillips taking on Bobby Oshiro and Martina Frantova. What should we look out for in this one?
I think there's going to be a lot of power from the New Jersey Fives. As we know, Allie and Shelby, they love to be aggressive. They love to hit the speed-ups, finish those points. On the other hand, you also have an aggressive player with Martina, but a very steady player with Bobby Oshiro. She can stay low. She can stay in those long dink rallies. She has incredible resets. She can keep you in the point. I look for her to be really key in really switching up the pace of this matchup and see if they can't shake up with that power coming from the New Jersey Fives and see if they can't sneak this win.
All right, we're moments away from first serve here in Dallas. We have 2 total matches here to go on Championship Court. This is the match taking place at 3 p.m. Central. We have to follow that one the SoCal Hard Eights, the defending champs, taking on Austin later on this evening. Temperatures are a little bit cooler than they were in Atlanta. Cameron mentioned it at the top. So early approach from a player's standpoint when the weather's a little brisker than you're used to. It's sun is out a little bit now, but you can tell the players are feeling that cool temperature. What's the approach, Cameron, from a player's standpoint and mindset?
Oh, I think the Fives are loving it. They love quick pace, and that's exactly what it does. When it's a cooler temperature, the ball's harder, so you're going to have that more fast play. Whereas in Atlanta, when it's a little bit hotter, it softens it up, longer points. So look right now for the Fives to take full advantage of this crisper weather and attack right from the start.
No, don't go. Don't go.
Warm-ups continue here from Dallas. You see Annalie Waters' mom, Lee Waters, on the sideline for the Fives. Of course, the owner of that team, Ryan Harwood, Gary Vaynerchuk. You might have heard of him. Ryan Harwood, the GM. Annalie Waters played for this team last season at the premier level. What kind of weapon is having Lee Waters on your sideline?
Oh, one of the most brilliant minds of pickleball that we have. She's been there, done that kind of person there. She's played with the best in the world, her daughter, Annalie. She's seen the game from every position that you possibly can. And she now coaches a couple other players just on tour as well outside of MLP. And I think just having that 2 cents to come there, and she has so many different options she can give you. If one's not working, she has plan B, plan C. But I bet she has A through Z plans for the New Jersey Fives.
Of course, Lee Waters, a former national champion with her daughter Annalie. The national championships coming up next weekend for the Carvana PPA Tour. Cameron and I will both be there, as well as Cameron and Adam, and we are about to get started here. The Pandas looking to go 2-1. That'd be a big deal for them. It's been a slow start for them to the season. They did not make it out of group play. They did not win a match, Cameron, in Atlanta. So a lot of growth points for them as a team.
Yeah, and we have one more after this. So, when you're looking at how long the second season is, yes, you want to do really well and prove yourself in the first MLP event, but you're really looking to build that chemistry. What's working? What's not working? What do we need to work on? So as long as you're getting a little bit better each time, that's what you're really looking for here. It's tough when you go and you win and then you drop down to the bottom in the second one. So really finding that consistency throughout all of these, because as you know, MLP, we always say there's nothing else like it, but the emotion that goes into this, I find players, they go, I'm more mentally and emotionally exhausted than physically after MLPs.
Bobby Oshiro will be the first server. Over to Shelby Bates. Frantova opting to drive that third ball. Misses the drop, and the fives take the first point of the match. Frantova puts it away that time. She's a physical presence at the kitchen.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot of the balls at the kitchen line being taken out of the air. There's a lot of height out there on the court. Besides Bobby Oshiro, we love her, but she's definitely smaller than a lot of these other women out there. But again, in those dink rallies, look for there to be all the balls taken out of the air, taking time away from their opponents.
Another point for the fives. Shelby Bates serving to Oshiro. Nice reset ball from Phillips to set up Bates.
And I was just going to say that came from Allie Phillips there, an aggressive dink with a ton of spin. She's been doing that all day with her dinks, really keeping them nice and low, moving them and really setting up Shelby. Great job there.
Just long for Bates. Pandas, owned by Dude Perfect, Dak Prescott, Brad Beckworth, just to name a few. Notoriety in the ownership groups here in Major League Pickleball. Bates was jammed up. Frantova sends it wide, but seemed like she was going to run away with that one.
Yeah, and sometimes when, like we said, it is quicker play because it's chillier. It can benefit you. It can also hurt you because your placement has to be perfect.
Oh, Allie Phillips sped it up.
It was a great read by Phillips, but even better read there by Oshiro, and that's what she's going to bring to this matchup. Her hands are incredible. She can read the ball 2 shots ahead and know where she needs to hit that reset, keep her team in those points.
That was called, and a reserve is the rule here in Major League Pickleball. Dink rally goes in favor of the Pandas.
Bates just looks a little off right now, trying to figure out her game. And again, it's been a very different start for them today than it was the previous Thursday in Atlanta. So I think maybe just not trusting their shots as much and just trying to get a feel out there here on center court. And she has done just that.
(5-4) is the score.
Tough to miss those serves, especially in rally scoring. It's a point for missed serve, missed returns.
And the Pandas take over a 6-5 lead. Big rip from Frantova down the middle, just long. A little too high for Bates. Frantova all over it.
Yeah, it's just that transition zone right there. I feel like the fives are just having a little bit of issues trying to get their way in. Their drops are a little too hard, and then their drives are going a little bit too long. So really trying to figure out that pace right there for them to get up to the kitchen and get those points.
Allie Phillips turning 21 years old in December. Out of Utah, great young player on the rise. Frantova leaves it. Lob drops just inside the baseline.
I wasn't sure that was. We haven't noted it, but there is a breeze down here, sometimes picking up a little more than usual. A little bit of swirl down on center court, so it's one of those you're kind of dinged if you do and dinged if you don't.
Another mistouch there for the fives.
Yeah, no long rallies right now. Just a lot of drives going long or up at the kitchen, firefights.
Weather, wind, or just a little off? What do you think?
I think a combination of all of that, honestly. I really think, especially on the side of the fives, they're not trusting their shots as much, probably wondering, oh my gosh, we're down 0-2 right now. This is a must win, and sometimes you force that a little bit too much. On the other side, I just think they're looking to be aggressive. As you can see, Martina's really not looking to drop any. I would like her to, because now we've seen about 3 to 4 missed drives, long, that one in the net. So really get up to kitchen line, let Bobby do the work, let Oshiro get up there and work the point up there. But I think, like you said, it's a combination of everything right now that's not working for these ladies.
The Pandas get to 11 first. We will change ends, and so far it's Frantova and Oshiro controlling the pace despite the shorter rallies. Anything else jumping out to you in this one?
I think hopefully we find a little bit more of a groove when we change sides here. It'd be interesting to see, if the wind is changing either way, switching sides as we see the shadows almost covering the entire court. Sometimes that can play a factor. I don't see it too much right now. But, yeah, I just think they're trying to figure out what's working. We know what's not working, so how can we sit here and build a point? We haven't really seen any construction going on. I would like to see Bates and Phillips right here work the point a little bit longer. They have great dinks, especially Phillips. She can really aggressively hit those dinks cross court, keep them low across the net, create some problems. We just haven't seen them really be able to get there from that transition zone because they are having trouble in that area as well.
The Pandas looking to make it out of group play for the first time. The quarterfinals will be taking place tomorrow starting at 12 p.m. Central Time. Semifinals will also be later on in the afternoon here in Dallas. Finals, of course, on Saturday. We'll be here to bring you all the action. Frantova looking to spark a little run here for the Pandas. Frantova catches Bates out of position.
And even in that point, besides Oshiro, everyone's dinks look shaky. They were, I don't want to miss it, and then it was popping up high. So because they really haven't been up there hitting that much. So I would like to see them settle back in. You don't really have to do much, just place them well.
Yeah. That's a nice shot from Bates. Misfired long from Frantova. Big overhead from Shelby Bates, the former tennis player.
And the louder she gets, the better she plays. She loves to bring the energy. I was speaking to her before MLP, and she goes, Cam, I'm bringing it this time. We are so ready. We're so prepared. So hopefully they find a little magic here and can get a win for the day and not go 0-3.
Oh.
I'll take that any day.
Wet court and an extreme angle.
Winner.
No sorries.
Clap for that.
The Pandas back on top by 1. Games to 21, rally scoring. Win by 2, and you must win on your serve. No more freeze. Frantova big into the net. The 5s tie it back up. Recovery from Bates, steps into the middle.
Much better point there. I was really kind of watching the patterns that were trying to form there, and it was just a great read there by the 5s to come out on top of that one.
Frantova sneaks the angle, sees Ali Phillips on the run of the middle.
She was going quick.
She was full committed.
Fully committed. She didn't even turn to attempt to hit that. Man, got me.
Into the net for Bates. That's a nice reset ball from Frantova.
And I like that. She has good drops. Trust them. You don't always have to have the power. If it's nice and high, go ahead. Hit a drive. But I love that she switched that up.
Long that time, Bates on the attack. Where do you position yourself when you're against a player that's driving the ball at you with such pace?
I think you just have to pick what's my best shot, forehand or backhand, and then slide accordingly. People think, oh, I can't react till the ball has come to my paddle. No.
Oh, nice ATP.
But you have, from when your opponent strikes the ball, you have that much time to adjust your body accordingly. Sometimes people don't utilize that much time in between or take advantage of that. So yeah, I would just, if you want to counter with your backhand, forehand, choose it, go with it, and hit your slide.
Bobby Oshiro, so precise with her dinks, the former Division I tennis player out of Boise State.
And she loves it. She'll win dinking you. And she can put a lot of pressure on it. As you saw that one, really pushing them off the line. She can shorten them up. She can put a lot of angles on them. That's probably why they don't want to get them dinking around.
How about that power, too, on the two-handed backhand? Bobby Oshiro, low center of gravity.
She does have that, yes.
Takes advantage.
Takes advantage.
Good response from the 5s. Down 2.
You can almost see there from Frantova. Do I slice it? Do I roll it? I love that she's wanting to dink, but again, because she's not trusting it, I see why she's, opting to go for that drive versus the uncertainty of her drop.
Phillips was there for the dig out.
I like what I see there from Oshiro and Phillips right now. A little cat and mouse just in that singles court there, almost wanting to come in a little bit more, but keeping each other honest.
In the net for the 5s. And speaking of singles, Ali Phillips is a national champion in women's singles. 16 years old. Into the net a couple of times, and the Pandas have game point on their side. 2017, a chance to go up 1-0 here. Allie Phillips goes big down the line, and Oshiro and Frantova take game one. Pandas on top 1-0. How were they able to do it?
I think just playing steady pickleball. They looked really in sync. If you saw both teams playing, the Pandas had a lot of communication going on, not so much on the other side, and just trusting their play.
Stefana Verne and John Sincola taking the stage next for the fives. They match up against Ryler DeHart and Andre Mick as we move on to men's doubles after the break.
What's your DUPR?
It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob ULTRA, superior light beer.
Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville is brought to you by Hospital for Special Surgery. Proud to be the official hospital of Major League Pickleball.
Championship court looking pretty good on this Thursday afternoon. The Frisco Pandas on top in this matchup, 1-0. The New Jersey Fives, Cameron, have not won a game today. They are down 0-9 on the day.
Yeah, it's not that they've lost to teams. They haven't won one game.
No wonder they're a little tentative.
No wonder they are tentative. I would be nervous to hit a dink. Goodness. But that's what can happen. You go from a semifinalist, you roll in here to Dallas, have a lot of confidence, and it's just not working. And I'm not going to give credit to these other teams. They've done the work. They're gelling right now, but there's no way they shouldn't be 0-9 right now. So there's just something definitely off here with the New Jersey Fives and just trying to make anything work at this point. Hopefully they can find it here with Andre and John.
Ryler DeHart will be back to serve for the Pandas. That is Stefan Avern on the receive. John Sincola takes a 1-0 lead and the serve.
Correct, not Andre.
Wow, what hands from Andre Mick the Australian.
And you're going to see some really interesting points here because as you can see, there's 2 forehands in the middle on both sides here with Auvergne and DeHart here. So there's going to be a lot of different patterns. Sometimes you want to avoid the middle, but sometimes you can also get a lot of points through there too because you can spread them so wide that it does open the middle. So look for a lot of different patterns to come out in this matchup here as they try and figure out how to counter these 2 forehands in the middle on both sides.
Nick and DeHart, 2 former tennis players. Ryler DeHart played on the ATP Tour for 5 years. University of Illinois alum. Cleveland State for Mick. Ryler DeHart catches the line inside out. The lefty, big in the middle.
Big windup, but he was able to keep that in, keep it low. And again, it's the 2 forehands in the middle. Sometimes it can create confusion of who's going to go for it because it's both players' best shot there and able to sneak that one through.
Into the net goes Auvergne, and the Pandas off to a 5-point run, up 6-1. Big finish for Ryler DeHart. 2 lefties, or 2 forehands rather, in the middle. Have another look.
And that's great right there. You have Mick setting up DeHart, and that's exactly what he loves to do. He loves to get big in the middle. And as you can see there, because there's 2 forehands in the middle, you need who's the dominant one, who's going to set up and who's going to finish that. And right there, as you can see on the side of the Pandas, they have a game plan. They're executing it, and they're very confident in it right now.
Goes inside out on the forehand, then flicks the backhand down the line for Ryler DeHart. A timeout called by the New Jersey Fives, known for their electric energy to this point as a franchise, and they just look tight, and understandably so. They haven't won a game.
And I haven't heard one Fives cheer.
No.
I mean, you're usually hearing the crowd, let's go Fives, you know, with everyone on the sideline. They're known for their energy, and they are just flat. And, you know, rightfully so, they haven't won one, but you got to find it somewhere. This is your last chance here to get a point on the board. Try and save yourself if there's any room possible to get yourself to move on from today. And I think right now their spirits are down, and they really, it almost looks like they have no hope right now, and I hope that they can find something to make this competitive.
An 8-2 lead for the Pandas. Another drive by DeHart, and they're playing with nothing to lose. 1-1 so far on the day for the Pandas.
Yeah, and when DeHart is confident, he's scary good. He can really pick his spots there, and because he is a lefty, he just has a different look coming at him. So even with that big windup, he can go outside in, outside, inside out, inside in right there, and just really create some problems, which he's doing very well.
That's a nice play from Auvergne. Looking for anything to be a spark of momentum for the Fives. Into the net for Mick. Little run here for the Fives.
And I think that's going to be key for the Fives right now. Let's get everyone up to the kitchen line. Let's start dinking. Let's start seeing if we can't make these points just a little bit longer.
Pandas get to 11 first. We will change ends as the Fives continue to look for answers and momentum on their side. Any patterns that are jumping out to you in this one so far with the forehands in the middle on the side of the Pandas?
Oh, yeah. They have a clear... They both know exactly their roles. Mick is going to set up. Ryler DeHart is going to finish. And I think that's key to know when you're going in there with 2 forehands in the middle. You have to know your role. Yes, you can have Mick come in and do his thing and finish as well. But I think if you don't have that communication, that understanding of what your role is with your best shots in the middle, it's going to be a disaster. And it's interesting because on the side of the Fives, I didn't see this in Atlanta. They were very confident coming out. Yeah, mind you, they're down 0-9 in games winning, but this is a solid team that they're just picking apart right now on the side of Mick and DeHart.
Into the net for Mick. Fives will take the break. So how do you approach 2 forehands in the middle, tactically speaking? How should Avern and Sincola approach after this point? Why for Sincola? What should be their approach?
Well, it's interesting because usually on the other side you don't have that, which they do. So what I would like to see, because they're the side of the Pandas are having so much success, let's drop it. Let's go ahead and let's see if Mick can hang with us dinking. Let's go ahead and I would like to test his backhand up at the kitchen line. Let's dink there. Let's see if we can't create some pop-ups. We saw on the other side before they had changed sides, there was an error there for Mick. I would like to capitalize on that. Let's see if they can't get him flustered a little bit at the kitchen line.
There you see it. Sincola embodying that patience at the kitchen, going to the backhand of Mick every time.
I loved that idea. Right now, DeHart is 2 on. He's 2 on fire. He's going to make those dinks. Test Mick. Test him at the kitchen line. And they did exactly that. Now capitalize. Let's almost suffocate him. You have to pick one player and suffocate.
14 seconds.
And if you're the player being quote-unquote suffocated, how do you respond when you know every ball's coming your way to a specific spot?
Yeah, just make sure your footwork's ready to go. And I don't think you have to go cross-court and get in those long battles that sometimes can make you a little bit tighter. Mix it up. Go down the line. Let's invite in Auvergne. Let's mix that up so then all the pressure's not on yourself. Get other players involved.
Got him again on the backhand for Mick. The 5's strategy, very apparent. Hit him where it hurts.
That's one way to finish it, man. Get a point on the board.
Look out. Here it comes. Ouch.
I love Mick. He's a great guy on and off the court. Great sense of humor. He's great.
I need to call it out and Stone for the analysis on that one. I can't relate, but looks like it's painful.
Oh, Stoney.
Down the line for Auvergne, and a little bit of momentum on the side of the 5s.
A little bit of taste of DeHart's own medicine there from Auvergne because he's a lefty, really pulling that inside in behind. It's a great look, great shot.
Go. Go.
Sincola so patiently trying to work his way to the kitchen. Too much pressure, though, from DeHart.
It's hard. DeHart sliding forehand right there in your face, ready to swing. It is intimidating. I mean, they are just playing quick. 19-11 already.
Make that game point for the Pandas, looking to go up 2-0 on the 5s. Ambitious drive for DeHart, mishit it. Down the line finish for Mick, gets the serve back. You have to win on your serve.
And that's a spot to watch out for because that's the backhand side of Auvergne, that it's wide open.
Big play for John Sincola. They survive another game point. Anything can happen in rally scoring. How about the panda in the crowd? Shagging the ball. Love the mascot edition here in Dallas. Hometown appearance for the Frisco Pandas, and a nice counter down the line for Andre Mick.
It's just a great spot, a lot of confidence. He's staying up at the kitchen line, all the momentum moving forward.
Flick down the line from Avern. What do you do on that play for Mick? It's coming at you so fast.
I think he tried to do what I would have done, paddle up.
Well, he's been tagged earlier in the game. He's a little gun shy here.
No, but I mean, it was a great shot. Sometimes you just got to say, you know what, Avern, that was a great pull from you. It was a great spot, right height, right position right there to jam me up. And I'll get the next one.
Riley DeHart finishes, and the Frisco Pandas take game 2 in men's doubles on top, 2-0 on the New Jersey Fives. What did you like the most about Mick and DeHart's performance?
There is so much confidence on the side of the Pandas right now. A completely different team that I saw in Atlanta, and they know exactly their roles, and they played within themselves, and so I look for them to continue that on into mixed doubles.
We move on to mixed doubles coming up next. The Pandas could close it out in 3 after the break.
It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
My name is Itzmar, and this is the story of how I got my life back. In college, I injured my back swimming, and pain became so bad that I couldn't function. Treatment was solely focused on my lower back. I was worried that I was never going to get better. When I found HSS, it felt like I had found the cure to my pain. My doctor asked about my hips, as opposed to every other doctor that only asked about my back. HSS changed and saved my life.
The all-new Prius. Toyota. Let's go places.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. ProXR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
There we have the New Jersey Fives clown. I mean, he's in better spirits right now, but he really needs to get down there. If he starts doing some tricks, really hyping up his team right now, because they are 0-10 today. I mean, is he not doing his job?
I don't know if he knows what's going on. The clown turns that frown upside down. He's very confused. Starting them young here in Dallas. The pickleball fans are out today, this brisk fall day, here at the Brookhaven Country Club, home of Major League Pickleball this weekend, and also of the National Championships coming up next weekend. This is the second event of the second season of MLP in 2023. 4 days of full action, 2 levels going nonstop. The premier level starts tomorrow. And this is the challenger level group play still. Each team will complete their group play. And this is the first mixed doubles matchup of the day. The Fives won the toss. They chose to react, and this is where it matters most. What that means is they got to react to the choice of the Frisco Pandas. So Avern and Bates up for the task, and maybe the 1A team for the Fives. Andre Mick and Bobby Oshiro is who the Pandas put out first. The Pandas could close it out in 3. We will play all 4 games no matter what. But what must the mentality be for Bates and Auvergne against Mick and Oshiro in this mixed doubles game. You have everything on the line. You haven't won a game yet, and you need this game to stay alive in this match.
It almost sounds a little counterintuitive here, but it's just don't care. At this point, you have nothing to lose. And so sometimes that can take the pressure off and I got to make the dinks, I got to make the drives perfect to just play pickleball. You know how to play. They really like playing together, Bates and Auvergne. There's a lot of energy on this side. We need Bates to get loud quickly right off the bat. See if they can't get some momentum here, but I think just have the mentality, look, we got nothing to lose. Let's just go out here, play our game, have fun, and usually then you kind of start to win a little bit. But right now, this is a must win for the Fives.
Bobby Oshiro will serve to Auvergne. Auvergne, the lefty, forehands in the middle on the side of the Fives. What a flick from Mick. That was a low ball to the backhand. Degree of difficulty high on that shot.
They're almost taking it over from men's doubles over here to mixed, again with the same lineup straight ahead. And so they know the spots they need to hit on those lefties. And, well, Auvergne over here to Mick, but picking the spots right, pulling the trigger early, I like it.
Missed return for Bates. A 2-0 lead for the Pandas early. Bates goes for the Ernie. Gets it. So how does that change the complexity in mixed doubles when you have a lefty in the mix with Auvergne after this point for the Pandas? Nice roll from Oshiro.
It really comes down to the guys. So right now it really comes down to Stefan Auvergne right now because he is going to take more court. He has forehand in the middle. Yes, we usually see it's reversed, but you're going to see Bates give him a lot of space there. Even just on this one, almost her getting off the court, but it's all going to come down to him right now. How much can he control the court and these points in their favor?
Oh, Mick just destroys that point. First tried Bates, then slammed it home against Auvergne.
What a forehand. Oh my goodness. Dip down low, tons of spin, short, compact, right again to pressuring Auvergne's backhand, which he did so well in men's doubles.
Bates was lined up and ready for the backhand attack.
And that's something that's going to be with Oshiro. You almost see a quote-unquote suffocating thing that they're doing, the Fives are, to Bobby Oshiro right now because of how much court Auvergne is taking, and Bates coming over, hugging that sideline, and they're just pressuring her with dinks. But you know what? There's no one else I'd rather have on that side to stay steady right there than Bobby Oshiro. We should just give a Sharpie there to Auvergne to sign all the ball marks on Mick's body. He's getting pelted, man.
Simple roll from Mick there, down the line.
He's just found a lot of success on the backhand side there of Auvergne, but he's reading it well.
Mm-hmm. What is your advantage when you're the team facing, or where can you leverage when you have the forehands in the middle in mixed doubles in particular for the Pandas, for targets and otherwise after this point?
For the Fives targeting the Pandas? I think, like we said, just really pressuring the woman, whichever side that is. You have two forehands now coming at you. You have to be really precise with your dinks. You can't allow any pop-ups because it's not only, yeah, you have the guy's forehand or the woman's backhand. You got both forehands coming at you. So like I said, I mean, to have someone like Oshiro taking the heat right now, there's no better woman, I don't think, to sit within that pressure than Oshiro. But look for them to continue mixing it up, but they've also found success going directly at Mick. I really haven't seen it right now. So pressuring him a little bit on the fives, of coming over, getting him a little bit off he's just really comfortable right now.
And for the Pandas, where are you targeting when you have the forehands in the middle? You working the angles on the dinks? You going to everyone's backhand all the time?
I think they're doing a great job of a little bit of both. I think Mick is doing a good job of, yes, pressuring the middle and then finding when Auvergne starts to slide over a little bit too much, a nice punch right behind him. And same with Oshiro. She's just seen a lot of the balls right now, so I think her only objective is keep the ball in. I'm going to set up Mick. I'm not going to try and do too much. I'm going to play with him myself, make my dinks, make my resets, battle it out. But there's really nothing I don't think they should change. They're doing exactly what they need to do against a solid fives team.
Good finish there for the fives.
I would like to see the fives go ahead and hit some drops to mix backhand. Get up to the kitchen line. Let's start pressuring that a little bit. Yes, you always want to say, go more to the woman right there, or, go more to Oshiro. No. I think right now, let's test Mick. Let's get him on his backhand where he's a little bit more uncomfortable and almost rolls reverse. Let's pressure him. Let's suffocate him a little bit.
So consistent, Bobby Oshiro.
Yeah, and that's the thing. If you're going to go in those long dink rallies up at the kitchen, who's less consistent? Mick. So I would really hope that they maybe have a little bit of conversation of, hey, let's switch this up. Maybe not every shot, but let's pressure it a little bit more. Again, great drive there by Mick.
Auvergne finds the corner. This is Group A. The St. Louis Shock on top in this pool. 2-0 so far. The Pandas would be second. 2-1 if they can pull off the win here. Long for Auvergne. And what that means is the Florida Smash is 1-1 right now as well. So it will come down to game net differential. So this is a big deal for the Pandas. They want to sweep in order to make the quarterfinals out of group play, and we have a challenge on the court.
Yep, Auvergne chose to challenge that ball. From my point of view, it did look long up here, but again, they could be seeing it differently down there. So I think right now too, it's a good momentum stopper. Let's go ahead and get reset. Maybe take it as a timeout, even though you may know it was probably out. But again, use everything to your advantage right now.
We'll get a closer look when we have it. But big picture-wise, looking across all the groups, we have 3 2-0 teams still alive at this point in the tournament. The St. Louis Shock, the LA Mad Drops, big response for them after the disappointment they had in Atlanta, and the SoCal Hard Eights, the defending champs from Atlanta. Perfect 2-0. All teams in action right now as well. We'll keep you posted as we get to the knockout rounds, but a lot at stake here for the Frisco Pandas. If you're the New Jersey Fives, you know you're out. What are you playing for at this point when you're 0-2 on the day? You haven't won a game. Is it just for pride, momentum? What's your approach as a player?
I think we're taking notes. I think we're taking notes at every MLP. Look, we know what worked well in Atlanta. We took the notes down. What didn't work here? Let's figure it out. There we have a good shot of that.
And I think that's out.
That is out. As we know here in pickleball, it is not compressed like a tennis ball, so it has to be that center axis on the bottom of the ball. And if there is any space there, it is in fact out. but I think they're just trying to, you still have another MLP. So this can't be the end-all, be-all. Oh my goodness, we're not good anymore. We lost it. No. Let's go back to the drawing board. What worked well here? What didn't here? Let's find a happy medium. Move forward.
Laverne big in the middle. Dangerous place to go, high middle on the lefty forehand in the middle.
And I love that by Bates. I thought she was going to go down the line to Oshiro. Opted to do an inside out to mix backhand. Got a pop up. They got a point. Let's see if they can capitalize on that. See if they recognize that that worked. Get some points on the board.
Andre Mick, too big at the kitchen.
They were talking about it earlier in the broadcast that it used to be the speed up was the winning shot.
Yeah.
It's now just the setup shot. So it was great what Mick did there. Hit that speed up, slid immediately, then hit the counter winner.
Where are you targeting on the speed up shot in particular? Is it any general area? Nice response by Vern.
I always say it's going to be forehand side, and it's going to go shoulder, chest, or hip. You can't really go wrong with any of those three areas. It really jams them up. If you go to the backhand side, shoulder, chest, and hip, they can counter, they can hit a reset. It's a very easy movement for you to do. Forehand side, not so much.
Yeah.
Frustration settling in for the Fives, and the Pandas 3 points away from sealing the match. Andre Mick closing the point, now 2 points away.
He's just having so much spin on the ball. You don't really see that too much in pickleball. Usually it's the flatter shots, more of those flicks. He is creating so much top spin with this battle. It is absolutely insane. You don't see a trigger pull there from Oshiro very often, but as you saw, she went right towards the center of Bates. Bates wasn't able to slide out of the way, even though she may have recognized it a little bit earlier, but a great spot there from Oshiro.
Match point for the Pandas. Oh! Bates with an affirmative call.
But it's scary because it landed in a little, 2 games ago, so.
Games to 21, win by 2 and on your serve, so the Pandas will have to earn it back to close it out. Bates serving to Mick. Vern takes care of business in the middle once again.
Great drop, Shelby Bates. That was incredible. She took a little bit of pace off, hit a nice drop towards Mick's backhand. Again, created another pop-up. I'm not saying it's his worst shot, but it's not his best shot, so capitalize on that. Right now, you got to find anything. What's working? Okay, just keep hammering that one in. See if you can't climb back in this.
Andre Mick gets the serve back on their side. Another match point for the Pandas. They have to win it on their serve. Laverne has dominated the middle. Wouldn't you want to avoid the middle if you're the Pandas at this point?
Well, they've been, the Fives haven't been clean in their game. So, no. Majority of the time you would say yes, but right now, there's been so many errors on this side that I don't think there's any bad place to put it right now. Now, however, when it comes to this rally scoring and you're stuck at 20, you do have the advantage as the Fives to slowly climb back in this with really, there's no repercussion. it just goes right back to the side of the Pandas.
The Fives on the run, trailing by 5. Michelle McMahon and Cameron Blackwood here with you in the booth. Just beginning our action from Dallas, Major League Pickleball. Nothing else like it, and we are only getting started. The premier level starts tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central. The quarterfinals for the challenger level, which you're watching right now, taking place tomorrow at 12 p.m. Central Time. Semis will be on championship court at 4 p.m. later on. And the premier level is going to be some fun pickleball to watch. I'm smelling a lot of dream breakers already.
I know. I mean, knock on some wood, but usually we've had about 3 dream breakers so far. It just always seems to always happen on championship court. Sometimes throughout all the courts, actually, but no dream breakers yet.
Shelby Bates looking to make a run for it here for the Fives. A little bit hesitant for the Pandas. Not that time for Andre Mick. Gets the serve back and another chance to close the match.
Great pull there again on the backhand side.
Mick closes it out, a 3-0 lead for the Pandas. We still have one more mixed doubles game to go because it is still group play. But what a performance for the Pandas.
And I really haven't seen Bobby Oshiro that happy jumping in a really long time. And, you know, good for them. They really took a lot of notes of what didn't work in Atlanta, fixed some things up, came out here, and they executed. At the end of the day, everyone's a great pickleball player. They're all pros out here. They can all hit the shots. Who's going to execute at the right time and get these points on the board? Here at Major League Pickleball, Pandas doing just that.
We're going to step aside for just a moment. Our final mixed doubles game of the match coming your way next. The Fives playing for pride and the Pandas looking to make it to the knockout rounds. They must clean up to advance. We'll be right back.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball.
I said, Saturday, no one's here. Like, are you getting this? So if he wants the invoice.
Water doesn't have to be boring. Turn it up with Cirkul. With over 40 delicious flavors and a dial that controls your intensity, Cirkul starts a party for your taste buds. No sugar, no calories, and no artificial flavors. Just good times. Cirkul. It's your water, your way. Try Cirkul at drinkcirkul.com.
Back in Dallas, the Frisco Pandas don't look now, but looking to make a run for their first ever knockout round. Big comeback performance for the franchise. Michelle McMahon and Cameron Blackwood bringing you the action this afternoon. And this is the Brookhaven Country Club. How incredible is the venue? And current female pro, Cameron, is our resident analyst in the booth here. So Pandas, if they win this one 4-0, that's a good chance they're going to advance. They do have the Florida Smash in their pool as well. If Smash come away with a match win, this is a lot to play for.
It really is, and you come in 1-1 and you're thinking, do we have a shot, do we not? But getting a 4-0 win, even a 3-1 win is huge. So look for this to really build some confidence. I even see DeHart and Frantova here. Let's finish this. It's not over. We need this extra point.
Let's good look at Ryler DeHart and Martina Frantova matching up against Sincola and the young Allie Phillips. Frantova serving. Beautiful put away for Frantova that time. Short return from Sincola. Oh. Ball was called wide from Allie Phillips. I think they're going to challenge. Yep. The first I thought I saw that in live, but we'll have another look.
I was so confused by it, so I didn't even look at where it landed.
Lob serve.
But you know what? It is a good strategy. Some people don't, hey, why do you throw in the lob? Why do you throw in a slice serve? It's just a different look.
It's hard to return sometimes.
And it is because you're given no pace, and you have to wait for it to come down into the strike zone and make sure you're hitting it at that perfect time. What I always like to do when I get a lob serve is I like to cut it and slice it hard and come in behind it. Sometimes that's just a different look rather than hitting a flat ball. Sometimes you're not getting enough spin on it, but it's a good changeup. I like that DeHart's throwing it in early. Why not? They're up, have a lot of confidence, but that's why you'll see sometimes. Right now, it's not enough just to have one serve in pickleball.
Yeah.
You should have three. You should have your nice drive hard. You should have a looping one, a slice, a cut, whatever it is. But one is no longer enough, even in the doubles game now.
How about on the return? Because obviously that's a last-minute adjustment you have to make. What are you preparing for as a returner on each server? Are you developing different types of returns? If so, what are those?
It depends on what your strengths are. For me, I like to hit a nice slice, take a little pace off, make it a little bit higher and loopy, so it gives me more time to come in. Now, singles is a different story. You know, you got to put a lot of pace on that back and forth either way. But when it comes to doubles, you're looking to get up the kitchen line. You want to get up there, you want to control the line, and sometimes when you come in with such an aggressive return, you get an aggressive ball back. So, as we see here.
Another look. Oh, actually.
Well, and again, it's where it hits, that access underneath the pickleball, exactly where it hits.
So if you draw a line through that ball, I think I'm seeing that out now.
I am as well. Even though you see a little bit of it on that white line, that is not where it's touching. Tennis, in. Pickleball, out. But we'll see what the refs have to say. I'm not making the call. Phone me in. Phone me in.
Vicki Ryan with the verdict. Call stands. Ball is out.
You're welcome. Knew it. I was scared it was going to be in.
Live, it kind of looked like it was.
I know.
John Sincola, 43 years old, still cranking in pro pickleball.
Yeah. Here you go. Here's a point. Here's a point back. Not make a serve.
Not a lot going right for the fives right now.
I should just make an emphasis. You should have a lot of different serves. You should make the serve. I didn't put that one in the mix, so that one's on me.
Frantova soft into the net. Sincola back to serve, ties it up 3-3. Big play from DeHart, well defended by the fives. Back for Sincola. How about the defense to offense for the Pandas?
It was incredible. I give a lot of credit there to DeHart. He took over, and not only did he take over, but he kept his communication with Frantova, telling her, stay, I got this, let's go ahead and set up this way, versus sometimes, are we switching back, are we not? There was no confusion. They knew their spots, let's finish the point as is, did just that.
A lot of pressure from DeHart, keeping that ball back. 2-point lead for the Pandas. Cleaned up by John Sincola.
Sometimes what can happen with a loop serve as well is you do get a lofty return back, so then you can hit a drive and be aggressive and come in. So that's also another strategy that you can look to do with a lofted lob serve.
On a fancy Ernie from Ryler DeHart. Skip, jump, and hop around the kitchen.
I wasn't sure what Sincola was going to do. I didn't know if he was going to go bend it around for an ATP. Decided to go up, loft it a little bit. It's a tough position he was put in.
Big put away from Ryler DeHart, the lefty in the middle. Another situation where you have both forehands in the middle in mixed, which is what the Fives chose in their first mixed doubles matchup. Didn't go their way. Two dings to the backhand of Sincola. Ryler DeHart wanted to open up the middle. He did, missed it.
I think right now, just on the side of Sincola and Phillips, let's play clean. You know, right now I don't see them going for too much, just staying within themselves. As we know, they know they've lost. There's really, you know, it's hard. It's hard to play when you know there's really nothing left for you. So for them to sit in here and really grind it out here and stay focused, I give them a lot of credit right now to want to get this win here. Shows how true competitors they are, and you know, the Fives do have heart. Didn't go their way today, but you know what? Finish out strong.
Frantova cleans up down the middle. Ties it up 9-all.
And this is the closest matchup we've had. It's been landslide.
Oh, just missed it. That was the right shot, though, for Sincola.
And a lot like how Mick was doing to Auvergne, I would like to see Sincola do it to DeHart as he starts to creep over a little bit into the middle. Hit a punch down the line on his backhand side. Doesn't even have to be a winner. Hit a nice aggressive roll. See if you can't get something.
Sneaky return on the backside of Frantova gets the Fives their first finish to 11 in this match so far that we've seen. On the end change here, they will flip ends rather. And a solid performance so far for Sincola and Phillips, hanging right in, point for point.
And that's hard to do when you put on your quote-unquote better team up first and lose that. It's hard for you to get right back into it, but good for them.
Taking a look at court 3, Vegas and the Mad Drops. The Vegas Night Owls in the black. That's Yates Johnson and Spencer Smith. Taking on a different-looking Mad Drops team. Gabe Tardio, the only player left on that team from the first event of Season 2.
Solid one to keep.
Yeah. I believe it's Sealstrom that's stepping in as the other man there. You can catch all the action on YouTube. We've got 4 courts going.
Good pressure there by Sincola, just really stepping up. Hitting his spots well, moving around those shots.
And the Pandas have appeared to secure their position in the knockout rounds. So the Florida Smash trailing 3-0 right now to the St. Louis Shock in their pool. So
strong pool.
That's a strong pool. The Pandas making a run for it. I don't think a lot of people pick them based on their performance in Atlanta, but here they are, same team, making a run.
Sometimes all it takes is a different venue and weather change and come out a different team.
Being at home, too, helps. Frisco, just a bit north from where we are here in Brookhaven.
And having your cool mascot.
Yes, the panda.
I bet he's warm.
I know. Starting to get a little chilly here. Good drive from Ryler DeHart. Phillips goes for it down the line. She gets it right on the line in the corner.
Sometimes it's hard as if you're on the side of the Pandas. You know you've got it won. You know you kind of moved on. So you just kind of want it to be over. I really want them to focus in, get this last win here, just for themselves. The points, yeah, they matter, yes, of course, but just for themselves, they need to have a win. You need to be able to rely on Frantova and DeHart when it really matters. So figure out these kinks now, get this win.
Frantova cleans up what Ryler DeHart started.
And that's something that they've done really well. It almost looks like he's about to hit those ATPs around and he's just lofted those up back there. So almost unsure of himself of how he's going to play that ball. Nice poke there by Phillips.
Down the line finish for Johnson Cola. Takes a 2-point lead, their biggest of the match. Ryler DeHart answers right back down the line. And to your point about getting some confidence, they lost a heartbreaker, Martina Frantova and Ryler DeHart, earlier today against the Florida Smash. So a bit of confidence here would be crucial for them as they continue on.
Yeah, no, yes, confidence within themselves, but just as a team, they can finish strong. You know, they started strong. Don't let off the gas. This is MLP. You really have to step it up in all areas. And yes, you may have had the match won, doesn't matter. You have to finish strong each match.
New Jersey Fives 2 points away from taking a game off the Pandas. Be their first game win of the day. Short on the third shot drop for Allie Phillips. Point and serve to the Pandas.
Definitely don't want a pickle here on the first day of MLP.
Game point for the Fives to avoid that said pickle. Frantova goes inside out on the roll. Brings this game within one. She could tie it here. Long for Frantova. Serve back to the Fives. Win on your serve, and you have to win by 2. They can close it out, get their first game win of the day. Allie Phillips looking to get it done.
Got it. Got it. Out. Let's go.
Call was wide. Frantova missed it, and the Fives get their first game win of the day. How about that? John Sincola and Allie Phillips avoid the day's pickle. They went 1-9 on the day. As for the Frisco Pandas, look out. They're punching their ticket through, I believe, to the quarterfinals starting tomorrow on Court 3 at 12 p.m. Central. Ryler DeHart, Bobby Oshiro, Martina Frantova, and Andre Mick pulling together in the crucial moments here in Dallas to get their team on the map. The Frisco Pandas making it to the knockout rounds on their home turf. We'll be right back to discuss the win with the Pandas after this break.
Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville is brought to you by Hospital for Special Surgery, proud to be the official hospital of Major League Pickleball. Toyota Prius, it's ace now. ProXR Pickleball, innovation you can handle. DUPR, innovate the game, unify the sport.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
It's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball.
History is in the making here in Dallas. The Frisco Pandas advancing to the knockout round for the first time in the franchise's young history. Dude Perfect has to be proud. Here as we check in now with Cameron Blackwood standing by with the winners.
Thanks, Misha. I was actually just talking to Bobby about that before. She said, this is historic for the Pandas. We finally got out of the Thursday play here. Just what does this mean to the Frisco Pandas?
To be honest, it means a lot. I think we really put in the work. You know, after the first event, we kind of just came together and be like, going into this event, we really wanted this, and we got it done.
And what were those changes that you guys made from Atlanta to here in Dallas to make sure you guys got this win?
I think we just got to know each other a little bit better and understand that some people are just going to do what they're going to do, and we got to figure out how to be a good teammate to them and be a little bit more consistent, and that's what we made, yeah.
And you guys entered into this matchup 1-1, knowing you have to win this one against a strong New Jersey 5 team. What did you talk to your team about before stepping out?
We just want to go after it. I mean, we're here on center court, MLP. It's the greatest pickleball in the world. There's a lot of lonely pandas out there. This win was for you. Cuddle time.
And Andre here, you know, you're having a great time out here. You guys playing great, but how much heart does this team have taking you guys into tomorrow?
Well, I mean, we just wanted to break the panda curse, and we're here to win the whole thing.
Let's go! Pandas moving on, getting out for the first time in group stage play. We're going to come right back with more Major League Pickleball. Don't go anywhere.
True duper.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville!
You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
If sweat is your body's natural way of cooling itself down, then condensation is a beer's natural way of saying, drink me. Michelob ULTRA, superior light beer.
Everything has to be in the fucking cloud. We're getting there. Minutes.
championship court. And again, this is between the SoCal Hard Eights and ATX Pickleballers. Just for some background information on the day. Currently, the Hard Eights are standing at 2-0 record, where the ATX Pickleballers are a 1-1 split, which means anything can happen. It's still early in the tournament, and the players are doing good. The weather is picking up. Again, folks, just in a bit here within the coin toss as we speak here in Championship Court, but the action will resume shortly.
I only got to drive it for 24 hours, but yes. Oh my god, I'm obsessed. I'm obsessed. I was like, I'm never going back, unfortunately. Yeah, leasing it. My friend got me, just 2,000. Just 2,000 down if I got my payments for $500. No, I did not. My friend Emily did. She literally hustled the deal. It was insane. It would have been more expensive. It's brand new. Oh, $7,500 a year. No, I get it for 36 months. So 3 years. 7,600 miles a year. I'm not there enough to drive it that much, so. And at the end, you just trade it. You can either buy it out at the end of your lease and for the same price that it was worth now, or you just drive a new car. It's a depreciating asset, so I might just keep leasing it. Like, I never was. Yes, we're here. Okay. Sorry, I'm here. Come on.
We're back on the overhead. There you go. Thank you. So you got 2 minutes.
Doubles first. $45. Gone, we're about back on it. It's only going to be women's doubles first. 30 seconds.
Oh my.
Major League Pickleball Season 2 is making its second stop here in Dallas, Texas. And the SoCal Hard Eights, the defending champs of Atlanta, taking on the ATX Pickleballers, who are 1-1, playing for everything here tonight against the defending champs, who are a perfect 2-0. As we get you set for the action, Michelle McMahon alongside female pro Cameron Blackwood. And here's how the numbers shake out, Cameron. A 58% win probability in favor of the Hard Eights, as one might expect for the defending champs. Eva Radzikowska and her partner Jana Newell going at it against Millie Rain and her partner as well, Tamarin Emmerich, the least known entity in these four in terms of what we've seen on the tour. So let's begin with Jana Newell. A good look at her. and Eva Radzikowska, the SoCal Hard Eights. They won it all in Atlanta. What is it about these two, Cameron, that make them such a strong partnership?
I think they're so confident just with who they are in themselves, and then you put those two together, and it's dynamite. They know each other's roles. We've talked about that a lot. Do you know each other's roles right off the bat? Who's going to take which ball? What you're comfortable with, and I just think there's so much leadership from Eva Radzikowska, and as well as Jana Newell too. But I just think you want her on your team. She is just a leader. You can stay calm with her. You can figure out the points as they go. And someone like Jana Newell has been incredible this year. Yes, in Major League Pickleball, but just on the PPE Tour in general, medaling in singles, getting into those finals in women's doubles. I mean, she's just really become such a complete player to this Hard Eights team.
Now we look on over to the ATX Pickleballer side. Tamarin Emmerich, based out of Bradenton, Florida, where her partner Millie Rain, also based out of Southeast Florida. What do we know about Emmerich's game and how she complements Millie Rain?
Yeah, I think they're gonna gel really well here. Pick out their spots. They're both great dinkers. They can both stay in a point, can scramble really good. I just want to see, there's so much experience on the other side and a lot of confidence. If they can't step up to the plate, let's not go for too much right off the bat. Let's get a feel for it, start picking out your patterns, and start capitalizing on those. A little chilly. But yeah, I'm excited to see how they're going to play out. And Millie said before this, talking to her, they're so excited to be here in Texas, get some home crowd advantage here. But they're really looking to compete, looking to get out of group stage play and make a name for themselves.
Also an intriguing storyline here. It's husband against wife. Jana Newell and Ben Newell have the same last name, obviously. They're married, and so we'll see how the mixed doubles matchups shake out.
Take it to him, Jana. Take it to him.
Jana, of course, playing for the Hard Eights. Her husband, Ben, on the side of the Pickleballers. Certainly they know each other's games well, so that'll be interesting how much strategy they leverage on their side. First serve underway, Emmerich over to Newell. Emmerich goes down swinging, set up by Millie Rain.
Millie has a lot of power that you wouldn't really think, smaller build, but it's not only does she swing hard and she can place it well, her timing is impeccable. Played against her, trained against her a lot, and she can really just pick out her moments by the timing of it, and it really pops off that paddle, and it's tough to get back. So look for her to really capitalize, especially with her forehand side, and take control of the middle.
Fault was called on the side of the Hard Eights.
I think they said it was a paddle tap. I think she reached in and it, as you can see right here, yep, there you go.
Tapped in the kitchen.
Tapped in the kitchen.
Tapped in the wrong place. A lot of offense right now on the side of the ATX Pickleballers. ATX beat the Seattle Pioneers earlier this morning. Lost to the California BLQK Bears. What a finish for Emmerich on that right side, matching up straight up on Radzikowska.
And something that she does really well, she keeps her momentum forward. You rarely see her, yes, she'll retreat backwards a little bit, but then she really gains that momentum back, finishes at the kitchen line, swinging all the way through the ball, and it's a really great look from her.
So the Bears are 1-1 on the day, as well as ATX Pickleballers. Just for context here, ATX has to win this match to have a chance at the knockout rounds. The Black Bears are still alive in it as well. The Hard Eights are a tall order. Ooh. The lob by Rain pulls Jana Newell off the kitchen.
And a great block by her early on in that, almost looking for a dome shot, and she put the paddle up and got it past her. But we saw in Atlanta, there are some holes in the side of the Hard Eights with Jana and Eva, and you can kind of it's if they're going to capitalize on them. Right now they're playing solid. We may not see any today, but you can get some points and you can stay in a match against them.
Yana Newell blasts one cross court. Her game has reached new levels in the last 6 months since she's committed to pickleball full-time, as many of these pros have. Full-time jobs now. Oh, ATP just barely denied for Millie Rain.
And she had it. She waited just long enough, but as you can see, it just hit on the bottom side of the paddle versus the top for it to bend right back in.
Into the net for Radzikowska. And the pickleballers protecting a 4-point lead.
As you can see there, when they finished that point, you had ATX finishing right up on the kitchen line. You had the hard eights about a foot off the line, which is fine. But again, you just see what advantage it is to stay up at the kitchen line.
4-7.
Radzikowska goes middle on Millie Rain.
Saw that pull from up here. It looked like just the right height, and there was enough space in the middle. And what I liked is she didn't pull it at 100%. She pulled it at about 60%. Sometimes those off speed. That was a great move there by Radzikowska.
Radzikowska and Newell lost together to the Seattle Pioneers earlier today. Just a game, despite the team winning the match. Looking to build from that. Just back for Newell. What a finish for Millie Rain, owning the kitchen.
And it's a great spot. I mean, they're looking to play fast, looking to get involved in a lot of firefights right here, and they're just ATX picking out their spots and finishing with the momentum heading into the kitchen, and they're playing really well right now. I say that. Come on, Millie.
7-9.
Millie Rain pulls the trigger on the backhand down the middle.
Yeah, it's a great pull from her, keeping her momentum. If you see right here, she's finishing so far up at the kitchen and just pushing the hard eights back onto their heels.
Millie Rain goes big again, jams up Yana Newell, and the end change goes in favor of the Austin Pickleballers. Emmerich and Rain pulling ahead and pulling away 11-7. What's jumping out to you so far, Cameron?
They're executing. The hard eights are reacting. It's very clear who's in charge in this matchup right now. They're picking their spots. They're staying up the kitchen. Their feet are underneath them. Whether it's a dink or a speed up, they are in control. On the flip side, the hard eights, if you watch their footwork, it's kind of all over the place. I'm missing a dink here, or I'm off balance here, or getting pushed back. So it's just two very clear distinctions of who's in charge and who's reacting here. So what I would like to see on the side of the hard eights is for them to take advantage of the kitchen, get up, start putting some more pressure on the dinks. Yana Newell has a great forehand roll dink that can create a lot of problems. I haven't even seen her utilize it. So let's go ahead and see if she can't create some problems over to the side of Emmerich, see if they can't create some pop-up, because like you said, she's the most quote-unquote unexperienced on the court right now. Let's pressure her a little bit.
Millie Rain looks to continue the run. Just wide for Radzikowska. And a big lead for the Pickleballers. Up by 5. Pretty shocking scoreline here with the SoCal Hard Eights being so tough to take down to this point, especially their women's doubles team. What a play from Emmerich. Where would you be targeting if you're Radzikowska and Newell right now?
We got to test the dinks of the ATX Pickleballers. We have not done that. When they get in a little bit of trouble, they're pulling the trigger. They're trying to speed up. It's clearly not working because they're not in control of the kitchen line. So let's go ahead and create some dinks. Let's see if Radkowska can't fluster her a little bit with some down the line dinks. See if she can't get a pop up here or there. But I'd like to bring them in. Let's slow this down. Let's elongate the points a little bit more. Then if you get an opening, go for it. But I think right now they're too eager to pull the trigger, and they're getting caught on defense most of the time because ATX is playing well. I mean, credit to them.
Millie Rain takes over once again. She has been an enforcer.
A lot of it's their change of pace, too. As you see right there, she hit a speed up about 60%. Right now in pickleball, because everyone's getting so good and everyone has all the shots, the change of pace is crucial. Now you're not just hitting a speed up to hit it. You're hitting it at 60% with this much spin, with this much angle on it to win a point, because that's how good people's hands are now and the paddle technology.
Timeout called for the Hard Eights. There's a good look at our friend of the booth, Adam Stone, one of our fellow commentators here with Major League Pickleball, also the general manager of the Hard Eights. The Hard Eights were at the forefront of that kind of decision making with bringing on these kind of support roles, and now that's kind of been the trend for every team. Rick Chan, Kevin Wang, Jerry Ing, and Tim Parks, the ownership group of the Hard Eights. A well-constructed team here. Picked up Yana Newell in the second round. Into the net for Newell. And Austin pulls ahead at their biggest lead so far of the game. 16-7. Yana Newell buries it.
Yeah, not that much pop off of the drive there from Emmerich. Good idea. I mean, she's had a lot of success, but if it's right up in that strike zone, you're going to be seeing it go past you even faster.
What do we think Adam Stone was discussing in that huddle with the Hard Eights?
Well, I think we're seeing it right now just off of these few points here is pressuring the dink of Emmerich. And now they're starting to slow it down a little bit. I even saw Newell try to hit her drop down the line to Emmerich. I think just let's elongate these points a little bit more, then pick our moment. Stone's a smart guy. He's been around the game. I mean, he's not flustered right now. And I think if anyone is going to talk to you on those timeouts when you're down, you want someone like Adam Stone. Very even-keeled, calm. He's not going to be too emotional, very strategic, and get you back out there in a good mindset.
Emmerich steps in on the backhand, looking to poach that one from Millie Rain. A lot of work to do for the Hard Eights. Newell poaches, and a good pinch from her. University of Missouri, Kansas City tennis player Yana Newell. Radzikowska started the pressure on her side.
And great hands for Rain to stay in that one, just not enough. But as you can see, even over on the side right now, Adam Stone coaching up the guys already for theirs too. So just wanting to make sure that they're setting them up for the most success. And if they can't get this win here, end the day 3-0.
Maybe we'll have our first dream breaker of the day here.
Maybe.
In this match. Good little run here for the Hard Eights, trailing by 5. Eva Radzikowska.
And they're so good with staying in the point. Yes, they might be down, but they believe in themselves individually and as a team and as a whole unit of the Hard Eights. They've been there, done that, they've won it. The interview before with Todd Fote and Eva, they said, we drafted this team to win all 3. We didn't draft the team to win 1, so we're not done. We want to win this one. Guess what? We also want to win the next one too. So there's a lot of confidence running on their side right now. So even if they don't get this one win, which we saw earlier in the day, look for the Hard Eights to pick it up, take the next.
Crucial sign out for the Hard Eights. Radzikowska, a 2-time MVP in Major League Pickleball. 3 titles for her. Lob from Millie Rain.
As we say, she trains down there in South Florida with J-Dub and Georgia Johnson and Anna Bright. And as you can see from J.W. Johnson throwing up some lobs at the kitchen, she's, hey, you're not the only one that can do it. So can I.
Defense from the Hard Eights. Millie Rain was unrelenting with her offense, topped off by Emmerich.
Wow, that was incredible. I mean, credit to the Hard Eights for staying in it for that long. It almost looked like you knew ATX was going to come on top of that one, but man, great hands by all 4 ladies.
Game point for the pickleballers. Ooh, Emmerich had it on her paddle, missed it, top of the tape. Newell and Radzikowska still alive. Oh, Rain almost got a hold of it. Yana Newell picks up the offense.
That's a shot now a lot of women are starting to use right now, is a one-handed backhand flick. Used to not see us use it at all, and now we're starting to really work it into our arsenal, seeing the benefits of how we can set up those shots.
Ooh, inside out on the roll was the attempt of Millie Rain. The Hard Eights are making a run for it here late in game 1 of the match. It's rally scoring, you must win on your serve, so the pickleballers have to get the ball back to close it out. Radzikowska gets another, pulls within 3.
And they're really targeting Rain here. Out of the timeout, when I was, after Adam Stone spoke to him, it really looked like he said, hey, go to Emmerich, see if you can't pressure on the dink. But man, any speed up, they're going right at Rain, which she has a great hand. So I'd love to know the strategy as to why they're wanting to target her so much.
The score was at 1 point, 20-15. Big run for the Hard Eights. Time now for our knockaround KO of the match. It was the hands battle from just a moment ago. That's one of the reasons we love women's doubles so much. Have another look at this great point. It's the KO of the game. Women's doubles at its finest.
All four ladies keeping so much balance, paddle out in front of them, short, compact swings, especially when you're on the defense. And it's real hard working your way in transition, and ATX comes out on top. Incredible pickleball by all ladies.
Such a close call for the Hard Eights, and game point returns to the Austin Pickleballers. Good run, though, for the Hard Eights.
It is, and I would say Emmerich has probably one of the hardest two-handed backhands right now in the women's game. There is so much pop coming off her paddle.
That's a big play for Razakowska. Simple block just at the feet of Millie Rain. Gets the ball back and the point. It's a one-point game.
19-20.
The defense wasn't enough for the Hard Eights to tie it up. So another try for the Austin Pickleballers to close it out here. 2019, game point number 3.
2019.
Millie Rain goes for it, a gutsy play down the line on Razakowska. And the Pickleballers take a 1-0 series lead.
That was an incredible play there by the ATX Pickleballers, and credit to both Millie and Emmerich there. They were just playing incredible pickleball, very confident, staying at the kitchen line. You never really saw them off balance, whether they were hitting their drops, whether they were dinking, working their way through transition zone, and that's a strong team they just beat. So that should give the ATX Pickleballers a lot of confidence heading into to men's doubles. And on the flip side, Hard Eights are, hey, it's no big deal. We already lost 1-0. First one came back 1-3-1, so excited to see men's doubles coming up after this.
Yeah, we've got men's doubles coming up next, and we will step aside as well, take a quick timeout, get you back out to see if the Hard Eights can tie it up here with a men's doubles win.
Innovation is our specialty. Winning is his. Zane Navratil has won more than 40 Pro Gold medals and back-to-back Major League Pickleball titles. One of pickleball's most iconic and decorated athletes teamed up with our world-class engineers with one goal in mind: build a paddle that can dominate. The Zane Navratil Signature Paddle, designed for champions by champions. Available now. ProXR Pickleball. Innovation you can handle.
What's your DUPR?
Back in Dallas here as Major League Pickleball Season 2 continues at event number 2 on the year. Michelle McMahon and Cameron Blackwood on the call with you. We move on to men's doubles. It is Ben Newell and Daniel De La Rosa taking on Todd Fote and the MVP from Atlanta, C.J. Klinger, the lefty, the youngster. That's a good look at Ben Newell. We saw his wife, Yana Newell, in game number 1, and now we have a look at the husband side of things on the ATX Pickleballers. He's a lefty, 34 years old, based out of the Midwest, and there you have C.J. Klinger. He's 17 years old. He was the defending champ and the MVP from Atlanta. As I mentioned, Ben Newell will start off the serve to Klinger. All four hands in the middle in this one. Something to note.
And a lot of pace from Mr. De La Rosa. He comes, as we know, one of the best in the world at racquetball. And he can read that ball so quick, and especially with the paddle that he has, how thin it is. Watch out.
One of the best in show in racquetball, the #1 player in the world, in fact. Has won several titles there. Was introduced to pickleball 5 years ago, De La Rosa. Serving now. La Rosa goes for it. His wife is also a competitive racquetball player with 2 kids who are sure to be excellent pickleball players.
Yeah, and a lot of we see there in Megan Fudge's kids too. They're playing so much. Somebody who's our regime has kids. I mean, it is just, that's why we love the sport. Anyone can play it. I will say on the side of the ATX Pickleballers, the footwork you're going to see is absolutely incredible. Both so quick on their toes, almost looks like they're out of position. No, they can get in position no matter where the ball is. They're so quick there and making sure that their paddle's in the right position to execute the shot.
C.J. Klinger comes up big on his side and a big lead early for the Hard Eights in game 2.
Great step in there by C.J. Klinger. As you saw, he had to go into the kitchen, retrieve the ball, and establish both feet outside of the kitchen line to execute that winning shot there. So great job by him of his awareness up there with his feet at the kitchen.
Fote goes big on the backhand flick, reaches in, extends it, jams up Newell.
That was a great read because as you saw, Ben Newell coming over to maybe try and hit a Ernie there, not really sure, but was out of position. So it was a great shot there by Fote to keep him off balance as he was trying to work his way back into the court.
Fote and Klinger are 1-1 on the day. They dropped one earlier today to the California Black Bears. Ooh, love that choice from Todd Fote. Held it on that two-handed backhand, rips it down the line.
And he did just that, like you said. He held it just long enough for that split movement of Newell to go right behind him. Kept it compact, hit about a 60% shot. Great job there by Todd Fote.
And C.J. Klinger heating up at the perfect moment. A 9-1 lead for the Hard Eights.
And a great start after that tough loss there by the women's team. So to come out, and like to know what Adam Stone was telling him throughout that women's match, for them to come out with such a strong start here.
C.J. Klinger, he's such a competitor. You know, he's one player that wants to be in the big moments. He came up big for the Hard Eights in the Dream Breaker in Atlanta. All the pressure on his side against Seattle in the finals.
And he's a player where you're not going to see a lot of emotion. He's going to stay pretty even keel, almost like a J.W. Johnson there, making sure that his emotions don't get a hold of his game, quote-unquote, that I say. I mean, he just stays just solid. Singles, doubles, mix, doesn't matter.
Wide open middle for Todd Fote, just missed it. Down the middle finish for CJ Klinger. An 11-3 lead, and an end change will do for the Hard Eights. An explosive start for them.
Set himself up right there with an aggressive backhand roll dink. It got a pop up and finished right there. So setting himself up, having his partner set him up, doesn't really matter. They're rolling, gelling, confident. Not really needing to discuss anything, that's for sure.
Anything can happen. We already know. Just out of curiosity, folks, who's in the stands here cheering for the Hard Eights? Can we make some noise for the Hard Eights? What about the ATX Pickleball? Is everyone in here? There we go, folks. We got some good noise. This is our last.
Currently 63 degrees here in Dallas. Temps are dropping as the sun goes down. Court is fully shaded. Beautifully set up championship court. Never seen pickleball as well established here in this kind of venue built for the sport. Unbelievable from Brookhaven Country Club. What a finish there for Ben Newell, fellow lefty on the other side.
Again, that's what they're going to have to do. They're going to have to create their own power right now. There's just so much coming from the other side of the Hard Eights that they really need to take control of this match here and try and work their way into the kitchen. It's popping up. They're not able to get to the kitchen line right now is the issue.
Newell tries to go line on Todd Fote. Long for De La Rosa.
Sometimes it's hard too, like you said, going line on there because you want to hit it back. Well, majority of the time it comes back to the same spot, and that's your backhand side. So unless he's sliding right away to his forehand, that's going to be Fote's point all day.
A lot of pressure right now from the Hard Eights, pulling the Austin Pickleballers out of their game. And a timeout called at the break.
And I almost see roles reversed here from women's to men's doubles right now. It's the Hard Eights right now aren't doing anything special. They're making dinks, making balls, making their transition shots. Sorry, Ashley said it's cold. And really just playing within themselves. On the other side, you just almost see the frustration in the play, not being able to get to the kitchen line. We can't make a simple dink like it was. We can't put the put-away ball. So I think right now, just settling back in, look, we're up 1-0. We're in this. This is not, we would like to win this, but it's not a must-win right now. It'll be tied 1-1. Maybe that'll loosen them up a little bit and see if they can't start playing a little better.
De La Rosa gets it back and gets himself to the kitchen. Something they were struggling with earlier. De La Rosa once again counters. Really fast hands on his side.
He's one of my favorites to watch. There's just so much power and confidence coming from him. And he almost just puts his body in a cool way, too, when he finishes it. I mean, he's just fun to watch.
Originally from Mexico, De La Rosa. That was an ATP attempt from the other side, but just wide was the call. So the Pickleballers trying to make a run. CJ Klinger had it lined up, moved out of the way, packed his forehand on the slide.
And it was a great job. He already knew. He knew I'm going to slide. He's going to hit it wide. He's one of the smartest players out there in order to read 2 shots ahead.
How much of that is instinct versus just knowing the game so well?
I think both. I think his parents have done a great job of having him just study the game as well. So, yeah, you can play and you can drill, but if you're not really studying the ins and out of the ball and how it's evolved in this play and how it's being quicker and how the paddles have evolved, I just think his overall preparation from such a young age has made him the player he is, and don't look at him to stop anytime soon.
He's played a lot of sports in his youth. Well-rounded athlete, still growing too. Scary thought. Nice roll from Ben Newell, right at the toes of Todd Fote.
And I like that he took it out of the air. Right now, I think you just need to put a lot of pressure. You can do that by taking balls out of the air, not waiting on the bounce, hitting it off your back foot. Stay on your toes just like that, like De La Rosa.
Todd Fote, wow, with an insane finish. Just deflected it. How'd he do it?
That as Ben Newell just did. Paddle tap. That was just incredible pickleball. Everyone did what they were supposed to do. Their rolls were perfect. They stayed up at the kitchen. They hit their counters. Everything was compact. It was right in front of them. Credit to the hard eights on that one.
Oh, gets him that time. Ben Newell gave Fote no choice. Right to the belly.
18. Yeah. You. More.
Patient choice from Todd Fote.
And that is where they have found some errors. If you're going to find any errors right now, it has been the backhand side of the dink at the kitchen for De La Rosa. So credit to hard eights for noticing it, not putting too much focus on it, but pinpointing it out when it's necessary.
And a nice roll once more to the backhand side of De La Rosa. Game point for the hard eights to even things out, one game apiece. CJ Klinger wanted that one. Point to the Austin Pickleballers, trailing by 9, trying to climb back in. De La Rosa will take back the serve.
11-20.
Went to speed it up. Right choice for De La Rosa there?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to create too much right now, and I get it. They're down quite a bit, so they're trying to find anything that'll work. The thing with De La Rosa, he wants to get in those hands battles, so to him it is a good play. He just has to execute.
Game point number 2 for the hard eights, and they close it out into CJ Klinger and Todd Fote take this one 21-11. It was a dominant performance since the beginning. And the hard eights even it out one game apiece. CJ Klinger, Todd Fote. What was the best part on their side?
I think just the confidence they know they can win. Number one, I think that they're taking the confidence from Atlanta. Everything's been working well. They're coming in here. They've been playing great all day long, and I think they knew they needed to put a point back on the board. You don't want to get down 2-0, especially in MLP format with the rally scoring. So for them to get back in here and get a point on the board, 1-1 heading into mix, I think that's a great job.
On the mix we go after the break. We'll step aside for just a moment. And Todd Fote and Yana Newell take the stage next.
Introducing Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball. They're ultra lightweight and responsive for incredible speed. They have Goodyear rubber outsoles with a specialized pickleball design for increased side-to-side stability and agility. Plus, they feature shock-absorbing foam and Skechers' famous relaxed fit design for incredible comfort game after game. Conquer the court in comfort. Skechers Pickleball, the official footwear of Major League Pickleball.
At the Botanist, we always look further, seeing potential where others may not. We sustainably hand-forage 22 Isla Botanicals to make a beautifully balanced gin, capturing the essence of our Scottish island home. Consciously crafted by our community to be enjoyed by yours. Look further.
Match point, it's all up to me. Nothing can get in my way. And when they ask, what are you gonna do next? I'll say, I'm going.
We're going to Margaritaville! You can go to Margaritaville too. Visit MargaritavilleResorts.com.
Sean McMahon and Cameron Blackwood with you here in Dallas. Major League Pickleball Season 2 rolls on from its second event of the season. That's Todd Fote playing with his partner Jana Newell. And we were hoping for the battle of the spouses, Ben and Jana Newell playing against each other in this one. However, that is not how this one is playing out. The Hard Eights put their hand out first with Newell and Fote, to which the ATX Pickleballers countered with Emmerich and De La Rosa. We are split 1 game apiece. And the Pickleballers have to win. They're in a must-win situation. They're 1-1 right now on the group play stage. This is the final match of group play for them. Hard Eights perfect 2-0, a lock for the knockout rounds. And Emmerich will serve first to Newell. Key point for the Pickleballers.
And a good long point, really seeing what, the pattern they really wanting to go ahead and pressure Emmerich a little bit. I would like to see them, again, pressure De La Rosa's backhand. I think they found a lot of success with that in men's doubles, especially from Fote. He really ran around that forehand and pressured that roll dink. But again, we'll see how this one plays out, but I think that's something to take note of if they start to get in a hole a little bit.
Emmerich showing her tennis prowess. The former tennis pro rips one down the line.
And I don't think you guys realize how hard that is to get back, as you can see, when it nicks off the tape and ricochets into your face. The fact that she got that one back and then stood tall and won the point, incredible work by her.
Todd Fote gets big on his side, buries it on De La Rosa.
It was one of those, oh, it's going out. Ooh, is it? Is it?
The wind is starting to pick up, as well as the cooler temps. And Emmerich again, right on the line against Todd Fote. How is she winning that battle head-to-head?
She's just staying very compact. She's not, yes, going for a lot, but again, with those compact strokes, she's able to get reset very quickly. So whether it's coming to her forehand or backhand, because she hits that reset so quickly, she's able to counter very well. And so, again, I think right now they should be targeting De La Rosa over Emmerich. I think that you would find a little bit more errors right now because of how, well, I say that, how solid she is playing, and except for that point. But yeah, I would like to see him switched up a little bit more.
Newell strikes off the tape. It lands in. Not much you can do about that for the pickleballers. A miss for Todd Fote. Another point for the pickleballers, who tie it up at 5. Ooh, tough ball to miss for De La Rosa.
Newell got lucky there, and I don't mind that she's hitting with so much pace cross court at the dink, but she has had some loft up, and that's where she's getting in trouble, especially when you have someone like De La Rosa with such a big backhand in the middle. So I would like to see her continue to hit those nice slice rolls, but look to go behind De La Rosa, mix it up just a little bit with the dink, pressure him a little bit more.
6-all. Jan Newell on the return of Emmerich's serve. Oh, what defense from Emmerich, almost got a hold of it. What a play from Newell, though, setting up her partner, Todd Fote, for the finish. De La Rosa goes long. Hard eights, a perfect 2-0 in their mixed doubles matchups with both of their mixed doubles teams. They have not lost yet today. Todd Fote lets it fly, and a good call from Newell.
And that just gives you so much confidence moving in. Like we said, every point matters, but it's really about the chemistry and the communication you're having with your partner throughout Thursday. You want to make sure that you continue into Friday, and hopefully you make your way into Saturday, which they were able to do in Atlanta. But I just think it's crucial that, yeah, they may not be gelling women's or men's consistently yet, but the fact that you have your mixed rolling is a huge plus, because you can always rely on that. You can go down 0-2, but if your mixed is off, you've just lost.
Their owner, Twin Parks, promised on a podcast that they would not even drop a game
in mixed?
In Dallas. No, just in general.
In
their
general.
Team.
Okay.
I think. They have not held up on that promise. Update. Still rock solid, though. The team to beat for sure. Todd Fote finds it on the back door of De La Rosa.
And I like what the Hard Eights are doing. You have Newell coming in, pressuring Emmerich with a tough cross court, and De La Rosa goes over to cover just a little bit to try and help out, and that's where he's opening up that backside for Fote to capitalize on.
Wide for De La Rosa, and the Hard Eights get to 11 first. We'll change ends. 11-8. Yeah, the pickleballers in a must-win situation here. If you were advising that team right now, what would you tell them?
I think sometimes what can happen is when you get down, especially with a player like De La Rosa, he wants to do too much. He has a lot of power, so he's thinking, okay, I'm going to go for this one. You don't need to do that right now. There's a solid team on the other side. Let's work it a little bit. He has a great partner in Emmerich. Let's see if we can't work it a little bit more, start pushing it, then create some pop-ups. But right now he's trying to kind of make something out of nothing, and it's not working, and he's getting beat by that. So settle back down, really start, as you can see right now, he's kind of doing his own thing. I would like them to communicate a little bit more as a team together, come together, and see if they can't work out a pattern that they're both comfortable with, because right now it's, as Anna Bright likes to call it, grip it and rip it there from De La Rosa.
Time in. 11-8.
on her side. A nice setup from Todd Fote.
You know, it's interesting. She is floating a couple of those cross courts up, but I was wondering if maybe it's on purpose. You know, sometimes that can be a setup ball there for Fote. And they look very comfortable as they know that even if it is a little bit higher, that they're coming in to finish that high ball if it gets sent back.
Oh, just wide on the ATP for Emmerich. Just going to comment on her contact point.
I mean, between her and Jana Newell, I don't know who's swinging harder right now. I mean, there's just so much power coming off of all four of these players' paddles here. And sometimes you don't see that in the mixed doubles as much. Almost the women are more of the setup, and right now they're proven to want to be finishing the points as well as the men out there.
De La Rosa goes high on Newell. She had it, framed it. Tammy Emmerich, by the way, former top 200 tennis player. You can tell her background shining through, originally from Belgium, back serving now. Oh, what a grab from Fote. The defense from the hard eights. Best point of the match so far. A crushing point to lose for the hard eights.
Wow.
Well done. De La Rosa and Emmerich had to do everything to win that point.
Digging out every single ball. I mean, and credit to the ATX pickleballers, pushing them back wide, bringing them back in, pushing them back out, hitting the angles. Wow. Great job by all four players there, and credit to ATX for capitalizing on that.
Oh, a gimme ball for Tammy Emmerich goes into the net. Emmerich picked up pickleball in October of 2022 while looking for a way to get in shape after becoming a mom. You love the stories of how these players get involved in the sport. Now she's a pro. Inside out roll and a beauty on the back door of De La Rosa. Jana Newell buries it.
Creating a lot of problems there with that harsh slice up there up at the kitchen line and redirecting it perfectly.
16-11.
Oh, Jana Newell slaps back down the middle.
I don't know who's hitting harder, Jana Newell or De La Rosa, and that's a pretty crazy category to be in right there. But she really uses her whole body, and I would say she's picking her spots perfect. She's not just swinging out of control. Let me just make sure I specify on that. She's not just swinging to swing here. She's really picking out her spots, whether it's cross court, whether it's a redirect down the line. But what she's doing is she's putting the momentum behind her shots there versus falling backwards. So I think she's just doing an incredible job there with pinpointing exactly where she wants that pace to go.
Ben Newell speaking emphatically to Daniel De La Rosa on their sideline. Meanwhile, Todd Fote and Jana Newell, all business. No discussion on the side of the hard eights. Nothing to fix at this point. A 17-11 lead on that side. And Jana Newell, such a slight frame. How does she generate so much power?
Timing. It is all timing. And there could be a lot to it right now. Yes, there's paddle technology is incredible, all of that. But when it comes down to putting that, thank you. Michelle just put a little blanket on me. But when it comes to making sure that it's hitting the point of contact exactly where it needs to be with the right amount of pace. She's doing it perfectly.
Todd Fote big in the middle again. He has found his game, and he seems like he has improved a lot since Atlanta.
And you know what I'm going to say is not only on court, but just in his demeanor. Even when I would go down to interview him, there was something about him that his confidence has grown tremendously. He believes in himself now.
Like he belongs, right?
Yeah, and he believes himself as a partner. He believes on himself just as if he's in a dream breaker, he can count on himself. And I think that's huge. That's when a player really turns a different notch up to being a key player on the hard eights. And I don't think he had it before, but he has grown into his own now on and off the court, and it has really shown.
The hard eights looking to run away with this one. Game point.
I don't think Todd Fote a while back would have been as confident saying, oh, we're not only going to win this one, we're going to win the next one. But it really shows.
All three events.
Yeah.
Looking for the clean sweep.
And I love that. You have to have that. That's a good spot there by Emmerich. There's a lot of pressure on her for her to get these dinks backs nice and low and for her to place it right there in the middle on the outside foot there of Jana Newell. Incredible placement.
Todd Fote misses the backhand dink opportunity. What makes that ball so challenging for pickleballers across the world, across levels?
When it hits right there at the kitchen line.
Yeah, to the backhand low on the dink. You can answer for this.
It's different for a lot of people. There's a different spin that's coming off of it. Where do you redirect? Do you take it out of the air? Do you go up the line? And it's usually not your best shot, and your feet aren't set. So a lot of times it's just such a smart play to go to because of how it's hard to defend.
And the hard eights close it out 21-13. Jana Newell and Todd Fote setting the tone for the next mixed doubles matchup to come. Eva Redzikowska and her partner, CJ Klinger, take the stage next. But Jana Newell and Todd Fote, they're looking as good as ever. A perfect 3-0 on the day. What'd you like?
I like their patterns. They stayed to it. They didn't get off keel with their, if they hit a good shot or they countered really well. Nope. They set their pattern up. Nice cross-court dinks there by Newell, which set Fote up, and they did not get away from the pattern. That was their success.
Coming up next, our final mixed doubles game of the evening. CJ Klinger and Eva Radzikowska looking to close it out, and the ATX Pickleballers looking to stay alive in group play and advance to the knockout rounds. A huge game on the line for them. We'll be back with it after this.
My name is Itamar. This is the story of how I got my life back. In college, I injured my back swimming, and pain became so bad that I couldn't function. Treatment was solely focused on my lower back. I was worried that I was never going to get better. When I found HSS, it felt like I had found the cure to my pain. My doctor asked about my hips, as opposed to every other doctor that only asked about my back. HSS changed and saved my life.
The all-new Prius. Toyota. Let's go places.
And I said, Saturday, no one's here. Right? Are you getting this? So if he wants the invoice...
Water doesn't have to be boring. Turn it up with Cirkul. With over 40 delicious flavors and a dial that controls your intensity, Cirkul starts a party for your taste buds. No sugar, no calories, and no artificial flavors. Just good times. Cirkul, it's your water, your way. Try Cirkul at drinkcirkul.com.
Back on championship court, the SoCal Hard Eights, the defending champs from Atlanta just a month ago, on top in this one, 2-1. The final mixed doubles game is up next. It is Eva Radzikowska taking on CJ Klinger. I believe the ATX Pickleballers had the option to react. This is the matchup they wanted. They lost the first mixed doubles game, and so it all comes down to Ben Newell and Millie Rain looking to keep their team alive.
Which is a scary one, because if you're going to have like an A team and a B team, I would put Eva and CJ as the A team, so them coming in the second to try and close this, it's a tough task there for Newell and Rain.
1-0.
Millie Rain, she was so effective in women's doubles, now stepping up big in mixed doubles. Talk about improvement. She's a player on the rise, especially at her age. So young, so athletic.
And she has the best training partners. I mean, she grew up playing with the Johnsons, Georgia and JW, so her hands are incredible. Throw in Gabe Tardieu, throw in Dylan. I mean, she's just been playing with the best in the world, and so for her to come out here and step up big, like I know she knows how to play, and so does she, but for her to execute, it's huge for her and her confidence moving forward.
CJ Klinger goes big down the line and so effective with that slide over to the forehand.
And this is a straight up role reversal here. When you have two forehands in the middle on both sides, usually you see the women on the right side than both playing on the left here. So sometimes it's a little bit easier to have it fully straight up. But look at that Burt there from Mr. CJ Klinger.
So fun to watch, so explosive, snipes it down the line. CJ Klinger, he's a showstopper, that 17-year-old.
Can't rock the shades right now. He wants to.
Go, CJ. 6-1. Yes.
CJ Klinger, he has been an X factor all day. A third-round pick, Cameron. Can you believe that? He won't be next year, I assure you that, if drafting is even a thing at that point. But what a steal when it comes to the draft.
Oh, I think so. And he's just proven himself time and time again on the singles and men's doubles and mixed doubles. And just as an overall teammate, I think he's really just grown a lot this year. And really happy to see him in the place where he's at and the team he's on and what he's been able to accomplish this year. Like I said, he's young and he's only getting better.
8-2.
CJ Klinger just stopped in the middle of a point, thought he heard the ref say something in the middle of that one. A bit of a mix-up. The ref was like, I didn't say anything. So
I think he said that the ball hit Rain's foot. Is what I.
He's challenging that. On the pickleballer's side, that they got hit before the ball came back over.
And he did the right thing. If you truly believe that that is what's happened, you have to stop play. You can't just wait and continue to play the point out and then argue and be upset about it. So for him to stop, even if he's wrong, that was the right thing to do if you truly believe it did hit the other side. And get your verdict. And, there's some moves there by Mr. Adam Stone. His hips don't lie. What?
Adam Stone, a legend of the game. Is he jiggling to stay warm, or because he's got dance moves hidden in those sweatpant pockets?
Oh my goodness!
Shout out to his wife, Corinne Carr, another professional pickleball player. Gave birth to their baby boy, AJ. Such a cute baby. Rocking the all white, Adam Stone. So fashionable. What can he do? Here's a look at what's happening. So the calling question is whether or not it hit Millie Rain's foot.
Mm-hmm.
That right foot, like Cameron said a moment ago. So.
Yeah, well, I kind of see what. I mean, I don't
see it, like,
but I
directly
correct
the angle of.
But if you're going to say, the ball was there, so it's not far-fetched for him to. Okay, Stone. Okay, get it.
He listened. Here's the verdict.
After video review, the round will stand as played. There's no evidence that the ball hit the player's foot. There we
No evidence that the ball hit Millie Rain's foot. So play continues. The pickleballers take the point. And the serve, 3-8 is the score. Into the net for Ramzakowska, another point for Austin.
That's almost what I love about Ben Newell watching him, is he hits so many incredible shots with both of his feet in the air. I don't know how he does it, but he's just almost like floating half the time just with how much bounce he has with his feet, and his footwork is incredible that he can stay balanced in the air.
9-4.
Nice reset from Ramzakowska. Goes into the net, though, there. And the pickleballer's on a run.
And Rain is really reading that. That's a couple there where Radikowska wants to speed up down the middle, and she's just stepping and sliding with her forehand, which I like. You know, sometimes you have the men that steps in and hits that, but the fact that she's stepping in.
CJ Klinger just barely grabbed the line. Such a clutch performer at 17 years old. Deep for Millie Rain. She wanted that middle ball. Here's another look at that close call from a moment ago, and that was just barely on the outside of the line. What a play from CJ Klinger. Hard eights get to 11 first. We'll change ends, and the pickleballers looking to stay alive in the match. Down 6, Millie Rain and Ben Newell, all the pressure on their side. What needs to change, if anything?
I would like to see them go ahead and hit some more aggressive dinks to Eva. I think right now, CJ Klinger, he's just clutch. He has very fast hands. He can read the speed ups really well. Let's go ahead and dink to Radikowska on the backhand side a little bit. She's not going to hurt you. You know, so even if you dink a couple times, she's not going to sit there. And Rain's been able to capitalize. If she is hitting those backhand dinks, sometimes she's hitting those speed ups, and Rain's able to capitalize on it. So let's see if maybe they can't get a couple more of those and get some points on the board. But you gotta make your dink at the kitchen.
Easier said than done, those dinks.
I know. That's just great movement there by Klinger. As you saw him move his way all the way up, and his feet were so calm, I would say, in chaos. And so that's just really great work by him to take control of that point from the get-go and finish it.
Steps in on the attack and a little run for the pickleballers.
And that's exactly what I was talking about. Radikowska's not going to hurt you. Even with a higher ball up to her backhand side, she's not hitting incredible winners on that side of her body. So work your way in on the backhand side. And I say that, and she does that.
Yeah. Severe angle for Radikowska.
But I would say that's your safest bet, to work your way up. And I would like to see Ben Newell get a little bit more active, take a little bit more control of this side. As we see on the other side, Klinger taking control of that side. I need Ben Newell to step up.
Just wide for Radikowska there. Pickleballers hanging right in. 7 points down.
8-15.
Another miss for Radikowska. And to your point, every ball right now going her direction.
9-15.
Patient point for Millie Rain. Austin just chipping away at the scoreboard.
Ben, I think it's great. Let's slow it back down. Let's eliminate the person who's hurting us the most, CJ Klinger. So let's go ahead and go to Radikowska. Let's slow it down just a little bit. Let's make her hit a few. Because even if she does hit a speed up, ATX has been right on it. So it's a smart play to go to her.
16-10.
Radikowska finds the middle after working the dink wide. Smart play.
Yeah, finds the middle, finds a little bit of the tape. All of that's going to work into your favor. But yeah, staying patient. She now knows she's going to see every ball. She knows it's coming to her. She just has to stay steady, ride this out. They're up 17-11. She doesn't need to do more than she has to. And the great thing about Evett, she already knows that. She knows she doesn't need to overplay. She can play within herself. She is such a smart, composed player that this doesn't rattle her at all. She's going to stay in. She's going to try and, when she sees her opportunity, go ahead and execute. But she knows she's going to see the majority of the balls throughout the rest of this match.
It's usually the theme in mixed doubles. So as the female in the partnership, how do you manage that when you know you're going to see a lot of the balls and then also a lot of the attacks?
I think that comes your preparation before you step on the court. Yeah. What does your training look like? What are you doing before you come out here? Find a good aggressive men dinker and get on the other side and have them just push you around all day long, 2 hours at a time. I mean, just really pressure you so when you get out here, it's no big deal. if you're already trying to work on it when you're out here, you haven't done your job.
Eva Radzikowska, former tennis player, turns 45 this month. Incredible performer. Down the line beauty for Eva Radzikowska.
45, yeah, right.
Yeah, somebody's lying.
She plays absolutely incredible. And I mean, even her singles game. When you get into Dream Breakers, you can count on her to do her part.
CJ Klinger's only been around for 17 years. Youth and experience on that side. Perfect balance, though. They seem to love playing together.
They do. They talk about it a lot.
Wow, what a get from Klinger. Ben Newell, though, finishes it off on the high deflection.
And that's what I've needed from Newell this entire match. Step up. Don't just get the balls in play, but when they're up there, you have to finish them. And, I mean, hopefully he can do that now. Hopefully it's not a little too late, but I want to see him stay aggressive like he is right now.
The pickleballers just keep hanging around. This game keeps getting closer. 3 points away now. They were down as big as 8 points in this fourth game. Looking to force a dream breaker. Hard Eight's no stranger to that. From Atlanta in the finals. Oh no. Tough one to give up. We've all been there.
He has so much hops. He jumped way before. I was like, he could stay in the air.
1915.
Oh, what a play. CJ Klinger all the way through.
I mean, the confidence he has to just step in front and say, I'm going to finish this. I mean, working his way across, staying composed the whole time. Great job there by CJ.
Match point for the Hard Eights. Looking to go a perfect 3-0.
And they do.
CJ Klinger and Eva Radzikowska close it out 21-15. What a performance.
Absolutely, and they did their jobs. Everyone played within themselves. No one went outside of what they can't do or tried to force anything. So it's just a great play all the way around. And like Eva Radzikowska and Todd Fote said earlier today in an interview, they said, we drafted this team to not only win one MLP event, but to win all 3 events, and that's exactly what they're looking to do. They end today here 3-0, looking great heading into the rest of the weekend here. So we're going to get a couple words here from Michelle McMahon when we come right back after this.
Major League Pickleball by Margaritaville is brought to you by Michelob ULTRA. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Cirkul, your water, your way. Knockaround Sunglasses, quality shades that won't break the bank. And by Margaritaville, escape to your personal paradise. Stay, play, live, and dine in Margaritaville.
Into it.
It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob ULTRA.
Dulce Vida. You are what you drink.
Welcome back here to Center Court Major League Pickleball. We just had the Hard Eights take out the ATX Pickleballers 3-1. We're going to jump right now to the one and only Michelle McMahon.
Quite the intro. Thank you, Cameron. Hard Eights, a perfect 3-0 on the day. Moving on to the knockout rounds. Eva, we start with you. You guys had to respond after a tough women's doubles loss. You play with this man, the 17-year-old that is absolutely clutch in every moment. What impresses you the most about his game in mixed doubles?
You know, CJ is a man of a few words, but, you know, we just make an eye contact. I know what to do, he knows what to do, and, you know, the less we talk, the better it goes. So we're going to stick to it.
We're going to test the man of few words here in the interview then as we turn to you next, CJ. 17 years old, the MVP from Atlanta. You don't have much to say, but you're also so clutch. How are you built mentally so stable in these pressure-filled moments at just 17 years old?
Well, I've watched a lot of people and how they respond to pressure. So I've been working at my game throughout the last few years in the pros. And the Hard Eights are unstoppable.
A man of few words. Who says that? Yana, over to you next. This was an interesting matchup for you, a personal one, matching up against your husband. You guys didn't have to play, but what were the discussions leading up to this this matchup?
We actually never had to play against each other in the past, and seeing some other players play against their loved ones, it's tough. I did not want to play him. He was all about it, but last minute they ended up changing it, so maybe, I don't know, it got a little bit emotional there too, so I'm glad we didn't play. But all I gotta say is all our wins today we want to dedicate to our biggest fan, Jamie Miller.
I hope there's some sarcasm along with that as well. And he was afraid to play you, by the way, because they had the choice, and he chose not to match up against you in that lethal forehand. Ending with you, Todd, you had strong words earlier today saying that this team was not built just to win one title, but to sweep the season. How are you guys planning to back that up heading into knockout rounds?
Well, we're just going to keep winning. Yeah, I started off a little slow today, but that's about as good as I can play, so I'm excited for tomorrow.
Why are you guys built in such a special way? What makes this team so special?
The drafting ability of Tim and Adam Stone.
And the execution, too. Well, guys, congratulations, 3-0. We'll step aside, too. And our coverage continues tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. The premier level is in action, starting with the DC Pickleball Club. Riley Newman back in action. You don't want to miss it. That's a wrap for us here on Championship Court. Congrats to the Hard Eights. We will see you first thing tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Bye, everyone.